the New York Jets quarterback. Could be. And then again, I don't know. Could not. He's from Oakland. He grew up there.
It's not going to be Aaron Rodgers.
I think we've narrowed it down, though, because then again, it
won't be.
Could not be.
He said it wasn't going to be anybody. It's not going to be Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
So it will
I think
not
we've
be
narrowed
Aaron
it down,
Rodgers,
though,
be
because
we know it won't be him because he said it wasn't going to be anybody.
I don't think it's going to be Jesse.
Right. So it will not be Aaron Rodgers. It won't be.
You know, I had my heart set on Jesse. Unfortunately,
okay.
I am sad. I don't think it's going to be Jesse. Yeah, you are, aren't you? You know, I had my heart set on Jesse.
Could you imagine if he ever did end up in? Well, you could. I can't imagine him ever being. I'm really president, let alone, you know.
Yeah, you are, aren't you?
No.
Oh, I
Jesse Ventura. Could you imagine if he ever did end up in?
I've been dreaming of that
I
ticket
can't
for
imagine
like
him ever
20
being
years. That's my
president, let alone.
But my real dream ticket is actually Tulsi Gabbard. I've been dreaming of that ticket for like 20 years. Ultimately unstoppable. But my real dream ticket is actually Batman and Wonder Woman. And Kennedy. It doesn't get any better than that.
That's the ultimate best choice right there. If she is willing to do it.
Team.
I can see a lot of reasons why she would say no.
It doesn't get any better than that. I can see one big one from Donald Trump.
If she is willing to do it.
Yeah. He's whining and dining her.
I can see a lot of reasons why she would say no.
Heavily.
Yeah.
I can see one big reason, Donald Trump. And you know, this has not happened. Whining and dining her in a long time that we've had one person heavily being courted by two different presidential candidates. And you know, this is even not from different parties in a long time. We've had one person Democrat. He started out by in the Democrat presidential candidates. You got Donald Trump, different parties, presumptive Republican Party Kennedy's basically a Democrat. He started out. And in the Democratic Party, and then he went independent. 1950, Donald Trump, when presumptive Republican Party and Republican parties, they're courting her. Dwight Eisenhower, that hasn't happened. Nominee, they had 2 draft Eisenhower campaigns going. Both the Democrat and Republican parties were courting. I'm not that old to be there. I know what you're going to say. 2 draft Eisenhower campaigns. Okay, I'm old, but I ain't that old. But I think we've narrowed it down. Yeah, I'm not that short list. I know what you're going to say to the press a couple of weeks ago. Okay, I'm old. Most of the names are off the list. But I think we've narrowed it down. Took themselves off the list. That short list said we're not interested to the press a couple of weeks ago. Some, most of the names are off the list. Kennedy candidates took themselves off the list. And I brought a clip with interested of an interview he did yesterday with some local press. I think we can rule out because of what Kennedy said yesterday. Well, I'll just tell you. I brought a clip. Why should I tell you? I got the clip of an interview he did yesterday with some local press there in Oakland. And he said that his. Well, I'll just let him tell you. Why should I tell you? I got the clip. Let's play the clip. Here we go.
President candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will announce his vice presidential pick in Oakland on Tuesday.
I spoke with Kennedy today about why he chose Oakland for this announcement.
And got tremendous support. Kennedy chosen has tied his presidential campaign. Have a great affection
Multiple outlets have reported that he plans to pick Nicole Shanahan, who grew up in Oakland, is a tech attorney and has been a major donor of Kennedy's campaign. Kennedy would not give us a name.
Multiple outlets.
The son of former Senator Robert F. Kennedy and nephew of President John F. Kennedy is a tech attorney and has been a major donor of Kennedy's claims about vaccines. Kennedy would not give us a name. But he rejects the claim Senator Robert F. Kennedy and nephew of President John F. Kennedy have been criticized for false and misleading claims about vaccines without credible evidence. But he rejects the claim he's anti-vaccine.
Officials, each one of these conspiracies attack a so-called conspiracy theories when you deconstruct them, but not dealing is really about the science, but another corporate official. He's crazy. He's a quack. Attack a clear.
In recent polls, Kennedy Jr. is polling ahead of other third-party candidates with a favorability rating often higher than President Biden.
He's crazy. He's a quack.
His challenge now in recent polls, Kennedy Jr. is polling ahead of other third-party candidates with a favorability rating often higher than President Biden. In order to be successful, the party must get 75,000 trying to get on states to register with them. His supporters have launched the We the People Party to get on the ticket. In order to be successful, the party must get 75,000 people in the state to re-register with them.
Or another way, if you're voting out of fear, if you're voting President Trump and really don't want to, President Biden, because that's not how democracy is. You should, or the other way, if you're voting for President Trump and really don't want to, but you're just scared of President Biden. That's not how democracy is supposed to work. You should be able to vote somebody who
Quad 4 is your
inspires you,
local and
somebody who
national election headquarters, and it's a very big week for independent presidential candidate Robert Kennedy Jr. Will be in Oakland tomorrow to announce his vice presidential running mate. Quad 4 is your local and national election headquarters, and it's a very big week for independent presidential candidate Robert Kennedy Jr. Thanks for joining us. Will be in Oakland tomorrow to announce his vice presidential running mate.
Whether we should be dusting off
talked with
our
Kennedy
Nicole
today.
Shanahan deals, because most people really think he's going to announce
Thanks for joining
the
us.
California tech attorney and wealthy
I asked
philanthropist
him
whether we should be dusting off the person that he's chosen as his running mate. Because most people really making the big announcement in Oakland, that's another clue. Tech attorney and wealthy philanthropist is going to be for Kennedy's $4 million that he's chosen as his running mate. The fact that he's making the big announcement in Oakland, that's another clue. Shanahan financial connections. Kennedy won't confirm anything until tomorrow. But we did talk about his short list of potential running mates. Deep pockets, powerful financial connections. Kennedy won't confirm anything until tomorrow. But we did talk about his short list of potential running mates. Does the dirty job show Aaron Rodgers, Jesse Ventura? Interesting. Have you been looking at one time or another talking to people ranging from Mike Rowe,
priorities of my campaign is young Americans, Gen Z, and
Jesse Ventura? What have you been looking for
in the political process? And one of the hammered by priorities of this country is young Americans, Gen Z, and millennials. Men are, essentially octogenarians who are part of this, who are getting hammered by demand on this country. $34 trillion people that are running against millennials and Gen Z, and they're essentially octogenarians who are one of this that I was looking for somebody who ran up a $34 trillion bill that millennials and Gen Z and their children have to pay. And one of the things that I was looking for somebody who's healthy, who's athletic, and their belief in inspiring our country, and wanted somebody with an open mind, somebody who will restore their hope in their Americans and their belief in their hear out my ride in our country again. Wanted somebody with an open mind, capacity, somebody persuaded that doesn't get locked in the orthodoxies. And I have that as hear out my rationale. And has the capacity
tomorrow.
to be persuaded
Kennedy
that
thinks the
doesn't get
fact that
locked into
potential voters this
orthodoxies.
year
And I
do
have
seem
that as a
particularly
vice
unhappy
president.
with the two likely major party nominees does present a unique opportunity for an independent candidate. Potential voters this year. He has a long way to go. Kennedy says he believes he will get on the ballot in does present a unique opportunity for an independent candidate. A running mate in place, although he has a long way to go. Kennedy says he believes he will get on more donors in all 50 states. Political analysts say getting a running mate in place.
Okay, I'm gonna say something before any of this happens. Okay.
Encourage more donors to start giving.
Because nobody pays me.
Say it. Say it.
Okay, I'm gonna say something before this happens.
Spill it.
I don't know a lot about her.
Okay.
But
Nicole Shanahan.
but nobody pays me. She, in
Say
my
it.
view,
Say it.
I can say what
Say
I want. Doesn't have the disposition for it.
Spill it.
I don't know a lot about her. She was accused
Nicole
of having an affair
Shanahan.
with Elon Musk. She, and then in an interview with People
not
Magazine, doesn't have the disposition. She denied it. But she said that the accusation, she was accused of having an affair with Elon Musk. And then in an interview with
if you want to get into the political arena,
if you think
denied it,
that an accusation like that is debilitating, if that was enough to debilitate her, she's not. If you want to get into the political arena, if you think that an accusation like that is debilitating, if that was enough to debilitate her, she is. She's not self-described. She's not the right person. Total progressive. Because
so you're saying that she's a snowflake, and she's given a lot of money to Democrats.
She is.
She gave like $25,000 to Biden.
Total progressive
in 2020. She's given to Hillary Clinton. She's given a lot of money to very generously in the past. Also, she gave like 25 grand to Biden, and apparently she's very upset. She's given to Hillary Clinton. She was supporting him very generously in the past, also, and summer, longtime Democrat in October when he went. And apparently she was very upset. Mad at Bobby Kennedy. Democratic Party. She was supporting him last spring.
She stopped her feet
and summer
upset.
And she got all upset. Independent. Said, I'm going to take my money bags and walk away. That's what I call her is money bags.
She stopped her feet and get all upset.
She got all upset. Money bags. Said, I'm going to take my money bags and walk away. That's what I call her is money bag Shanahan. There's still some other options, from the short list. Kennedy in that clip just narrowed it down. Okay, it might not be her. Ties to Oakland. Be her. There's still some other options. Narrow the list, from the short list. Kennedy in her clip just narrowed it down. Raised that it's somebody with Nicole Shanahan, also from Oakland. So that Andrew narrowed the list down to who Aaron Rodgers that he was approached, raised, I think, in Oakland, and asked Nicole Shanahan, also from Oakland, running mate. Andrew Yang has been keeping his mouth shut. Confirms that he was approached around there too and asked by Mr. Kennedy to be an interesting pick. I think. And Yang has been keeping his mouth shut. Andrew Yang, and he's from around. I would just like to remind everyone, Yang would be an interesting pick. Tulsi Gabbard, I think. She's in the National Guard. It could be Andrew Yang. And she's with the 300. I would just like to remind everyone first command that Tulsi just so happens, she's in the National Guard. About 45 minutes. She's with the 351st.
Well, she was command. The one that I identified as his
just
best
so happens.
Right.
Is based.
That was my pick. I think yours
45
too,
minutes. Oh, absolutely.
Well, except for Jesse Ventura. Well,
I always say this.
I say that
Jesse Ventura is the best man for the job.
My pick. I think
and Tulsi Gabbard. Oh, absolutely.
Well, except for Jesse Ventura.
Well, I always say this. I say that Jesse Ventura is the best man for the job. And Tulsi Gabbard said it has to be somebody young and fit. Either one would make me happy. Rules Jesse out.
I think that he wants a woman.
And he's not from Oakland.
Yeah.
And he said it has to be somebody
Trump. I'm telling you, it'd be like
and fit.
Trump insults him,
rules Jesse
insults the people, his opponents, and then Jesse comes run up on the stage during the debate and run with Trump. Does some body slams and smashes Trump insults him and insults the people. Holds the opponent over his head, runs up on the stage during the debate,
and pay money to watch.
Does some body slams and smashes the podiums.
And great.
Yeah. Holds the opponent over his head. And see, folks, this is the kind of election coverage you just won't get anywhere else.
I really would. See, it hasn't even started yet, and Rick's already got me turning.
And see, folks, this is the kind of election coverage you just won't get anywhere else.
See, here at Maverick News, we like to have fun. So instead of doing like stodgy, now my face straight down the middle of election coverage today, we'd make it a watch. Here at Maverick News, we like to have fun. I mean, it's a little instead of doing like start drinking, but maybe for some of you, straight down the middle of election coverage today, we just thought we'd make it a watch party. We're having a watch party, just have some fun. I mean, it's a little too early in the day to start drinking, but maybe for some of you, join us today. I've invited Kennedy campaign staffers, volunteers. We're having a watch party. People who are there at the venue. I've invited a lot of special guests. They'll be to come join us today. I've invited Kennedy campaign staffers, volunteers to give us their reaction at the venue. And if you follow me on Twitter, folks, they'll be checking in now throughout the day. Go to my Twitter, and I just kind of wanted to have them here to give us their reaction broadcast. And if you follow me on Twitter, folks, at Real all you have to do is click that link. The StreamYard Twitter, you can find bring you to the studio. And if you'd like to join the podcast, Kennedy 24 volunteers, two of my all you have to do is click that link, the StreamYard link, quite a bit. It'll bring you to the studio. Freedom Fridays, got a couple of Twitter Spaces. Kennedy, a lot of you probably have joined us on Freedom Fridays, and you never got to see Ryan's face quite a bit because Twitter is Ryan who hosts Freedom Fridays. We're finally getting our Twitter Spaces. A lot of you probably have joined us on Freedom Fridays. Sherry, who's also one of our top volunteers. Twitter is audio only 24 campaign. So we're finally getting to see Ryan for the first time. How are you feeling about this announcement? And we've got Sherry, who's also one of our top volunteers on the Kennedy 24 campaign. It's great to have you both here. How are you feeling about this announcement? What do you think today, guys?
Sorry. Thanks for having us.
Gotta go like hello and bye.
It's going to be a go first, Sherry. Sorry, out here. Sorry, guys.
Why does Kennedy do this stuff in the middle of the day? Gotta go like hello and goodbye. Why doesn't he do this in prime time at night?
Quick in and out here. Sorry,
people are at work. Why does Kennedy do this stuff in the middle of the day? I don't understand. Why doesn't he do this in prime time at night? People are at work. They're at school.
A little bit here. Maybe that's when the venue is available. But I'm a little no matter what. Bobby is earned my vote. Really care for and support for him. And I'm going to give his judgment an opportunity. His judgment, no matter what, whoever that Bobby is, I want to hear from that individual, and I want them to sell us. But I'll say this: if it's someone, I'm going to give his judgment an opportunity. She better be out on that same podcast story that Bobby did. That better be ready to sit down for 3 hours with Rogan, and I want them to sell us. Like this, and everybody else, like Shanahan, some tough questions. She better be out on that same podcast tour that Bobby did. Punches. Better be ready to sit down for 3 hours. Is Rogan 100% right? She's not like the right person for the job. Everybody else, and I will say this: I still don't think it's her or anybody else. Be ready. I think it's someone we haven't heard. You can't take unfortunately, I don't 100% right. She's not the right person for the job. And I will say this: I still don't think her or anybody else. I think it's got a little swayed by Trump, and unfortunately, I don't think unfortunately it's going to be a tough. Really, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. But I get that right now.
My heart hurts just thinking about
she's got a little swayed by Trump, and she's going to make that mistake. Unfortunately, it's going to be a tough. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Here, I'm going to tell you that right now. Sorry,
my heart hurts.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm not getting paid either. But you know what?
New York Times is going to end up with egg on its face.
Maybe I hope so.
And that would be great.
And if I'm wrong,
I love it.
I'm not getting paid either, Rick, to your point.
New York
I want to
Times
see
is going to end up with egg on
CNN,
its face.
New York Times, man, that would be great. Mediaite and the Young Turks love it. They've all been saying it's Nicole Shanahan. I want to see them make their words if they're wrong. New York Times,
and I would like to.
Mediaite and the Young Turks,
would definitely be
they've all been saying it's Nicole Shanahan. Boy, do I want to see them make their words if they're wrong.
From supporting Dean Phillips Andrew Yang would definitely be interesting though. Really paying attention to forward conversation, especially the story. That would be a really interesting pick. Boy, that could get exciting. Dean Phillips to coming.
Andrew Yang brings a lot to the table. A lot. And he's been on a similar journey himself because he also left the Democrat. Andrew Yang brings a lot to the table after they gave him. Absolutely. And he's been on a similar during journey. The 2020 race himself. The primaries, also, they did the same thing to him Party that they did to Tulsi after they gave him. So he's been there, a hard time. Done that during the 2020 race. T-shirt in the primaries. They did the same thing to him. That young man did to Tulsi in the 2020 race. So he's been there, Tulsi, done that. But I really liked him. Got the T-shirt. And I was dreaming of a really interesting Tulsi young man ticket. I mean, in 2020 race, awesome too. I supported Tulsi, but I really liked him too. And I was dreaming of a Tulsi Andrew Yang ticket.
Rick, thank you both. That would be awesome. Guys, Sherry here. I'll be listening in as I can, and I'll check in with all of you guys later this afternoon. Lori, I do have to go. Hopefully, we're all doing the invite. You have to and thank you both. I'll leave you guys with Sherry here. I'll be
in a good way
as I can.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Ryan.
Later this afternoon. So nice to meet you as well. Hopefully, we're all doing cartwheels. I got excited because we got shot.
Sherry, you have to unmute your mic.
Tell us how you're in a good way.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Ryan. Now.
Nice to meet you as well.
Honestly,
bye, guys.
I am so excited with this announcement.
Sherry, you have to unmute your mic.
Tell us how you're feeling.
For so long on Twitter. And guys, it's hot now. I really think honestly, like Ryan was saying, it's going to be somebody to hear this announcement today. And we've been like the more on Twitter and people's faces and candidates, You know, I really think more it makes it, honestly, like Ryan was saying, it's going to be somebody it builds up the suspense, but I don't think he's going to be talking about the person that he's actually talking about. I don't think he's going to be trying to put limelight on right now. It makes it, you know, especially just for, you know, the protection aspect. It builds up the suspense, but I don't think he's going to be talking about the person that he's actually picking. I don't think he's going to be trying to, you know, I think it's going to be somebody that we haven't heard of. Maybe, you know, partially we have, you know, we have protection aspect, you know, out in a long time, but since he doesn't have his service, I trust his judgment. I think his, you know, I think it's going to be somebody that we haven't heard of. I mean, that man we have most amazing critical thinkers I've ever seen. So whoever he picks, I trust his judgment. I trust his, and I'm really excited to do this so we can start promoting them. I mean, that man is like the most amazing critical thinker I've ever seen.
I'm very curious
whoever he picks, I'm sure is just going to be
what you think about,
and I'm really excited to hear who this is, so we can
all
start
of the
promoting them as well.
misfires on the short list. How the media, I'm very curious, kind of glommed onto. First,
what
Aaron
you
Rodgers,
think about the,
and then Jesse Ventura, all of the Tulsi Gabbard fires on the short list.
But they've been ignoring Andrew
Yang, kind of glommed onto. He's on first that list. Aaron Rodgers, very noteworthy. What do you think of
Jesse
Ventura? Tulsi Gabbard a little bit.
So the last space I was on with him, he was promoting Dean Phillips, and that's my congressman.
And yet he's on that list and is very noteworthy. What do you think of Yang?
Him as a president, because he's not even. So the last space I was on with him, just promoting Dean Phillips, and that's my congressman. You know, on my personal opinion, I'm just volunteer. I'm not paid by the national campaign or anything. Him as a president, I'm a volunteer coordinator here in Minnesota. Responding to his my personal opinion, if it was me, I would say, you know, on my personal opinion, I'm that just volunteer. I don't believe there was a national campaign or anything. I'm a personal coordinator here in Minnesota. I think a lot. My personal opinion, if it was me, I would say that almost hurt the campaign in a way. That news, I don't believe there was a short list. I don't believe who he's going to pick. I don't believe some people are very a lot of that coverage that's trying to, you know, I just try to the campaign in a way that, because you know it's not about on who he's going to be our president. Some people are very, we need to listen to him, and if we trust him as our president, we need to. You know, I just try to tell people that to be his. You know, it's not about that endeavor. He's going to be our president. So
looks like our friend Johnny's here. He's at the venue in Oakland.
Co-pilot in that
hey, it's Johnny.
Hey, how's it
looks
going?
Like our friend Johnny's here. Man, looks like a beautiful day. Look at that in Oakland.
I wish
hey, that's what we call Kennedy weather.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey. Man, look like a beautiful day. Look at that sky. That's what we call Kennedy weather.
It's at the Kaiser Center here. We're getting towards the front of the line. We still got some camera guys here. They're spoofing our guys. And really to the top of the hour. So and we got some Biden protesters. We've got some camera guys here. They're
really
spoofing our guys. They about 5 really silly questions. I was trying to ask them why are they
really.
And we got some.
That looks like one of the biggest crowds yet for any kind of Kennedy event.
There's about 5 of them. I was trying to ask them why are they
swing that camera around for us, Johnny.
Yeah,
that looks like one of the biggest crowds yet for any kind of Kennedy event.
Yeah, looks great. Yeah, swing that camera around for us, Johnny.
Yeah.
Let us take a look.
Is it safe to say crowds are growing as these events?
That looks great.
Are we getting more and more people out to these events? Is it safe to say the crowds are growing as these events? I don't know.
Can you hear us? I know it's loud.
Are we getting more people out to these events?
I forgot to put my earbuds in. Can you repeat that?
Much better.
Are you seeing more people turn out to these events?
Can you hear us? I know it's loud.
Many of them.
Where you are.
Well, I can hear you now. I have the number of events in Florida.
Much better.
And,
are you seeing more people turn out to these events? Do you go to many of them?
Well, I post a number of events in Florida, and you get a bigger turnout when you got a candidate there. That's for sure. So,
legend! Johnny's getting the VIP treatment.
Look here, I'm a legit now.
Oh,
check it out. Anymore.
You're officially pressed. Woo, Johnny's getting the VIP treatment.
Look here. So what other question can I answer about we got good weather here?
You're officially pressed. I was just wondering, Johnny, if you could kind of guesstimate the size of this venue, the size of the crowd.
We got good weather here. I heard the venue might be about 1,500.
I was just wondering, Johnny, if you could kind of guesstimate The size of this venue, the size of the crowd.
Get here a little later than I hoped. I hope to get here about an hour. I heard the venue might be about 1,500. I think we might be I did get a little later than I hoped. I hope to get here about an hour. And then we got security doing their job, keeping everything safe. Got the metal detectors packing the place. We're still
good. Glad to see that.
We got security doing their job, keeping everything safe. We need to get that covered in Kennedy gear, I think. How's that look?
Good. I thought that was Kyle. Was that Kyle's bus?
Look at this old school bus we got all painted. We need to get that covered in Kennedy gear, I think. How's that look?
No, I thought that was Kyle. Bus. Is that Kyle's bus?
No, Kyle's bus is all painted. Man, I'm tempted to go show the
Oh, yes. No, I'd be driving the Kennedy bus.
Let's see what's going on there.
I'd really love to see that.
Man, I'm tempted to go troll the Bidens.
I can't believe yes. Well, they're probably paid by the DNC because the DNC's got I'd love to see that whole new division devoted to just spoiling Bobby Kennedy's fun. Well, they're probably paid by the DNC because the DNC's got but then again, a new division devoted to Northern California spoiling Bobby Kennedy's fun.
They do, don't they?
But then again, hey, this is Northern California. Maybe they came of their own accord.
How's it going?
Oh, look.
We got somebody else. I like that button.
Where the woke Democrats live.
Wow. How are you guys doing? You guys
they came of their own accord.
How's it going?
Oh, look.
Why not? I love Kennedy to get the poison out of water. Wow. How are you guys doing? You guys are Kennedy fans yet, huh? Yeah, why not? So my not anymore. I love Kennedy back because that's poison out of our water. We're living 6 years later. Not anymore. You get mercury. Well, you just you're wrong about mercury. I know about that. Well, you just already told him it's you're wrong about mercury. I know about that. So we got diseases going, epidemic in the country. What do you blame it on? That's absolutely true. No, I'm not talking about COVID. I'm talking about we got diseases going, cancer, epidemic in the country. What do you blame it on? Diabetes. That's absolutely true. No, I'm not talking about COVID. I'm talking about autism, cancer, autoimmune disease, obesity, diabetes,
well, that's what that is. That's the sound of democracy.
I'm sorry about that. I thought that made it a little smoother. Yeah, no.
She said that what that is. That's the sound of democracy.
Shares. Yeah. Sorry about that. I thought that made it a little smoother.
Death rates.
Yeah, no, she said that we're living longer. I want to show her a chart that shares. I'm sorry, I had a call coming in. Can you hear me now?
Oops, we lost you there.
We got you.
Oh, yeah, she mentioned longevity. We're definitely our longevity started decreasing in 2015. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
that's
we got
my big issue is making our food safe. She mentioned longevity. We can argue that as a country living, our longevity started decreasing in 2015. So yeah, that's what my big issue is making our food safe.
Country, which is really sad.
Who can argue that all food should be safe? Yeah, it's wild. So I think you're right, though, Lori, that they're paid to be there or something because they didn't even have their facts straight. You would think if you were passionate enough to come out here, you would at least know what you're talking about a little bit. I think you're right, though, Lori.
I never understood about protesters who, when you try to interview them at a protest, and they don't want to talk to you. It's like, this is a protest. Something that I've never understood about protesters. When you try to interview them, put that microphone in someone's face and tell me they don't want to talk to you here. What are you upset about? Why are you protesting? You're passionate about an issue. It seems like the new thing is for them to just journalist. I'm always do this and say, get the camera out of my face. I don't want to talk to you. Why are you here? What are you upset about? Why are you protesting? Publicity for your cause. And it seems like the new thing is for them to just do this and say, get the camera out of my face. I don't want to talk to you. Oh, looky here. You wanted publicity for your cause. Looky here.
There
Talk
he is.
to me. What the hell? That is the man.
No, it holds upside down, so that makes perfect sense.
Tell him to come over and say hello real quick. Is he in a hurry? Looky here.
There he is.
Is he dashing off? That is the man.
Famous Kyle Kemper.
Johnny's muted, though. Tell him to come over and say hello real quick. Is he in a hurry? Is he dashing off?
Chasing him?
He's trying to chase him down. Johnny's muted, though. Or he forgot his mic was muted. See, now we're missing all the good stuff because he's talking to these Biden protesters and we can't hear what's going on. Johnny, forgot his mic was muted. Unmute your mic, buddy. See, now we're missing all the good stuff because he's talking to these Biden protesters. Yeah, we were missing the good. What's going on? There you go. Unmute your mic, buddy. We're missing all the good stuff.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you.
Yeah, we were missing all the good exchange. There you go. Get him, Kyle. Get him, Kyle.
Yeah, Laura, you nailed it. They don't want to talk too much. Look at this. Look at all the paint here, man. I love all the colors here. Yeah, Laura, you nailed it. They don't want to talk too much. Kind of, look at this. Winning hearts and minds right here. I love all the colors here. Yeah, we're still live.
Hi, Kyle.
Yeah, Lori says hi.
We haven't seen Kyle.
Winning hearts and minds out here with Kyle Kemper. We haven't seen Kyle in a while.
Talk to him all the time.
He's still live.
Hi, Kyle. Hi, Kyle.
Lori says hi.
We haven't seen Kyle. He says hello.
All aboard the Kennedys. We haven't seen Kyle in a while.
Talk to him all the time. Hi, Kyle.
Look at this.
He says hello.
All aboard the Kennedys.
They're saying it's not just going to make America great again. But lots are saying there's a new man now. It's Kennedy. And you know what they're saying about this man named Kennedy? They're saying he's the remedy.
Do you have
it's not going to make America
live stream?
It's going to make Earth great again.
It's rolling. It's live.
Is it rolling? All right, I'm going to get inside. It's great to check in.
You have the got a few live stream opening speeches taking place. Rolling. Kennedy hasn't taken the stage yet. Just a few
I'm gonna get inside.
introductions going on inside.
I'll get it for you.
They've got a few opening speeches taking place. Send you the link. Kennedy hasn't taken the stage yet. Just a few introductions going on inside. Yeah, I did. Maybe to send you the link, or do you have it ready? So yeah, it's still a few minutes away.
Sent to me earlier by email, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
I'll find it.
It was great to see Kyle Kemper. So yeah, it's still a few minutes away. Frequent guest on Maverick News at the Freedom Convoy days. It was great to see Kyle Kemper from Team Kennedy. I knew he'd make it. Frequent guest on Maverick News. He's got the Kennedy Convoy days. In case you guys didn't know, he's got the most incredible RFK bus that I knew he'd driving all over the United States and Canada. He's the Kennedy bus. In case you guys didn't know, he's got the most incredible RFK bus that he's driving all over the United States
some preliminary
and Canada,
stuff, folks. But we're on top of it, so fear not. We'll have the announcement live for you. Whenever I'll just show you. This is what's going on right now. Just some preliminary stuff, folks. But we're on top of it, so fear not. We'll have the announcement live for you.
With the native drum circle there.
California, Northern California, can I hear a oh? Oh! Hear louder, we need to raise the ancestors. Can I hear a oh? California, Northern California, can I hear a oh? Oh! Today's a beautiful day. Hear louder, we need to raise the ancestors. Can I hear a oh?
Now, Lori, is it true that Kennedy is looking at starting a whole new party?
Couple of them. In Texas, it's the
Now, Lori,
Texas Independence Party. And in a few
Kennedy
other
is looking
states,
at starting
is
a
it
whole
4
new
or 5
party?
states, Sherry, that we have the
Couple
We
of
the
them.
People Party. In Texas, it's the Texas
it's 5.
Independence Party. 5 states. And a few other California states, is it 4 or 5 states, Sherry, that we have the We the People Party?
I believe it's 5.
5 states, yeah, including California.
My name is Al. I just want to take a moment to say what an honor Director of Communications for the Robert Kennedy Jr. campaign on this planet, United States. One of the greatest environmental attorneys the world has ever known. What an honor it is to work fighting for people his entire career against corporate corruption. One of the greatest environmental attorneys the world has ever known. The river keepers and the water keepers his entire career against corporate corruption. Corporate toxins, we now live in a toxic polluting waters and oceans. He started the river keepers and the water keepers to protect our environment of pregnant women here in the United States of America. We now live in a toxic world because our regulatory agencies have never done their job to protect us, but instead have been protecting the corporations from us. And why are they there? That is because our regulatory agencies have never done their job to protect us, but instead of people of America, corporations from us. Watched over the last 7 years. That is not the United States of America. 2 incumbent presidents, that is not we, and we are, and by the people of America. Trillions of dollars moved to the ultra-rich, while the middle class several years. 2 incumbent presidents, really, to go on vacation, to have that trillions of dollars moved to the ultra-rich. While the middle class we have opportunity to pay our bills, blowing all of our to go on vacation when he talks about all the issues of our time and the pursuit of happiness. So many of the cameras that are lined up we have an opportunity. We'll call and ask someone what is blowing all of our minds. We know that mainstream when he talks about all of the issues of our time. But yet, so many of the cameras that are lined up here today across the United States of America. So what is your strategy? We know which is now the largest party in the United States of America. That's how disenfranchised we are. Independence across the United States of America. Number 1 amongst those under the age of 35, which is now the largest party in the United States of America. Why? That's how disenfranchised we are. I'll lay it on you right now. Number 1 amongst those under the age of 35 across America. He's going to speak. And why? What was the strategy? I'm going to lay it on you right now. Concept, actually, very where his ideas are coming from. We're going to let him speak his mind. He's going to speak in long bumper sticker politics and short lines written by other people. Concept I can tell you personally where his ideas are coming from. Everything he's saying comes from his heart, his education, on his bumper sticker politics, short lines written by other people. All of these interviews he's been doing. That everything so if you haven't been watching his education, his historical knowledge, which or if your family members don't know who he is all of these interviews he's been doing, YouTube channel, or Twitter, if you haven't been watching, or TikTok, where he is changing the world as we know it. Or if your family members don't know who he is yet, have go to the duality of the fighting Twitter between 2 parties, or TikTok, where he is changing the world as we know it. We've got such important issues now. We in America are so tired of the duality of the fighting between 2 parties. Can track everywhere we're going. And they tried to use that against us during the COVID pandemic. AI technology. They wiped out our facial recognition software. Our cell phones can track everywhere we're going. And they tried to use that against us. During the COVID pandemic, we watched doctors and scientists out our silent speech. Critical moment. Robert should have been using social media for what it was, to share ideas and thoughts and experiences from the doctors and scientists Silence them. Critical we silenced them. They should have been using social media for what it was. Stuck with the regulatory agency experts and that told them the standing 6 feet apart from each other, locking down our silence them, keeping our children out of schools, and how we're going to handle regulatory agency experts that told us that in front of the Congress, 6 feet apart from each other, locking down our businesses, keeping our children out of school. That's how we're going to handle this. No basis only to find out now, the same man that said to us, when you challenge me, that you challenge something that's 6 feet apart. Never before have we seen science own science. Science, the same man that said to us, when you challenge me, of going to the scientific method of letting every scientist speak out. Everyone challenge the process. Until we come up with the real answers of going through the scientific method of that regulatory capture of our regulatory everyone challenge the process that owns our government. Until we come up with the real answers in the hands of one man, Robert Kennedy Jr. Regulatory capture of our regulatory agencies, that corporate corruption that owns our government will only stop in the hands of one man. If we're Robert Kennedy Jr. the issues of our time, if we're going to get out of these wars that are taking trillions of dollars from us, family, destroying our economy, if we're actually going to handle wars that never the issues of our time, if we're going to stop, if we're going to get out of these wars taking trillions of dollars from us, destroying our economy from us for wars that never end. That's Robert. If we're going to stop that, we need someone bold. Someone so honored to have you all here in Oakland from us, for us. This is the next step. That's Robert Kennedy Jr. Incredible, miraculous journey. Robert, I'm so honored to have you all here in all 50 states. And every single one of these news agencies, just incredible, miraculous journey. Every one of these news agencies that keeps doing pieces about Joe Biden and Donald Trump and every single one of these news agencies. Who's going to take it? No one talking about the elephant in the room. Every one of these news agencies, the guy that's polling between 24 to 26 about Joe Biden and Donald Trump and Joe Biden and Donald Trump and so saying, who's going to take it? No one talking about the elephant in the room. Lying to me. The guy polling between 24 to 26% of battleground states, with so much of the nation saying, I didn't even know he's running. Mark my words. My news agencies are lying to me. Well, guess what? We're going to be on the ballot. Change. That's going to happen shortly. And every news agency that lied to my words and said this is a two-person race, we're going to have to change their tune. That's going to happen. And they're going to have to start talking to Robert Kennedy Jr. Every news agency that lied to their audience. And let me just tell you the last part. The last part of our strategy is simple. And they're going to have to start talking to Robert Kennedy Jr. What we've recognized is Robert Kennedy Jr. And let me just tell you the last part is really simple. The last part of our strategy is simple. Heard what we've recognized in the polls, you can't. What we've recognized is Robert Kennedy Jr.'s traveled across America is really simple. Are you ready for a miracle to happen? Are you ready for another voice in this political system? Are you tired of the two-party stranglehold on truth and freedom for a miracle to happen? Are you ready for another voice in this political system? Are you tired of the two-party stranglehold on truth and freedom and liberty? And it sounds a little bit like this. Because we're going to announce today question that everyone.
Well, it looks like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is just about ready to make headlines with his running mate choice. His VP will be, and according to reporting, it's not any of the usual suspects. Kennedy Jr. is just about ready to make headlines with his running mate choice.
Threat as RFK is set to formally
his VP will be, and according to reporting, it's not any of the usual suspects.
Democrats and Republicans growing anxious over the
independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. expected to announce his running mate this week.
RFK Jr. hoping for a big boost this week as well. Announcements.
Number one, our independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
last
year,
he
wanted to run for president of the United States as an independent.
And on the ballot in a good number of states, you've got to make an announcement about who your running mate is going to be. Former Democrat turned independent last year. He wanted to run for president of the United States as an independent. And on the ballot in a good number of states, you've got to make an announcement.
Are these names getting people's attention, or is one of them a real
candidate for president Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he plans to announce his vice presidential running mate here in Oakland on March 26th.
Are these names just getting getting people's attention, or is one of them a real possibility, Marianne?
The audio and the feed is interrupted, but I'm sure they'll bring it back momentarily. There we go.
But I have a story to tell, and I think it's one that a lot of you.
The audio and the feed is interrupted, but I'm sure they'll bring it back momentarily. There we go.
I was experiencing a wide range of symptoms, including rashes and neuropathy and some eye issues. At the same time, my son had crippling migraines and ADHD, including rashes. My daughter had digestive issues that were making her so eye issues. At the same time, on various medications, none of which were particularly helpful, and actually in my case made things considerably worse. My daughter had digestive issues. So, like most moms, I know many of you are here today, decided to start digging through the research and figuring out what is making our family so sick. So like most moms, and I know many of you are here today, I decided to start digging through the research and figuring out what is making our family so sick. Microbiome. So I ran our nutrient levels were extremely low, even though we were eating all this food. I ran some tests, and so I wondered what on earth has changed so much in our food system that my kids and our nutrient levels were extremely low, even though we were eating all this fundamental nutrients. So I wondered what on earth has changed so much in our system level. How my kids and I can no longer tolerate or feeling better off the gluten, nor have just fundamental nutrients that are. It's not just my family that's struggling with these issues. Biological United States spends over $4 trillion better off the gluten on healthcare. Just didn't make most of that goes towards chronic disease. It's not just my family that's struggling with these issues. 6 in 10 adults have a chronic disease. The United States spends over $4 trillion. 9% of men. And most of that goes towards chronic childbearing years. Today, 6 in 10 adults have a chronic disease. That should be very scary. 4 out of 10 have 2 or more. The 9% of men, incredibly 11% of women of childbearing years ADHD, are infertile. 1 in 6 has that asthma. Should be very scary. 1 in 3 has a food intolerance. 1 in 5 has eczema. Are also incredibly 1 in 20 has 1 in 10 has ADHD. 1 in 22 has asthma. In the state of California, 1 in 3 has a food intolerance. 1 in 5 has eczema. Should be 1 in 20. That number in 1970 was 1 in 10,000. 22. In the state of California, what the government media and universities won't discuss is that our food supply is literally that number in 1970 was worse than 10,000, by the way. Endocrine disrupting, microbiome. What the government media and universities won't discuss is that our farmlands have become a dumping ground for toxic chemicals that are regulators endocrine disrupting, microbiome destroying, or they do test and then they lie about what they found. Our farmlands have become a dumping ground. Pharmaceutical giant toxic chemicals that our regulators either refuse to test in 2020 or they do test and then they lie about what they found. The pharmaceutical giant Bayer purchased the agricultural chemical company Monsanto owns our food supply in 2018. So I have to ask you, what incentives does Bayer possibly have to keep our population a pharmaceutical company effectively owns our food supply. This is the same old story of the prioritization of corporate profits and bureaucratic what incentives does Bayer possibly over our basic right to keep our population healthy? It's enabled by full regulatory capture. This is the same old story of the prioritization of corporate it must stop immediately, and Bobby Kennedy is the only person over our basic right to human health. It's enabled by full regulatory capture of our food and farming system. And it must stop immediately, and Bobby Kennedy is the only person who Our Farm Bill has historically supported monocrop chemical mega farming. We absolutely urgently need to pass a farm bill supporting family farmers, regenerative agriculture Our Farm Bill has historically supported and nutrient-dense crops beyond the clutches of the Roundup-ready GMOs that are making us all sick. Family farmers, regenerative agriculture practices. And nutrient-dense crops beyond $4 trillion of Roundup-ready GMOs that are making soil all sick. Farms cut the ties between regulators and corporations We will not decrease the $4 trillion health bill until we regenerate the soil on our farms, cut the ties between regulators and corporations, and discontinue Kennedy's promise to unravel corporate capture will help end this chronic disease epidemic. We finally have a leader who shares my vision for the future. Bobby Kennedy is the only Kennedy's promise to unravel corporate capture will help end this chronic food and farming system a reality. We finally have a leader who shares my vision for the future. Your reign over regulators is the only candidate who will make this life-saving transformation of our food and deliver the basic right to health back to the hands of the United States. By the way, your reign over regulators is over. And deliver the basic right to health back to the hands of the United States citizens. Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy, Bill created all this. Bill Scott.
Welcome, Mr. Kennedy.
This beautiful farm, which is an organic farm in the middle of a
Mr. Kennedy, Bill created all this. Bill Scott.
Welcome, Mr. Kennedy.
This beautiful farm, which is an organic farm,
all the different things that kept our communities at ill health. The food we're dealing with as Black people in our community is a result of racism, redlining, all those different things that kept our community at ill health. The food is sick.
You're drinking big Coca-Colas, and they're eating Twinkies, processed foods.
Mr. Kennedy is our president.
You cannot get good food here. You look at what Black kids are eating. They're drinking big Coca-Colas, and they're eating Twinkies and processed foods.
Mr. Kennedy, you got to fight for your land and what you fight for your business. It's a perfect everything that's an interest about.
We not only have to give people access to healthy food, we need to just get rid of all the bad food.
You got to fight for your land, you fight for your business, you fight for everything that's an interest to you.
We not only have to give people access to healthy food, but we need to just get rid of Kennedy Jr. and I'm running for president of the United States. I approve this message. Just fill her with poison. I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and I'm running for president of the United States. I approve this message.
Moments away. I just want to bring your attention to these screens over here. We have a QR code for everyone that is hearing impaired, whether you're live in the audience or you're out watching this live stream as it's happening. I just want to bring your attention to these screens over here. We have a QR code for everyone that is hearing impaired, whether you're live in the audience or you're out watching this live stream as it's happening. Just scan this QR code and that will take you to the hearing a hero in the world section. So when there was a small group of scientists, as I said before, is a basically lying about what would work, decided to lock down our nation world. First time in history when there was a small group of scientists, there was a group of people that went to the White House, basically lying about what would work, deciding to bring a down our nation for the first time in history because of the virus. Across there was a group of people that went to the White House to talk to President Trump at that time. To bring a different perspective that was shared by thousands. A document that will stand the test of time and be heralded. They wrote a document called the World Should Declaration. It's my honor and pleasure to introduce a document that will stand the test of time and be heralded as the path the world should have taken. It's my honor and pleasure to introduce you to the author of the Great Declaration, Jay Bhattacharya.
The opportunity to speak today on this important day in American history. And I wanted to take the chance to make a case for the First Amendment and for free speech. First, I want to thank Mr. Kennedy for the opportunity to speak today. I know Bobby Kennedy, and I wanted to take the chance to make a case for the First Amendment and for free speech. I have to say that I've been the victim of the same. I know that Bobby Kennedy has been in this country. Victim of an effort to censor his scientific dissident. I've been a professor. I have to say that I've been the victim of medicine at Stanford for over 20 years. To censor the Great Barrington Declaration. How many people signed it? God bless every one of you. Scientific dissident. I've been a professor. It was a document I wrote with professors at Harvard for over 20 years. In October 2020. Declaration. How many people signed it? The world was locked down. God bless every one of you. We closed our businesses. It was a document I wrote with professors at Harvard and Oxford. The idea in October that it was necessary for our health. The world was locked down, but I knew we closed our schools. That was a lie. We closed that there were businesses, thousands of closers and scientists, our churches who said the idea that it was necessary for our health. We didn't need to close our schools. We didn't need to close for a fact that was a lie. Businesses didn't need that to close our churches. There were tens of thousands of doctors and scientists better protecting vulnerable older people locked down. We didn't need to close our schools. We didn't need to close the lives of our children, businesses. We didn't need to close our churches. Following similar ideas, instead, the Swedish better protecting vulnerable older protected human life. We proposed much better than American the lives of our children. In fact, they have among the very best similar ideas in protecting the Swedish during the pandemic health authority without lockdown, human life, without disrupting the lives of our children. Americans. In fact, they have among the very best outcomes in protecting their kids suffered no learning loss without lockdown at all during the pandemic, disrupting the lives of our children. Their elderly were protected better. Their kids and their kids suffered no learning loss close to a normal life at all during the pandemic. Lockdown California, my kids better didn't see the inside of a classroom for a year and a half. Florida opened its lived as close to a normal life as possible. Higher life expectancy. Lockdown California, my kids didn't see the inside of a classroom for a year and a half. Florida opened its and health outcomes than California did. And they have higher life expectancy and better outcomes, economic outcomes. The sad psychological outcomes thing I want to share with you is that the powers that be inside federal government decided they did not like our declaration. The sad thing I want to share with you is that Tony Fauci 4 days after he wrote it, calling for a devastating takedown, decided they did not like a devastating takedown of the declaration. The declaration of the NIH wrote to Tony Fauci 4 days after he wrote it, calling for a devastating takedown critics. A devastating takedown of the censored voices. The declaration by telling social media platforms it was part of a broad who to censor what ideas to censor any. You've had a post taken down by Facebook. The way that got a post taken down by voices by Twitter is by telling social media platforms. It's almost certain it's because censored ideas to censor. If you've had a post taken down by Facebook, if you've had a post taken down by the NIH, by Twitter, during the FBI, and the White House itself, it's because the government telling social media companies, Surgeon General's office, the CDC, the NIH, even the FBI and the White House itself. The good news is we now know social media companies to censor you. We know how they did it and why they're doing it, and we can fight back. The good news is we now know what they're up to. We know how they did it, Twitter files and why they're doing what they were doing, and we can fight back. A federal judge declared what they were doing an Orwellian ministry of truth. We have the Twitter files, which told us the kind of thing that should never happen in a court case. First Amendment. A federal judge declared what they were doing an Orwellian ministry of truth. Free speech is essential for our health. It's the kind of thing that should never happen in a country with the First Amendment, but it did. So, what's the punchline? Free speech is essential for our dissidents. Health. We need dissident voices in public health because they're very often right. The government censored dissidents. We need dissident voices in public health because they're very often right. We need people like the government censored because any other politician that wants to support free speech. We need those voices to get to restore the First Amendment in this country. And any other politician that wants to support free speech, that is how we protect those voices. And how we protect our democracy, the First Amendment in this country. You know, I work in public health, and I don't believe the public should be political. So that is how we protect our health and how we protect our democracy. I want to say public health should be suitable equally for Democrats, for Republicans, for independents, everybody comfortable. I want to say something I think we can all as Americans get behind. For Democrats and so I am glad to work with anybody who speaks for free speech at a time like now when they are in peril. And I'm delighted I think we can all as Americans get considerable voice to the cause. So I am glad to work with anybody who speaks for free speech at a time like now when they are in peril. And I'm delighted that Bobby Kennedy has lent his considerable voice to the cause. Thank you very much.
I feel like the whole country needs to know what's going on here. It's bigger than alarming.
This is the worst I've ever seen it. I witnessed this dystopian nightmare.
I feel like the whole country needs to know what's going on here.
Humanity.
It's bigger than alarming.
And converging. This is the worst I've ever seen it. I witnessed this dystopian nightmare of this
when President Biden took office, he signed some executive orders that basically halted all wall construction. It put our agencies at risk, it put the migrants at risk, it incentivized the profit making. President Biden took office, at the end of the day, he signed some executive orders that basically halted all wall construction. It put our agencies at risk, it put the migrants at risk, it incentivized the profit making for smugglers.
At the end of the day, this is a business. Billions and billions of dollars.
In this room, obviously, we designed it to be
from
comfortable as we can
people
possibly make it,
across the United States.
because the reality is no child should ever have to come to this exam room. In this room, obviously, we designed it to be as comfortable as we can possibly make it, because the reality is no child should ever have to come to this exam
making
room.
across the border to Mexico or their countries. We see that devastation in the human lives.
What happens to people?
We see a lot of violence as people are making across the border to Mexico or their countries. We see that devastation in the human lives.
What happens to the tickets?
Yes.
Family doesn't have the money to
Well, FEMA reimburses us. We can buy the ticket and
you buy the ticket for
yes.
They were told they get a bite at the American dream here, and that dream becomes a nightmare along the journey.
Yuma, Arizona, Chris Clem. Yuma, Arizona.
Hello, everyone.
Chris Clem.
My name is Chris Clem, and I retired as the Chief Patrol Agent of Yuma, Arizona on December 31st, 2022. After serving more than 27 years as a United States Border Patrol agent. My name is Chris Clem, and I retired many years along southern Arizona. I have witnessed the good, the bad, and the ugly. What can happen after serving more than 27 years as United States Border out of Washington, D.C. I spent many years along the southern border. I met Bobby when he witnessed the good, the bad, and the ugly. I spent time with him and what can happen with poor policies, discussed the realities of the border of Washington, D.C. Not only did he spend time last year, I met Bobby when you saw in the video. He saw firsthand hundreds of people from around the world coming into the United States of the border, all hours of the day and night. Not only did he spend time with tying up the hands of our agents, as you saw in the video, he saw the cartels, hundreds of people from around the world coming into the United States. He met with the mayor at all hours of the day and night. The county commissioner, tying up the hands of our agents, nonprofit organizations, the cartels, the food bank, the domestic violence shelter, the ranchers, and the farmers. Everyone who has been impacted by an out of the hospital staff, nonprofit organizations, that someone, the food bank, the domestic violence shelter, the ranchers and the farmers listening, everyone who has been impacted, not just checking a box and a photo op. I was amazed that someone of his position, as we spoke, spent 3 days listening and learning. Most importantly, he listened, not just checking a box and a photo op. I shared my vision of border security. And as a career law enforcement agent, it was important to me that he understood how necessary it was to secure our borders. As we talked, I shared my vision of border security and how part of an integral part of our immigration system. It was important to me that he understood how oftentimes border security and immigration get inflated, how critical, and that leads to further division and rhetoric. Part of an integral part of our immigration system of how the border security is. But oftentimes border security and immigration get conflated. And that leads to tough division and represented the border security system. So I shared my vision, the right infrastructure where it is needed, the technology, a border made to aid and assist our security agents Along the border and at the fences represented the personnel to conduct our very important security mission, infrastructure and backed by strong policies. The technology, but equally to aid and assist our border security agents were the wide along the border and at the ports. The wide gates are personnel to conduct our very important security mission and backed by strong and effective policies, but equally important to allow those to come legally were the wide more gates. Efficiently to enhance the wide gates are our legal and lawful pathways to allow trade and travel to flourish. Strong and effective clear up the enormous backlog to allow those to come legally the rule of law more efficiently to enhance and strengthen so people can come in who want to allow trade and travel to flourish. People clear up the enormous backlog for those who able to come to our country for the right reasons. More efficient means so people can come in who want to add to our way of life. Our current workforce cannot provide the means for businesses, big or small, to be able to come to our country for the right reasons. Foreign workers without bankrupting small business with overregulated antiquated systems. If our current workforce cannot provide the means for businesses big or small, problem is an opportunity. We need a better way to recruit and attain foreign workers how important it was to secure our business with overregulated. He saw the need to clean up the current immigration system. I believe Bobby living along the border for many years. As an opportunity. A secure border is a safe and healthy border. He saw firsthand how important it was to secure our border. That people should be able to come back and forth through the current immigration system to see family and friends. And I know living along the border for many years that a secure border is a safe and someone who's been around the world like Bobby, he knows working together people should be able to come back and forth through the port of entry to see family and friends. Being a beacon of hope and feel safe when doing those around the world is a tenet of someone who's been around the world like Bobby. So is the rule of law. Working together with Mexico will be those that take advantage of our system. Being a beacon along the way. And no doubt, I believe he knows transparency and accountability of our government is important to regain the trust and credibility of the American people. For those that take advantage of our system and the people along the way. And no doubt, I believe he knows transparency. As I said a moment ago, I met Bobby last year. Is important to regain the trust and credibility of the American people through a compassionate and common sense lens. Which is so just as I said a moment ago, I met Bobby last year, clear, and I've grown to know that he sees these challenges to compassion to protect our country from the common sense lens, which is so desperately needed today. Protecting our country, taking clear, companies, kind, and common sense action by creating and building cities, wide gates to better serve our country's needs and the good people around the world. Helping all that seek our country a better life for them and families is important. In building many our country cannot afford to better serve our country's needs and the good people around the world. There is strength in helping all that seek, and there is a better life for them and their families. And I see all of this in Bobby. Our country cannot I'm grateful to know him, and we're all grateful to have him running for president of the United States. There is strength and compassion, and there is intelligence and common sense. And I see all of this in Bobby. I'm grateful to know him, and we're all grateful to have him running for president of the United States. Thank you.
Everybody, I'm back, but I'm only here for a quick second, and it's just to introduce someone else who is so very important. We have a very important speaker coming up next. Everybody, I'm back, but I'm only here for a quick second, and it's just to introduce someone else who is so very important. He is actually a very important speaker coming up next. The name TrueMed is what we need in our lives to understand about the food and so much to us. He is actually the co-founder of earlier this year, and now he is what we need in our lives to understand about the food care system, which profits. He was a consultant for pharma companies earlier this year, and now he is an advocate for changing the incentive for our sick care system, which profits from more Americans being sick. Guys, without further ado, Callie Means.
Working for the food and pharma institutions that Americans trust. We funneled money to civil rights groups. In return, the NAACP said it was imperative. My job was to funnel money to institutions. They actually said it was racist to take all. We funneled money to civil rights groups off of food stamps. In return, the NAACP said it was imperative to keep Coca-Cola on food stamps. We funneled money to medical organizations
The American Diabetes Association of all off of food millions of dollars. Soda is the number one. They said small cans of the drink was a good choice for diabetics. We funneled money to medical organizations. The American Academy of Pediatrics, 80% of their funding comes from the pharmaceutical industry. And they said small cans. We funneled money to researchers. I was shocked as a junior employee. The American Academy top pediatrics professors at Harvard and their funding comes from the pharmaceutical industry. I found that 11 we funneled money to researchers. More I was shocked as junior employee to be communing with top. I found out Harvard and 50% of the Harvard Med School budget. I found that 11 times more. We funneled money comes from the food industry for nutrition research than pharma funds over 50%. I found out that more than 50% of the Harvard Med budget touches that wasn't influence consumers. That was money the media, the news itself. Pharma funds. That's why during COVID was essentially a foodborne illness, and I realized really a condition that did not kill metabolically healthy people. That was to influence. There was no curiosity, no reporting on that. Of course, that's why it was just a pharmaceutical solution that was talked about. Essentially a foodborne illness. This was we funded politicians. A condition that did not kill metabolically healthy people. There was no curiosity, no reporting on that. Of course, it was just a pharmaceutical solution that was talked about. 3x more than any other. We funded politicians, and we funded the healthcare industry, the FDA itself, politicians, 75% with direct donations, not 5x more than the oil pharmaceutical companies. 3x more than any other. And I can tell you from being in DC, and we funded the bureaucracies are built to grow. The FDA itself, 75% of their funding comes not from and the disastrous ramifications are plain to see. And I can tell you 9 of the 10 pillars of American society are built to chronic conditions tied to food. Our system, 90% of healthcare costs are tied to these and the disastrous ramifications are plain to see. Statistics are unfathomable. 9 of the 10 killers of Americans are tied to preventable chronic conditions tied to food. Or obese. 90% of healthcare costs are tied to these preventable conditions tied to food. 25% of young adults have fatty liver disease. This is a moral stain on our country. Of young adults are overweight or obese. The childhood obesity rate 33% of young adults have prediabetes. We're committing genocide against our children. Young adults have fatty liver disease. Why this is a moral stain on our country when this happened? The childhood obesity rate in Japan is 4%. We're committing genocide against our children that impacts your health. Is incentivize for you to be sick and incentivize against you being healthy. That includes medical schools, insurance companies, pharmaceutical companies, institutions that impacts your health is incentivized for you to be sick and incentivize against you being healthy. Unemotional that includes medical schools, economic insurance companies, pharmaceutical companies. There has been no more profitable invention in the history of America than a sick child, than a child with unemotional statement of economic facts, more comorbidities, and more that there has been no more profitable invention in the history of America than a sick child, than a child with chronic disease. They suffer in high school, and the American Academy of Pediatrics, they don't die. Recently put out a press release saying it's an urgent national priority. Metformin, antidepressants, they're prescribed like 12-year-olds in high school. This is a lifetime drug. Pediatrics recently put out a press release saying it's an urgent national priority. A story of optimism. Prescribe Ozempic to 50% of 12-year-olds. The American people want to be healthy. They want their kids to be healthy. They want to thrive. The incentives are stacked against us. They've been stacked against us quickly, and they can change quickly with leadership. They want their kids to be healthy. We need a president to thrive. Questions the science are stacked doesn't just trust the science. They've been stacked against us quickly, and they can change quickly with leadership. We need a president who questions the science, that doesn't just trust the science. We need a president who realizes to lead our medical policies, to appoint Kelly Peterson to oversee our agriculture policies. We need a president who will stand for lobbyists, who will stand up to corrupt bureaucrats, medical policies, to appoint Kelly Peterson to. We need a president who will say less policies, more exercise. We need a president who will stand up to SSRIs, who will stand up to corrupt and healthy food at the NIH and the FDA. We need a president. We need a president who will say less specific, more exercise. Less SSRIs, more sunlight, and healthy food. We need a president who has the moral clarity to declare a state of emergency for the childhood chronic disease epidemic that is savaging our human capital. Who understands that we cannot. And we need a president who realizes we need a president that has a plan to fix it. We need a Kennedy in the White House. Thank you. In our country, and we need a president who understands that we cannot poison our kids at scale. And we need a president that has a plan to fix it. We need a Kennedy in the White House. Thank you.
the group that control it. I've sued NIH, CDC, EPA, FCC, FDA, all of them. I've brought many, many suits against the Department of Agriculture. I've sued NIH, CDC, EPA, FCC, FDA, all of them. I've brought many, many suits against the Department of Agriculture, and the big controlled fertilizer, big factory farms, industrial agriculture, and companies like Monsanto, Cargill, Tyson, Purdue, and the big petroleum fertilizer companies, solid oil companies, and they really big industrial agricultural interests. Americans can see the corruption, and we all have this feeling that the system has addressed American class. They're strip mining industrial agricultural people. Americans can see the corruption, and we all have this feeling that the system has the biggest American class. They're strip mining. It's being used to benefit destroying the health of our children. All of our causing more chronic disease epidemic. And it is the biggest fight on the American middle class in our country, and that it's being used to benefit.
Let's give another warm welcome to Tim Hockenberry. Let's give another warm welcome to Tim Hockenberry.
I went walking that ribbon of high, saw birds. I went walking the endless skyway, that ribbon of high, saw below, saw above the Golden Valley, endless skyway. Oh, this land below. Golden Valley, roamed and rambled. Oh, this out of my footsteps, dark and sands of diamond desert. Out of my ground, dark voice was calling. Diamond desert, oh, this land's oh, right. This land is your land. This land is my land. California, this land is your land. This land is my land. California, New York Island, this land, redwood forest, Gulf Street water. Oh, this land is red. When the sun came shining, I was strolling, wheat fields waiting. When the sun came shining, clouds rolling, I was strolling, came chanting. The dust clouds rolling, this land's horse came chanting. This land is your land. This land is mine. California, this land is your land. This land is mine for us. California waters, New York Island, this land is redwood forest, Gulf Street waters. This life will, I mean everybody this life is
I got a lot to talk about. They shouldn't have shut me up that long. Because now I'm going to really let loose on them for the next 18 months. I got a lot to talk about. They shouldn't have shut me up that long. Because I'm going to really let loose on them for the next 18 months. They're going to hear a lot. I don't know how we're going to reach people now. I know that there's a lot more availability of press now that I've announced.
Not including extended
So that
portions
I'm gonna be able to
of
talk
that
to
exchange.
people that I haven't been able- I don't know how we're going to reach people now. I know that there's a lot more availability of press now that I've announced what is true. So that I'm going to be able to talk to people that I haven't. We're going to be at each other for 8 years. And then the government's remedy for that. We can't have people who consensus about what is true and marginalize and vilifying them and gaslight. We're going to be at each other's throats. And then making government remedy for that.
How can the Kennedy campaign today in the face of all this hostility? So far, the internet has been our friend to some extent because it's in our hands. The Kennedy campaign and it's possible campaign today in the face of all this hostility for us to get so far the internet, even though our friend to the website because out there seems to be possible in our hands, either on censoring for us to live stream or directly attack for us to get our own message until they turn the internet off. Every other site can be out there seems to keep this campaign going. Censoring off that we're going to have to or directly attack face-to-face agenda until they turn the internet off. Those are the means that can be used to keep this campaign going. You know, if they turn the internet off, we're going to have to rely on face-to-face communication.
Look at the media. It's all these narratives. They all want you to get thinking in a certain way. So most people are not living in a sea of propaganda and censorship. And when I look at the media, it's all these narratives. They all want you to get thinking in a certain way. And so most people are not. They don't have a good defense against propaganda.
Everybody knew to be true. Tapped up the cost of the Ukraine war to acknowledgement that they were being asked and they were complying with censoring information that everybody wants to true. Tapped up
when the horse track is money,
or to
all horses have a chance to win. Well, look at where politics in our nation and our world today. It's a muddy horse track. Bobby has great chances.
Everybody wants safe access.
Look, when the horse track is money,
we have a poll. Kennedy Jr. has basically been nowhere, yet he's at 20%.
And with an absolutely hostile media campaign.
We have a poll. Kennedy Jr. has basically been nowhere, yet he's at 20%.
And with an absolutely hostile media campaign.
39% and just a few points below President Biden. Insights finds that Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s favorability is among likely voters is Vice President Kamala Harris and Donald Trump at 39% and just a few points below President Biden with 43%. But the more notable statistic here is that RFK Jr.'s favorability is skyrocketing.
A lot of Americans are really interested in somebody who's telling the truth. And if I'm right about that, then, you know, this election had a happy ending. A lot of Americans are really interested in somebody who's telling the truth. And if I'm right about that, then, you know, this election will have a happy ending. And if it's not, I'll still have a happy ending.
Oh, wow. This place is getting packed. I'm talking about you guys are in here. How are you feeling so far? Are you loving it? Oh, wow. This place is getting packed. I'm talking about you guys are in here. How are you feeling so far? Are you loving it? Wait. America, did you hear that? Another question. Everybody, our next guest that I'm bringing up is Ron Korn. Ron Korn has been involved in the Menominee language.
America, did you hear that?
For over 2 years.
Everybody, our next
dedicated
guest
his
that I'm
career
bringing
to
up
learning
is
and
Ron
teaching
Korn.
the Menominee
Ron Korn has
language.
been involved
He's done
in
it
the
throughout his career at
Menominee
high schools,
language,
the college level, and in tribal 20 years. Tribal programs. Dedicated his career to learning and teaching the Menominee language. He's done it throughout his career at high schools, the college level, and in tribal programs, and all throughout the community through his nonprofit organization. Everyone, let's give it up for Ron Korn.
Yope yosen cotton no watch call kikitim and they seeking maka a yos. Ayawi and I am muksakut. Kaminaka o matnamine, Kay, Newakium. O Wasan the cotton no watch call kikitim and they seeking maka a yos. Nene ayawi and I am muksakut. The most of my wasasa, the unin nichanak, the tasan the totan, no snap. Hello, everybody. How are we feeling today? I just introduced myself to you all in the best way that I know how. Hello, everybody. How are we feeling today? And I'm more than happy to be here to offer these words to start this campaign. I just introduced myself to you all in the best way that I know how, from the direction that I come. Menominee language. I'm more than happy to be here to offer these words from North Central Wisconsin. And so we're going to use our language to start this out beautiful and Menominee language. Everybody from Bobby to the people that are helping us out at the door, the campaign people, so that things go good for them as they start this journey out. And I know that they're going to be dedicating a lot of time, effort, everybody from Bobby to the people helping us out at the door, the campaign people. That's what we're so that things go good for them as they start this journey out. And I know that they're going to be dedicating a lot of time, effort, and energy, and I wish the best them and the ones that they're houses. So that's what we're going to do here this afternoon. Una up mini not the mokan watakut. Why didn't Kitanan Maui no Tahayana kut Saman Satian? Masa no Coco Masa yo mini Una up mini not the mokan watakut. Why no Tahayana kut Nani? I was Bobby Satian. Yo ni mom yo mini case take the tour yo all Michigan. And Ota Hayana put in any Chamani Moss that Pina to wait and Mihikan and Yoni Mommy Maxi Kakim say to tour. Don't be Tanani Moore, all Michigan away Mark. Have a beautiful day, everybody. Nice to see Mihikan and Eka Mommy Mahno Sakimuka. Why didn't Tanani Moore? Netanaway Markin in me. Have a beautiful day, everybody.
Right
nice
on
to
going.
see you.
We have an awesome performer coming up. She's going to sing for us. She's noted to be from the Hill House, and I don't know if you guys know about the Hill House, but the Hill House. We're going to keep this right on going. We have an awesome performer coming up. She's going to sing for us. Further ado, she's noted to be from the Hill House, and I don't know if you guys know about the Hill House. But the Hill House was recognized by Ronald Reagan for the work that Miss Hale did in the community. So everyone, without further ado, I'm going to introduce this wonderful performer, Mika Hale.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber beautiful rain, for space, for amber majesty of rain. Purple mountain majesty, America, God shed His grace, America, America.
from sea and to shining like the sea with brotherhood. From sea to shining sea. Oh, beautiful, the heroes provide in liberating strife. The heroes provide more than liberating strife. More than self, their country love. And merciful America, that love America, may God thy nobleness and every till all success be nobleness and every gain divine, every gain
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage
God
the
bless
Chief
America!
of Staff for the Kennedy Campaign, Bridget Rasmussen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Chief of Staff for
Hello,
the Kennedy
everyone.
Campaign, Ms.
Thank you
Bridget
so much
Rasmussen.
for being here today. I just wanted to come up and say a few words about the We the People party here in California. Who's heard of We the People? Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. Amazing. I just wanted to come up and say a few words about the We the People party here in California. Who's heard of We the People? We formed a party called We the People. Awesome. In order to, amazing. So as an independent candidate, Bobby does not automatically appear on the ballot here in California. Just across the bridge. So we formed a party called We the People. We've got dozens of volunteers here. They all have green badges, and they all walk you through my home state in just a couple minutes to register for We the Bridge. And that's how we're going to get Bobby on the ballot in California. Here. They all have green badges. Get them in the White House. Walk you through the steps in just a couple minutes to register for We the People. Thank you so much again for being here and being a part of California and eventually get them in the White House. So, yep. Thank you so much again for being here and being a part of this historical day.
There's a lot of energy in this building. Make some noise for RFK. Let's get it. Keep the energy going. How's everybody doing? Well, we're going to do something. There's a lot of energy in this building. Make some noise for RFK. Let's get it. Keep the energy going. So I want everybody to pull out their phones right now or in 3 seconds. Well, we're going to do something collaborative. I want you to text to make sure we continue to show our support. To 20241. Everybody to pull out their phones. Future to 20241. And is everybody ready to declare? And I want you to text future. Is everybody ready to declare their independence? Text future to 20. Everybody watching in the audience once again. Text future. And is everybody ready to declare their independence? We're going to see you soon. Is everybody ready to declare their independence? Everybody watching in this audience once again. Text future to 20241. We're going to see you soon.
We declare our independence.
This is a day of affirmation, a celebration of liberty.
We stand here in the name of freedom.
We declare
We are committed to a day of non-violent change in celebration. We must recognize the full human equality here in the name of freedom of all of our people. Not just to those we are committed religion, peaceful and non-violent those of a particular race. We must recognize not just the full human equality, but to all of our people. Not just to those of a particular religion, fundamental reasons. Not just to those of a particular race, right? Not just to the wealthy, but to all of the people. We must do it for the single
A new twist this morning for the country's most famous political dynasty. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. defends presidential race
That is time to heal a divided nation and return the power to the people.
Robert Kennedy Jr. dynasty.
That is time to heal a divided nation and return the power to the people.
Robert Kennedy Jr.
We are told today that our nation is hopelessly divided. But I found something different as I travel this country. I have witnessed an upwelling of optimism that I've never seen before. Today that our nation is stirring in us. That says it doesn't have to be something different as I travel this country. And so I've come here today to declare our independence from the tyranny of corruption, which robs us of stirring in our lives. That says it doesn't have to be the future. And so I've come here today to declare our independence, first the tyranny of corruption, which robs us of independence from the Democratic Party, our belief in the future, and our respect for each other. But to do that, I must first declare our independence. Independence from the Democratic Party, it's very painful for me to let go of the party and from all other political parties. My father, grandfather, and both haven't made this decision lightly. My sacrifice is nothing for me compared to the risk the founding fathers took. My father, when they signed the Declaration of Independence, both of my great-grandfathers, they knew that if their revolution failed, every last one of them would be the risk. Our founding fathers chose to place everything on the line. They signed the Declaration of Independence. When John Adams put his hand down years ago, after adding his signature, the revolution failed, every last one of them would be hanged. And he said to them, they chose to place everything on the line. Live or die. When John Adams put his pen down from this day after adding his signature to the Declaration, he turned to those and he said, I'm going to make that same pledge to you today, so that I can stand before you from this day on. Every leader should stand before you, free of partisan allegiance, free from the bad. I'm going to make that same pledge to you today, so I can stand before my Creator, as every leader should stand before you, free of partisan allegiance, free from the president enters office, servant owns and unite the nation, my conscience, with my Creator, and to you. None of them ever does it. They can't. Every president enters office. Well, I'm not going to have to unite the nation. I'm going to build people from the other parties from both sides of the aisle. None of them ever does it. And except for the small minority of public officials, well, I'm not going to have to corrupt. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to build coalitions from both sides from the system that has captured them. And except for the small minority of public officials, liberation actually system, I'm going to take us of our wealth. They too want liberation from the system that has captured our ideals, our freedom. And isn't that ultimately our sense of ourselves? Liberation from the system that robs us of our wealth, our health, our hope, our patriotism. Is healing our divided nation possible? And ultimately our sense of ourselves as a good. Let's go take back our country. God bless you. And God bless the United States. Is healing our divided nation possible? Let's go take back our country.
I declare my independence.
God bless
I
you.
declare my independence. We declare our independence.
I declare my independence.
We declare our independence.
We declare our independence.
I declare my independence.
I declare my independence.
We declare our independence.
I declare my independence.
We declare our independence.
I declare my independence.
I declare my independence.
I declare my independence.
Yo declaro mi independencia. We declare our independence.
I declare my independence.
Few men are willing to brave the disapproval of their fellows, the censure of their colleagues, the wrath of their society. Moral courage is a rarer commodity. The few men are willing to brave the disapproval of their fellows. It is the one essential of their vital quality, the wrath of their society. For those who seek to change the world, moral courage is a rarer commodity than bravery in battle or great intelligence. It is the one essential, vital quality for those who seek to change the world.
I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and I approve this message.
Ladies and gentlemen, the brilliant, the beautiful, the hilarious Cheryl Hines. Ladies and gentlemen, the brilliant, the beautiful, the hilarious Cheryl Hines.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here today. Oh my gosh. I am so excited that you're here to help us celebrate another milestone. Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here today. To the presidency. Yes. Oh my gosh. And I am just so excited that you're here to help us celebrate another milestone day on Bobby's campaign to the presidency. In Baltimore. Yes. Who are experiencing and I just want to take a moment to say, in our as we move through our day, prayers today, let's think about the people in Baltimore who are experiencing their tragedy, and we want to keep them in our thoughts, in our hearts. So you're probably here to hear what Bobby has to say today. It's a very exciting day, and you will not be disappointed. So you're probably here. One of the things that hear what Bobby I love about Bobby, there are a lot. I won't spend the day naming them. It's a very exciting one of the things that I truly respect about him. One of the things that I love about Bobby, there are a lot. I won't spend the day naming them, but of all different one of the things that I truly respect about him, the greater good of this country. I have watched him, and continue to watch him inspire. So when you look around you, you're probably going to see Republicans, for Democrats, Independents, all gathered together. To see what we have in common. So when you look around you, you're probably going to see Republicans, and that's what he's Democrats doing. And America is all gathered together and is inspired to see what we have in common and how we can work together. And that's what Bobby's all about, and that's who he is, and that's what he's doing. All right, and America I think we should just do it. Are you ready to hear from Bobby? Are you at all interested to hear from the new VP? Are you ready to hear from Bobby? Okay. Well, let's make a lot of noise. Interested to hear from the new how VP? Enthusiastic you are about this, please, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Put your hands together. Well, let's make a lot of noise. I want to really hear for the next president of the United enthusiastic States. You are about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the next president of the United States, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you all very much. I want to start out, first of all, thanking all of you. Thank you. Thanking Oakland, and thank all of you for being here today. I also want to start out first of all, thanking all of you, thanking Oakland tribal chiefdoms, and thank all of you for being here today. I also want to thank the chairwoman of the tribal council, the for endorsing me today. They putting their faith in me. Ohlone tribe. And the chairman of the tribal council, and they know for endorsing me today, putting their faith in me. Oh, and they know very much that this struggle for indigenous rights, they know consumed a lot of my life, my personal, professional life. Oh, and they know very much this work is going to continue when we're in the White House. This struggle for indigenous rights has consumed a lot of my life, my personal, the Ohlone are one of the many tribes this work is going to continue when we are certified during the 1950s, 1960s, and these tribes, the Ohlone are one of the many tribes that were decertified during 1950s, 1960s, and these tribes need to be re-legitimized. I want to say something about my father in the White House. Spent a lot of time doing hearings in Oakland on the poverty issues for the Poverty Committee. I want to say something about Oakland. My father, when he came back here, a lot of time doing in 1968 in Oakland on the poverty issues. And during that presidential in 1967, he was scheduled to visit to Oakland's Taylor Memorial in 1968 church presidential and he went there with Willie Brown. During that presidential primary, he made an unscheduled visit to Oakland's Taylor Memorial with a lot of local activists here. He went there with Mary Brown, as you know, at the time. He met with the NAACP and the Black Panther Party. He came to meet with a lot of local activists here in Oakland. He was very, very violent police chief time ago. He met with the NAACP, two of his companions, Black Panther Party astronaut, one of his best friends, River John St. Chris meeting. He was advised by the Champion in 1960, and it was one of my, he attended with two of his companions. And the meeting was so rank, friends, River John Sullivan, at the decathlon champion in 1960, was when I advised my father to leave. And the and vitriol threatening him. And my dad refused, and he said, "Listen to me, and I need to advise my father to leave to hear what they're going to say." People were insulting him, and he waited. People were threatening. Stayed throughout that meeting, and my dad refused. And he said, "All of the people who were at that meeting, I need to hear them out. Signed up to hear what they're going to say." And he waited. He stayed throughout that meeting, and day, the Black Panther Party at that meeting provided his security detail here in Oakland and continued to provide the Black Panther Party later on provided his security detail here in Oakland. And there was a lesson that I just wanted to share with you because it's a lesson to provide security for him later on in the campaign, and we need to start listening to each other. And it was a lesson that I just wanted to share with you because it's a lesson all of us need to learn at this point in our history. And we need to start listening. We need to sit through even when it's difficult. We need to sit with each other and listen to the feelings and not walk away and not see each other as enemies. We need to sit love each other, even through that, sit with each other, and listen to the feelings coming out to each other as Americans, not see each other as enemies. Learn to love each other, even through that anger and vitriol. We need to start coming back to each other as Americans. The last time I was in Oakland was when I served on the trial team out in the Monsanto cases, and the last time I was in Oakland was when I served on the trial team. We tried to in the Monsanto case in this city when we wanted 289 million the first, and the third one, which we tried two of the fiasco cases for $1 billion. In this city, we won, and an Oakland jury gave us 2.2 billion. And we wanted 289 million in the first, and the third one, which we tried, and that brought Monsanto to the negotiating table. We settled them all 40,000 cases. But I lived here for several months during that trial. I got really love that brought Monsanto to the negotiating table. We settled in all 40,000 cases. But I lived here for several months during that trial to really love the city. The effort, that effort is in a lifetime has consumed a lot of my life. To get poison out of our food and out of our farms, and who shared my passion for wholesome, healthy food. That effort, chemical-free, has consumed a lot of my life. And I wanted a vice president who shared my passion for wholesome, healthy foods, chemical-free. I found exactly the right person, good soils, and among other things, she has used over the past several years cutting-edge technology, including AI. And I found exactly the right person, health consequences, and among other things in our soil, she has used over the past several years cutting-edge technology, has been a lifelong passion to calculate vice president. Health is important because I also want our soil, our air, our water, my indignation. Technology has been a lifelong passion for my future vice president in the censorship. Important because I also wanted a vice president. And the information shares my indignation is currently waging against the American people. As a partner in the censorship and the surveillance. And the information that's why I'm bringing on someone is currently waging deep inside knowledge about how big tech uses AI to manipulate the public. That's why I'm bringing on strong ideas about how to reverse deep inside knowledge about how big tech uses AI to manipulate the public. A technologist. I want a partner at the forefront with strong ideas about she has spent the past decades relying on neural network freedoms, artificial intelligence, and managed to find a technologist identify abuses in our government. She has spent the last decade the health of every neural network is a national artificial intelligence issue, cutting-edge science risk to identify abuses time and again government. That health understands the health of every American is the foundation of our mental health issue, national happiness risk. Our ability to lead the world in time and again, prosperity, that health drives our economy. I also wanted someone who is our mental health, our national who could help me inspire Americans ability to lead the world in innovation, back in prosperity, and I'm happy to report that my vice president is an avid surfer who could help me inspire Americans to heal, get them back in shape, who attended school on a softball team. My vice president is an avid surfer right here in Oakland. I wanted someone who was battle tested, able to attended school on a softball, defamations and slanders and perjuries right here in Oakland. I want anyone who was battle tested campaign. Able to withstand criticism, the controversy, who has seen the defamation of our regulatory agencies firsthand, that are thrown against anyone who embarks on it allows regulated industry. I wanted an advocate who has seen our corruption of our regulatory agencies firsthand. I wanted someone who shares my indignation. The traditions our nation is regulated as a nation of immigrants, commoditize our food, who also understand our children to be a nation. I wanted someone who would honor borders, the traditions of our nation. I had a nation of immigrants, but who also I wanted a partner to be a nation, a gifted administrator. We need secure, but also possesses the gift of curiosity, an open, inquiring mind, and the confidence. I wanted a partner even as a gifted administrator. And also possesses the gift of curiosity. I wanted someone with a spiritual dimension and the confidence to change even her strongest of deep love in the face of contrary evidence. I wanted someone with a spiritual dimension and compassion and idealism, and above all, I found all of those qualities in a woman who grew up right here in Oakland. The daughter of immigrants, and I found all of those overcame every daunting obstacle, who grew up right here to achieve the highest levels of the American dream. The daughter of immigrants, so proud to introduce to you, overcame ex-vice president of the United States, and went on fellow lawyer, the highest brilliant scientist, technologist, so that is warrior mom. I'm so proud to introduce to you, an ex-vice president of the United States, my fellow lawyer, brilliant scientist, technologist, fierce warrior mom, Nicole Shanahan. Hello. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Nicole before we bring her out here. We're going to see a video. Nicole's personal story began in Oakland. She was the daughter of impoverished immigrants. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Nicole before we bring her out here. We're going to see a video. Like many other Nicole's personal story began in Oakland. She was the daughter of impoverished immigrants. Took her to a career as a patent attorney and as Silicon Valley many other unique challenges, and as a Stanford University fellow. Her very American journey, Nicole assumed a career as a patent attorney and as a Silicon Valley tech defense and intelligence agency, and as a Stanford University fellow. At public health agencies, many of us wanted us to be healthy. Nicole assumed our government, the USDA, our people supported wholesome food. Our defense and intelligence agencies, that the EPA would stand up public health air and clean water. Wanted us to be healthy. The Fed wanted the USDA supported wholesome food. The Democratic Party was on the side of the middle class. EPA would stand up for clean air and clean businesses. That the Fed, that scientists were incorrupt America, and the Democratic Party was on the side of the middle class. A search for Main Street for an exalted search for the truth. That scientists were incorrupt. The President of the United States, and that could always be counted science and free speech. A search for an exalted search for the truth. Do you remember those days? And that the President of the United States and should always have now understand free speech. At the defense agency, I too worked for the military-industrial complex. Do you remember those days? Health agencies work for big pharma, and she'll tell you that the USDA works for big ag, and the defense agencies work for the military-industrial complex. EPA is in cahoots. That health agencies work for big pharma. Scientists can be mercenaries. The USDA, government officials, and processed food cartels. And that the Fed works for Wall Street with the allows millionaire bankers. That scientists can be mercenaries on Main Street. That government officials sometimes act as senators. That's why Nicole and I both. And that the Fed works for Wall Street and allows millionaire bankers to prey down on Main Street and the American worker. And that's why Nicole and I both left the Democratic Party. Our values didn't change, but the Democratic Party did. The things that we love are still the same. We love our families, our children. Our values didn't change. We love clean air, clean water, and productive soils. The things that we love are still the same. We love our families, our children, and our faith. We love our country. We love clean air and clean water and productive soils and good food. We want America to live up to above our highest ideals. We love our country. We want her to be an exemplary nation, a global leader in freedom, opportunity. We want America to live up to. We want America to be a peacemaker. We want her to be an exemplary nation. We want our children to grow up in freedom in a country for which they feel love and pride. We want America to feel safe and have every opportunity. We want our children to grow up as identity in a country to have confidence, love, and pride. We want them to feel safe. We want America every opportunity, dignity, farmers, and entrepreneurs. We want America to honor them, to have confidence in teachers. We want scientists to stand up for science. We want America to be friendly government, farmers, and entrepreneurs. We want America to honor its veterans as teachers. We want scientists to stand up for science and for the truth. And we want our government, Nicole and I, to free speech. Share all of these values. You know what? Despite the artificially orchestrated divisions, nearly all Americans, Nicole and I, share the same values. Share all of these values. And I'm grateful And despite Nicole has put her self-interest aside, orchestrated division, and nearly all Americans share the same values with me on this extraordinary crusade. I'm grateful to win back our country. Nicole has put her self-interest aside and made a momentous and very difficult decision. And embark with me on this extraordinary crusade to win back our country. I was most importantly looking for a partner who is a young person. And Nicole, only 38 years old. I was most importantly looking for a partner. And I wanted that because I want Nicole to be a champion. Nicole is only 38 years old. Number of millennials and Gen Z Americans with lost faith in their future. And I wanted that because I want Nicole to be a champion. Many in her generation, growing up, millennials, older people, Gen Z Americans for so long, who have lost faith in their future or represent lost their pride in our country. That older generation, many in her generation, Congress stopped believing in the White House. People who have been running is the same generation, the same people. Understand ran up $34 trillion debt. That older generation, millennials and Gen Z and their children, the Supreme Court and the White House, shoulder the burden. Is the same generation, the same my baby boom generation, who ran up the $34 trillion epidemic of chronic disease that has millennials and Gen Z and their children, this country and the world, will shoulder the burden. The only response this calamity, my baby boom generation, like government officials unleash the epidemic of chronic disease that has many Americans has made America the sickest country in the world. Really happening. The only response this I both share this calamity about government officials today is to gaslight us, and that it can produce leaders capable it's all normal of imagining a different version of America. Nicole and I both share doubts the future about the corporate. We both have doubts that either the Democratic or can produce leaders capable of dealing of imagining a different version of America and fulfilling great promise of the future technology-driven economy. We both have doubts that either in the right hands, technology can be America's capable of give us flexibility out of debt and fulfilling the great promise of a technology-driven disease epidemic. In the right hands, both technology can be America's wrong hands. It can give technology out of turn its power against humanity, out of environmental ruin. We don't get that chronic either President Trump or President Biden. We both understand that in the wrong hands, technology efficiently against humanity to direct its trajectory. We don't think that either President Trump or President Biden understands the promise or the power of technology sufficiently to direct its trajectory toward freedom and healing. And we're now witnessing this dismaying contest between the two oldest presidential candidates in history. Those two men, during their terms as president, and now witnessing this dismaying contest between the two oldest presidential candidates in history. No due process. Those two men, no scientific their terms as president, no public hearing, both work with our mainstream businesses for a year. 3.3 billion shut this down. With no due process, at both of them, no scientific citation, transferred $4 trillion environmental impacts from the class. They just told us to shut them down. Billionaires. They created 500 new billionaires in 500 days. A billionaire $4 trillion. Today, together, middle class, they ran up with this new oligarchy of billionaires. They created all 5 new billionaires combined since George billionaire day. Two men today, they with a single term in office, they ran up a greater debt than all previous presidents combined since George Washington. They want us instead, two men with a single term in office fear the other guy. Now, to young Americans, they don't want us to talk about two sides of the same. They want us instead, if we vote for either of them again, if we can expect, and we will deserve, but to young Americans, the annihilation of our middle class, of further impoverishment of working. If we vote for either of them again, we expect and we will deserve more environmental destruction, the annihilation of our middle class, the further and fewer constitutional rights, more violent disease, more epidemics, use the platform, more environmental destruction, more debt for all, not just young people. and fewer all the invisible, voiceless Americans. I've asked Nicole, let down by our government, to use the platform. Your vice president, Nicole, will represent for all, not just who feel forgotten, but all the invisible, voiceless Americans who feel going to fight for all those Americans who know your vice president, Nicole, will represent working poor and who watch feel forgotten spike ever higher every day. Wonder how in the world she's going to fight for all those Americans who know what it's like to skip meals. I want her to stand up for the children and who watch food prices spike ever higher and wonder how, and for the veterans make it through feeding their family grocery store checkout line. And for the one, I want her to stand up for the children whose parents served in Afghanistan and Iraq, and for the veterans and who silently feeding their families PTSD and with traumatic brain. And for the 1.1 million American children whose parents served to represent others in Iraq who struggle to protect their and who silently struggle with PTSD with traumatic bad food. I want her to represent the mothers who struggle to protect their children from bad chemicals, bad pharmaceuticals, and bad food. As vice president, she will stand between them and the big ag, big pharma, the chemical industry, the processed food industry, the government regulators. As vice president, she will stand between them and the big ag, big pharma, and as vice president, she's going to stand with me against the military and government regulators who are colluding, poisoning our kids for profit. And as vice president, she's going to stand with me against the military industrial complex, the neocon interventionists, and all of their forever wars. In 1952, Franklin Roosevelt appointed my grandfather, Joseph Kennedy, and run the neocon interventionists and all of their forever wars. My grandfather had in 1932, Franklin Roosevelt appointed my grandfather, and FDR wanted to run his brand new securities understood the stock market. My grandfather had been a stock manipulator, person who could perform it. And FDR wanted a chairman in Silicon Valley, who knows inside and out, as the only person who can reform it. In a similar vein, Nicole will stand up to Silicon Valley, which she knows inside and out. And she's going to stand up to Wall Street, the big banks, the larcenous, K Street lobbyists, the regulatory czars, the unbridled dissent. And she's going to stand up to Wall Street, the crony capitalists, big banks, all of the other, the larcenous, K Street lobbyists, our country, the regulatory czars, the unbridled central money printers, the crony capitalists, and all of the other people who have turned our country from a democracy into a corporate kleptocracy. These are the people. Their cupidity drives our corrupt campaign finance system, which is nothing more than a system of legalized bribery. This is a system that has put agency. Their cupidity drives our corrupt campaign, our government regulators, which is nothing more than a system of legalized bribery. This is a corrupt merger of state and corporate power now straddles our nation's capital, made our government regulators sucking the economic, social, and moral vitality out of the nation. The corrupt merger of state and corporate power now straddles our nation's capital like on the bleaching bones of the American, sucking the economic, social, and moral vitality. Nicole is going to help me free our nation's polity of free citizens, gorging itself on the bleaching bones of the American middle class. Nicole is going to help me free our country from that. Our independent run for presidency is finally going to bring down the Democratic and Republican duopoly. Our independent run for the presidency is finally gave us this ruinous debt and chronic disease, endless wars, lockdowns, mandates, agency capture. The same Trump-Biden uniparty that has captured gave us this ruinous debt, chronic disease, and endless over lockdowns, mandates, agency capture, Vanguard, and the same other corporate donors that has captured and appropriated. Nicole Shanahan will help me rally support, turn it over to BlackRock, the uniparty, and from both ends of the right and the other corporate spectrum. Now let me Shanahan will help me rally support for our revolution against the uniparty rule and what both ends of the right and left political spectrum. The New York Times now let me tell you what published an article estimating that the Democratic and what party war chest to win and how we're going to ultimately be, which the New York Times today this week already published an article estimating in the history of any political party. The Democratic Party in a few months it's going to be $3 billion. Ultimately, the Democratic Party 1.1 billion is not going to use that war chest to amplify in the history of any political party. Is using it within a few months. It's going to stop its opponents from getting the Democratic Party and to turn Americans against that war chest and inundate us with Biden's voice. Is incidentally, the Republican Party will raise out the ballot and to turn Americans against each other. And these inundate us who are giving all that money, incidentally, are acting out of a Republican Party will raise about the same amount. Does anybody, they're acting out of a humanitarian big money donors who are giving, oh, of course they're not, are acting out of a, this is patriotic impulse, and they expect a return. You think they're acting out of a humanitarian, they expect a very, very big return. No, of course, campaign finances. With them, this is an investment. And they expect a return into a corporate kleptocracy. And they expect a very, very big. We're up against power finance. Campaign finance is transforming our powerful financial model democracy into a we also face a determined campaign. So we're up against power finance are powerful. This campaign is evidently the most powerful little facial their candidates' interest in the old-fashioned way. We also face a determined campaign. We are going to overcome these by fair means or foul. But I want to talk about another obstacle of faith in their candidates' ability to win. It's the obstacle of cynicism. It's the we are going to overcome these financial. It's deeply ingrained. I want to talk about another someone that you have little passion for. It's the obstacle of cynicism. He is the lesser of two. It's the obstacle of fear because you are so afraid, deeply ingrained habit of voting for someone you have little passion for. Don't you want to vote for he is the lesser of two evils? Because you are so afraid at the other party. Well, don't you want to vote for someone this time? And not just against someone. Don't you want to vote for a candidate, a country that you can be proud of? And I know yes, because 70% of Americans, someone. Don't you want to vote? They don't want to have to choose between President Trump and President Biden. They don't want to choose between the lesser of two evils. I know you do, especially 70% of Americans men who they don't want to have to choose between President Trump and President Biden. They don't want to choose between the lesser of two evils again. Republicans especially don't want to choose between the two men who 40 years now, and all of these problems, the censorship have just gotten worse. The corrupt merger of state. That's why those same Republicans and Democrats have taken my approval ratings for 30 years now, and all of these problems have just gotten worse. That's why those same polls show that my approval rating now, both the Democrats and Republicans are looking at those poll results. And they're devising ways to keep me off the ballot. They don't want to give you the choice. You know, when I was a kid, now both the Democrats and Republicans are looking at those poll results. The primary fight was to make sure they're devising ways to keep me off the ballot. And none of us they don't want to give you the choice. You know, when I was a kid, the Democratic Party was fighting. The primary fight was to make sure that any American had the right to vote. They don't us will vote for their agenda. But today's Democratic, the principal technique is called the disenfranchise and instill fear in Americans that voting for me vote for their agenda. Other terrifying candidate. The principal technique is to call our campaign is a spoiler. And instill fear in Americans. Voting for me will get some other terrifying candidate elected. Our campaign is a spoiler I agree with that. And for President Trump. It's a spoiler. It's a war machine for President Biden and for President Trump. It's a spoiler for Wall Street, and big ag, and big tech. It's a spoiler for the war machine and the corporate media and all the. It's a spoiler for Wall Street and corporations, big ag and big tech. That's why they're trying to keep me off the big pharma, frighten you. And the corporate-owned media, tired all the unpopular heads of politicians and corporations. That's why they're trying to keep me off the ballot. And millions of Americans choosing are not going to vote tired and unpopular heads of the universe. They're simply withdrawing from American democracy. Millions of Americans are going to give those. Are not going to vote another choice. They're not given another choice. They're simply withdrawing from American democracy. Well, Nicole and I are going to give those. Democrats and Republicans are trying to divide America. They tell us to hate each other, to mistrust each other, to accuse each other of treason, to warn us against these. The Democrats and Republicans are trying to divide America. They tell us to hate the other side and mistrust each other. They turn families, accuse each other of treason. They warn us against these in apocalyptical terms that democracy itself is doing. If the other side, Nicole and I, will unite families against each other, and that's our path to victory. Neighbors against each other and friends against each other. They're trying to divide us. And Nicole and I will unite. That's how we're going to win, and that's our path to victory. That's how we are going to forge an unstoppable coalition of homeless Democrats and homeless Republicans. We're ready to that's how we're going to win. Universal values. That's how we're going to forge an unstoppable coalition of homeless Democrats and homeless conscientious America. We're ready to wants the same way Nicole wants universal values. All those things that I described. And I love our children, good food, every conscientious moral authority around the world wants the same way Nicole wants it, and I want it. All of those things that I described, all of those things we all love, our children, good food. If we can only persuade moral authority around the world, enough Americans to put out of hope state rather than an incorruptible government, we're going to be in the White House. All those things we all in November. If we can only persuade enough Americans to vote out of hope rather than fear, we're going to be in the White House. We've all had the advantage of seeing what President Trump and President Biden can do for our country. Do any of you want more of the same? We've all had the advantage of seeing. If you want more of the same, you should vote out of fear. Can do for our country. If you want genuine, do any of you want more of the same? You need to take a risk and join Team Kennedy. If you want more of the same, you should vote out of fear. If you want a new American revolution, and you need to take a risk, and what that means is to vote from your conscience, vote from your heart, vote out idealism, and join the new American revolution. Refuse above all. What that means is to vote from your conscience. In vote 1776. Vote out of idealism. Generation of Americans vote out of belief in democracy, something that didn't exist anywhere in the world. To vote something that's so in 1776, so impossible. A generation of Americans, and most people thought it was a democracy and something that didn't exist anywhere in the world. Not something that was so improbable, a little risk so implausible, so impossible voting booth. And most people thought it was a joke, and many of them lost it. They risked their property, not a little. They risked their not the little reputation today. By going to a vote, they gave us the democracy. They risked their lives, and many of them lost democracy for the whole world. They risked their property. So they risked acted out of fear and reputation. You vote out of fear. And on this election, you are dishonoring that we have today. That generation of Americans for the whole world. And the other, they acted and the thousands, you vote and hundreds of thousands of Americans. This election, you are dishonoring who gave their lives in the that generation of World War II and the World War other, and all of the other times, and the thousands and hundreds of thousands of Americans. If Nicole and I can get in the Civil War and World War II and World War I and all of the other times that people and risk their lives to defend our country, if Nicole and I can get Americans to refuse to vote from fear, Nicole and I are running in November to help heal the symptoms of an ailing America, to heal our divisions, to heal our economy, to heal our mental health. Nicole and I are running our physical health, heal the symptoms of an ailing America. We need you to heal our divisions, to heal our economy, a governing partner, to heal our mental health, for you, our spiritual, your family, physical, until the last. We can't do it alone. From our government, the last toxin is cleared from our water, governing our soil. We will fight for you and for your family until the last corporate kickback from our government, until the last American child gets to live a healthy life and to pursue their own habits no longer free. Until the last censor is gone from our government, until the last American child gets to live a healthy life. I'm confident that there is no American qualified to free until the last censor is gone from our government. Proud to introduce, I'm all of you. I'm confident Vice President of the United States of America, Nicole Shanahan. Thank you all very much. I'm proud to introduce all of you the next Vice President of the United States of America, Nicole Shanahan. Thank you all very much.
She's a visionary leader and relentless in driving and supporting important projects to improve our lives.
Great perseverance, great leadership. Her success.
She's a visionary leader.
She is an incredibly inspiring
projects to improve our lives.
touches the
Great
hearts and minds of
perseverance.
everyone
Great
I've
leadership.
seen her bring
Her
together.
success is unparalleled.
She is an incredibly inspiring woman who touches the hearts and minds of everyone I have seen her bring together.
What young people are faced with today is completely unprecedented, and it's going to take a new generation of leadership that understands deeply those threats because they are themselves technologists to address the issues unprecedented. It's going to take leadership, a new generation of leadership that understands their life threats because they are themselves technologists that understands what issues at hand to ask. It's going to take them leadership and what it looks like to implement a plan has spent their life in technology. It's going to take the America that understands what questions and in this America how to ask going them to take and what it looks like communities coming to the White House that never have actually been in the White House. This is the America, and these are going to be tech communities. And in this America, Gen Z communities. These are going to be millennials coming to the White House that never have actually been in the White House together is going to, and these are going to be to a healthier communities. These are going to be Gen Z communities. These are going to be millennial communities. Who really born in Roseville, California, near Sacramento. Then my mom and dad decided to move back to Oakland into the home my dad grew up in. You learn from a young age born in Roseville, California, near Sacramento. Then my mom and dad decided to move back to Oakland into the home my color of your skin just gives from a young different cool cultural perspective. And you know, I'm half Chinese, half Caucasian. Something great, but the color of your skin just gives you a different cool cultural perspective. And you know, I'm half Chinese, half Caucasian. In particular, struggled to the people around me. I was Nicole. My mom immigrated to we relied on government assistance from Guangzhou, China. My father, every time my dad particular struggled, there wasn't a lot of money to cover basic expenses like food. We relied on government assistance stamps and go to the local grocery store. My dad lost a job, and at the checkout counter, I remember she would ask my brother and I to go stand by the magazines when it was time to pay. We would get food stamps and go to the local grocery store with my mom, my brother, and I. And at the checkout counter, I remember she would ask my brother and I to go stand by the magazine when it was time to pay. They saved my family. They gave me a chance. It was hard. It's really hard. I went to the University of Puget Sound in Tacoma, Washington. I graduated in 2007, and they gave me a chance. Started working actually on medical device patents. I went to the University to be kind of the resident law firm Washington. I graduated in charge of making sure the software always worked well. I started working actually on medical device, and I loved it. I was always asked to be kind of the resident law firm really hard, that was in charge of making sure the software trains worked well. The top I represented all professionals data correctly. And I loved it. I joined Santa Clara Stanford Law School, which is really computer science. My center at Stanford trains some of the top IP law professionals is how to build humanistic. 2014, I joined Stanford AI unregulated computer science becomes disastrous. My center at Stanford Codex, one of our core themes is how to build on day one programming Bobby Kennedy's presidency as his vice president. I will mobilize the best for us legal experts in AI. And you know, on day one, who have knowledge of these computational ethics, vice president, I will mobilize the best. So after my 2 years at Stanford, I spun out my company, and they're going to have knowledge of computational foundation of my own called Via Echo Foundation, one of the largest funds. So after my 2 years reproductive health at Stanford, I spun out my company, Health. I then founded a foundation at a pace that is actually causing alarm in certain countries right now. Women's health is a direct indication that environmental health is in decline. I gave birth to a healthy baby girl that in November is actually causing alarm in certain countries. That was the happiest day of my life. Women's health from time of birth indication of environmental health. She smiled, she giggled, I gave her attention to a healthy baby girl in November 2018 for things she had a great appetite. At around 10 months, from time of birth until 7 months, dramatically. She smiled, she giggled, she gave attention, she hugged, and her energy for things. She had a great appetite. At around 10 months, things sit her had changed to sit on her own, and she wasn't engaging as much when previously her energy wasn't speaking as high, and she seemed her muscle mass kind of in her own world. Sit her, the evaluator on her own, clearly identified symptoms associated. She wasn't speaking. Autism spectrum pointing. She seemed then and there in 2020 in her own world, and the evaluator clearly identified symptoms associated chronic disease in children. Autism spectrum is due to and environmental disruptors that cause inflammatory symptoms, which then reduce the child's ability to heal. Disease in children is due to environmental disruptors that cause inflammatory symptoms, endocrine disruption, which then reduce, which is caused the child's ability to heal. Chemicals in our the top product environmental chemicals and preservatives are really in our food category. The second category of environmental exposures are which is caused by that electrical chemicals in the form of our wireless technologies, our devices, our cell phones. The second category of environmental we have no regulatory body currently in the United States keeping an eye on this. In the form of our wireless technologies, our devices, our cell phones, really is, and we have no regulatory body currently in the United States. And ironically, many of these medications category of environmental prescribed to help manage the symptoms really is related to medication exposures rely on caused by our health categories 1 and 2. And ironically, many of these medications are I've spent my life in data and technology, and I know that there is exposures caused by categories 1 and 2. We have the tools today that actually poses. And if we are open, I've spent my life in data and technology, and I know that there is healing America, and that is a simple. We have the tools today that I think any person in America we are can make once they have this conversation. We owe it to the American family to take these healing America out, and that is a simple and conclusion water that I think any out of our person in America can make once they have the information. We owe it to the American family to take these toxins. Is so much more our food and out of our water. This out of our medicines is about what is sacred. This campaign and what is sacred is so much in our families in this land, this beautiful land that deserves this much greater attention and care. Is about what is sacred. And what is sacred moves are as an independent families now in this land, this beautiful land that deserves much greater attention. Finding it harder and harder to find the leadership in the White House that represents independent the issues closest to my heart. And because in order for us to get harder and harder, I think we all find the leadership in the White House what that represents to the issues closest to my heart, and the RNC for that matter. In order for us to get there, an opportunity. I think we all need, we crave to rethink what has happened, to see how we can serve in the best interest of the American public. We need outside of the system. We crave that hasn't worked an opportunity. We deserve to see how we can serve in the best interest of the American public, and that's what Bobby Kennedy gives us a system that hasn't worked. We deserve a real election of optimism. And that's what Bobby Kennedy gives us a chance at.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next Vice President of the United States, Nicole Shanahan. Next Vice President of the United States, Nicole Shanahan.
Hi, everybody. And thank you so much for being here today. It is so good to be here in Oakland. Hi, everybody. This city will always have a special place in my heart. It is so good to be here in Oakland. My mother, who's standing right there with her phone up, this city will always have a special place in my heart. She immigrated here from Guangzhou, just a few miles from this very spot. And my late father, my mother, who's an Irish right there, American, with her phone up. I want to tell you a little bit about my She immigrated here from Guangzhou to understand the source of my politics. And my late father was an Irish and German American. My mother's first job when she came to the United States. I want to tell you a little about my childhood. Was as a live-in caretaker to an elderly woman here at Lake Merritt. By the time I was born, first job when she came to the United States in 1983 was as a live-in caretaker to an elderly woman. My father loved here, my brother and I Merritt, but he was very troubled. By the time I was born, she worked as a dental office secretary. From my father and his brother and I dearly, I learned he was very troubled, not to be judgmental. Plagued by substance abuse, he was doing the best he could, struggled to keep a job. I think of him when I see the statistics watching my father and the millions of Americans I learned who are addicted, depressed, not to be judgmental. This is one of the epidemics of our time. I think of him when I see the statistics, the millions of Americans who are addicted, depressed, or suffering. Unusual. This is one of the epidemics of our time. It has become part of my determination to do something for our country. I wish my experience was unusual, but it's not. It has become part of my determination to do something for our country. Every time my dad lost his job, our family just couldn't cover expenses. Food, gas, clothing, upkeep. Adds up more than you have in this situation. Every time a lot of Americans' job, our family just couldn't cover expenses. To just be one misfortune away from disaster, it adds up more than you have in this situation. I don't think I know a lot of Americans made it without food stamps and government help. To just be one misfortune away from disaster. My mom worked hard, but it wouldn't have been possible to keep it together without that. I don't think we would have made it without food stamps. As you probably know, I became very wealthy later on. Mom worked hard, but my roots in Oakland, it wouldn't have been possible to keep it together. I never forgot without that help. That the purpose of wealth, as you probably know, I became very wealthy later on in life. That's what it's for. In Oakland taught me many things, and I want to bring back. I want to bring that back to politics too. That is the purpose of privilege. I went to St. Mary's. That's what it's for. High school, just a few miles from here. I want to bring back. I want to bring back to politics too. That is the purpose of privilege. I went to St. Mary's in my junior year, high school, just a few miles. I had another formative experience in my junior year, and that we have St. Mary's Panthers here for this lifetime of political consciousness. In my junior year program to live with families in El Salvador, and praying with these families and helping them rebuild after the Civil War there. I learned what war really is. I applied for a program to live with families in El Salvador. Apart. It brutalizes children, with these families, and helping rebuild after the Civil War. Unspeakable horror on the innocent. I learned what war really is, and I also learned how it rips the resilience apart, of the human spirit. It brutalizes children. Capacity to heal. How it visits unspeakable horror on the innocent. El Salvador is where I came to understand the resilience. More importantly, is where I also came to understand peace. To heal. That is what inspired me to my first political action in high school. El Salvador is where I came at the onset of the Iraq War. More importantly, I became an anti-war activist to understand peace. That is what inspired me to my first political action. If I'm being honest, I didn't really know how to do it. At the onset of the Iraq War, I printed pamphlets and I led a walkout, and we went to our local radio station. But if I'm being honest, I didn't really know how to do it. Then that violence. I printed pamphlets and I led a walkout, and we went to our local radio station. And I didn't want my country, the country I love so dearly, but to be doing that in my bones. Then that violence begets more violence. I'd seen what that does to society, and I didn't want my country, the country I love so dearly. So these are two of my doing that in the world. Convictions I hold today: to serve peace and to help those in poverty. So these are two of my political convictions I hold today: to serve peace. So you can understand why I gravitated to Democratic Party. Because that was supposed to be the party of peace, the party of compassion. Many Democrats, you can understand why I gravitated to the Democratic Party. Ideas. But unfortunately, as because that was supposed to be the party of peace, the party of compassion. Many Democrats, we still believe in those ideals. There's only one anti-war candidate today, and you won't find him in the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. He is an independent, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. There is only one anti-war candidate today, and you won't find him in the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. It is his commitment to peace and to the welfare of hardworking people in America that draw me as a person of compassion to his candidacy. Yes, and it is his commitment to peace and to the welfare. As recently as a year ago, I really didn't think that draw me as a person of compassion. I didn't know much about him. Yes. All I had was a mainstream media narrative that was effectively telling me. As a year ago, I really didn't think much of Bobby Kennedy because I didn't know much. But then about a friend who's here today, all I had was a mainstream media narrative. Pulled me aside, and she said, "Nicole, effectively telling me, do me a favor, horrible, disparaging things. Listen to an interview with Bobby Kennedy." But then a friend who's here today, so I did, pulled me aside. I did, and then I listened to another one, and then another one, and I recognized that the person just listened who I was seeing in these interviews was the exact opposite of the media. So I did of his character. I did, and then I listened to another one, and then another one, and I recognized that the person. I saw a person of intelligence, of compassion, the exact opposite of the media slander of his character. I saw a fellow lawyer who had committed himself to finding the truth and fighting for the environment and for people. I saw a person of intelligence, of compassion, and of reason. I saw a fellow lawyer who had committed himself to finding the truth and fighting for the environment and for the first time. I discovered a person who speaks out on issues that, even though they are critically important to human health, we can do this, are consistently ignored by our government. It's possible. And for the first time in a long time, I felt hope for our democracy again. One of those issues We can do this. Passion of mine and a focus of my philanthropic work. Chronic disease. I got into it through my own journey of reproductive health, followed by a steep learning curve of mine, preparing for my daughter, and a focus of my philanthropic diagnosis, chronic disease. In that journey, I got into that women's my own journey of reproductive decline around the world, steep learning curve for caring for my daughter, a crisis who has an autism health diagnosis that is embedded in the larger epidemic. I discovered that women's fertility is in precipitous decline on the world. For me and my daughter, a crisis in reproductive health, and consulted some of the best embedded in the larger epidemic. Let me tell you what I found. Because it has been so personal for me and my daughter, there are three main causes. And consult some of the best scientists. One is the toxic substances in our environment, like endocrine disrupting chemicals in our food, water, and soil. Like there are three main residues, the industrial pollutants, the microplastics, one is the toxic substances in our environment, the food additives, like and the forever chemicals that have contaminated nearly every human cell. Like yes, and it makes residues, the industrial pollutants, the microplastics, the PFAS, we shouldn't the food additives, and the forever chemicals that have contaminated nearly every human cell. Is electromagnetic and it makes you pollution. You don't hear politicians talking much about that either. To say it because it is something here right now. Look at, as Bobby says. Second, we need to investigate every possible cause of chronic disease epidemic that is devouring our nation from the inside. But it is something we need to look at, as Bobby says. Third, I'm sorry to say, we need to investigate every possible cause of chronic disease epidemic that is devouring our nation. Pharmaceutical medicine has its place. But no single safety study can assess the cumulative impact of one medication on top of another prescription and one shot on top of another shot on top of another shot throughout the course of childhood. But no single safety study right now. Cumulative impact, and we ought to on top of another prescription and one shot on top of another shot on top of another shot throughout the course of childhood. We just don't do that study right now, and we ought to. Conditions like autism used to be 1 in 10,000. Now here in the state of California, it is 1 in 22. We can, and we 22 children affected. Conditions like autism used to be 1 in 10,000. Now here in the state of California, it is 1 in 22. And our country will not be well for very much longer if we don't heed this desperate call for allergies, obesity, anxiety, depression. Our children are not well. Our people are not well, and our country will not be well for very much longer if we don't heed this desperate call for attention. I've spoken to our government agencies. Trust me, I've tried. I've spoken to senators. I've spoken to governors. They all know something is wrong, but none of them take any action. I've spoken to our government agencies. Candidate I have for president who takes the chronic disease epidemic seriously. It is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and wrong. I will be his ally, making our nation healthy again. Candidate I have met for president who takes the chronic disease epidemic seriously. It is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and I will be his ally in making our nation healthy again. Or quote, finding the cure. We know the cure is cleaning up our environment and providing the basic public goods that are the foundational conditions for health and healing. It is not about a new pill. It is about a shift in our priorities. It is about we know the cure is cleaning up our environment and providing the basic public goods that are the foundational conditions for health and healing. It is about a shift in our priorities. It is about compassion. Chronic disease, addiction, poverty, depression. This is where Americans are hurting the most. It is time for politicians. So here is how the Kennedy-Shanahan ticket is going to end the chronic disease epidemic. While Bobby is focused on ending the corporate capture of our regulatory agencies, I am going to assemble the Kennedy-Shanahan technologists and scientists in the world, and we will use the latest. While Bobby is focused on ending the corporate capture of our regulatory agencies of our nation, and those other nations who are also on a quest to solve chronic disease. We will use the latest. We will find the answers. The health records databases of our nation and those other nations who are also on a quest to solve chronic disease. To our most pressing we will find within weeks, not decades. We can. if we have access to those we will find the answers. It is time to move out of the dark ages health concerns within weeks. We can solve the mysteries guarded by corporate influence. We can move. We have access to those databases. And we can end. It is time to move out of the dark ages of medicine. We can solve the mysteries guarded by corporate influence. We can move from Band-Aid solutions, and we can end this chronic disease epidemic once and for all. I believe it. You know, my sense is that most American moms and dads already know the truth of the matter, and it's just long overdue that the duty of care owed to the American family is actually given. Is that most American moms and dads already know the truth of the matter, and it's just I have a background in tech. That the duty of care owed to the American family is actually given. We can't find the answers conclusively. I developed AI. I have a background to automate affordable legal services. To think in terms of guess what? The CDC and research in my tech days have data we need. I developed AI-powered software to automate affordable legal services. We can figure out what's making us sick. Well, guess what? We just have to ask the right questions, do the right research, and apply the tools. We can apply technology to figure out environmental factors. We have to rid science and figure out what's making us contaminates it today. We just have to ask the right questions, do the right research, then we put this thing into reverse. We have to rid science of the corporate bias that contaminates it today. The first issue that I applied my tech background to was then we put this thing into reverse. It was across the bay in San Francisco. So actually, where the district attorney's office that I applied my tech background to was criminal justice records thought to contain evidence of racial bias. It was across the bay in San Francisco, where the district attorney's office computer scientists examining thousands of computational method to contain these records, evidence of racial bias, wrongful arrest, and patterns of prejudice. What I really learned. I put together a team of computer scientists to develop a computational method to collate these records. It isn't just about policing analysis. It is about the school to prison pipeline. What I really learned. About a broken and dismally functioning infrastructure. It is about recidivism that we have not taken the right approach. It isn't just about policing. It is about the school to prison pipeline. It is about a broken and dismally functioning infrastructure. How do we make it is about recidivism that we have not taken the right approach to. A system of rehabilitation and not punishment. These questions don't have easy answers. I know this is hard. How do we make it's very hard, but they are the right questions our systems asked, and there's only one candidate asking them, and it's Bobby Kennedy. These questions don't have easy answers. I know this is hard. This is very hard, but they are the right questions to ask, and there's only one candidate asking them, and it's Bobby Kennedy. I'm going to mention one more issue close to my heart. My interest in health and solving climate issues has led to the realm of agriculture. And I'm going to mention one more. I realize the nation's health comes down to its soil and the people who work it. My interest in health and solving climate issues has led me to the realm of agriculture. Healthy soil is the foundation of healthy food. It is the foundation of a healthy ecosystem, and it is down to our answer to the climate crisis. Hell yeah. Healthy soil is the foundation of healthy food. It is the foundation of healthy economy, and it is our politician besides Bobby Kennedy. Do you ever hear talking about soil? None. It is the foundation of healthy economy. Common Ground is the latest. But what politician besides Bobby Kennedy do you ever hear talking about Common Ground and Kiss the Ground people here? Thank you guys for coming out today. I've produced 2 films on issue, Congress people and senators, but all I've gotten are vague promises that never amount to real change. We've got some Common Ground and Kiss the Ground people here. Thank you guys for coming out today. Alike have fallen under the sway of big agriculture. I've talked to Congress people and senators, but all I've gotten are vague promises that never might invoke the ideal of the family farm, but they have Republicans and Democrats alike have fallen under the sway. I am entering myself. I know I'm not a politician until just now, but I am entering myself to do this work and to highlight this need because guess what? I've met some of the most innovative. I know American I'm not a politician until just now, but I am entering myself to do this work and to highlight this need because revitalize the economy. I've met some of the most innovative American farmers. Their methods rebuild soil, sequester carbon. And you know what? We don't have to force anyone to do anything or to imitate them. All we have to do is change our system of regulation and subsidy to support them. And you know what? We don't have to force anyone to do anything. We can no longer support extractive corporate agriculture. Change our system of regulation and subsidy to support those methods. I'm so hopeful for this. I hope you all understand. We can no longer support extractive corporate agriculture. And what I hope in this moment, I'm so hopeful for this. I am leaving the Democratic Party. What has brought me into politics, hasn't it? And in this moment, I am leaving the Democratic Party, and I want to say 2 things about that. First, even though I am leaving the party, I believe I am taking the best ideals and impulses. And I want to say 2 things about that. First, even though the Democratic Party is supposed to be the party of compassion, I am taking the best ideals, party of diplomacy and science. It is supposed to be the party of civil liberties and free speech. The Democratic Party is supposed to be the party of middle class and the American dream. It is supposed to be the party of diplomacy and science. It is supposed to be the party of civil liberties many Democrats, and most importantly, still abide by the middle class and the American dream. I want to point out, and I've been in touch with many people in the Democratic Party. While I know many Democrats in their leadership still abide by those values, I want to point out, and I've been in touch with many people. I worry for the party's overwhelming interest in elitism, liberty, and winning at all costs. And I worry that they do it even if that means turning a blind eye. I worry for the parties to be true. Overwhelming interest in elitism, I know this because I've been in those circles for the last 8 years, and I worry that they increasingly tired of it. That means turning a blind eye on the issues that they all know to be true. I know this because I've been in those circles for the last 8 years. It wasn't until I met Bobby and the people supporting him that I felt tired of it in the outcome of this election. As I've re-examined my Democratic Party assumptions, I have seen conservative voters and the people supporting him that I felt any hope in the outcome of this election. I have met hunters who are some of the most I've re-examined my Democratic Party assumptions I've ever met. I have seen conservative voters ecosystems better than most. I have met farmers. I have met mothers. I have met hunters who are some of the children who are searching every possible avenue for their health. Who understand ecosystems better than most. Party like the Democratic is letting them down because protecting their children of the party are diverting from the values that actually for their health, individual freedom. And yet the Republican Party like the Democratic is letting them down because the actions of the party are diverting the values. The very failure of both parties to do their job to protect their founding values has contributed to the decline of this country in my lifetime. In fact, maybe that's why I see so many Republicans disillusioned with their party as values has contributed to the decline of this country in my lifetime. If you are one of those disillusioned Republicans, I welcome you to join me, a disillusioned Democrat, so many Republicans in this movement to unify and heal America. If you are one of those disillusioned Republicans, I welcome you to join me, a disillusioned Democrat, in this movement to unify and heal America. This independent movement comes at a time of extreme division in America that threatens to tear this country apart. Yes, let's fix it. It is time for a realignment. It is time, as Bobby Kennedy says, to focus on our unifying values rather than our divisions. And so if anyone is listening, let's fix it. Never considered an independent. It is time for a realignment. It is time, as Bobby Kennedy says, to focus on our unifying values rather than our divisions. And so if anyone is listening, who never considered an independent ticket, I want to extend the same invitation at his vision for America that my friend did to me. It is a vision that I share too. Listen to Bobby Kennedy as I spend the next 7 months of my life getting him on each and every vision for America. Country. It is a vision that I share too. As I spend the next 7 months of my life getting him on each and every ballot in this country. We're going to do it. We're gonna do it. The vision we share is a vision of national healing. It is America that leads the world no longer through force of arms. We're gonna do it. The power of example. It is an America that wages the vision through diplomacy. It is an America that it is America that leads the world no longer through force of arms on the earth and turned it around. Of example. It is an America that wages through diplomacy. It is an America where everyone who worked hard can afford a decent life, country on the earth, and it is an America where people of all races receive fair and equal treatment under the law. It is an America where it is an America whose freedoms are the envy of the world. It is an America where people of all races receive fair and equal treatment under the law. It is an America whose freedoms are the envy of the world. It is an America with honest and transparent government institutions. Can you imagine a country whose government doesn't lie to you? People talk about my age. It's true. I will be the youngest vice president in American history. People talk about my age. It's true. I will be the youngest vice president in American history. Let me tell you why so many of us young people have turned away from politics. It's because we lost hope that change would ever come from inside the system. After all, let me tell you why so many of us young people have turned away from promises of hope and change or to drain the swamp. It's because we lost hope that change would ever come from inside the system. Bit by bit. After all, passing year, which party wins with promises of hope and change or to but the other reason is that we can't stand the phoniness anymore, declining bit by bit. Each passion. We can't stand the lies. We can't stand the inauthenticity. But the other reason is that that's why Bobby Kennedy leads in all the polls among young people. We are hearing our voice in his. We can't stand the inauthenticity. And that's why Bobby Kennedy leads in all the polls among young people. We are hearing our voice in his. So I come to you today as a former Democrat. I come to you as a woman not quite 40. I come to you as someone who has experienced sickness and health and poverty. So I come to you today as a former Democrat. And I come to you as a mother, as a woman not quite 40. I come to you as someone who has experienced sickness and health, poverty, and wealth. You know, most of the philanthropists I work with are women, other mothers. And initially, it was a mother who's here today. You know, most of the philanthropists I work with are women in this campaign, other mothers. I never thought in a million years I would be up here. And initially, it was a mother who's here today who reached out to inspire support in this campaign. I never thought in a million years I would be up here. But what I am doing is I'm joining the millions of mothers out there to support this candidacy. But they are Republicans and Democrats and independents of mothers. They read the labels at the supermarkets and how to keep their kids healthy. They watch in anguish, many of them, when their children suffer. They are Republicans and Democrats and independents. They read the labels at the supermarkets in order how to keep their kids healthy. They do their best to hold it together. Many of them, when their children suffer from chronic disease, they cry silently as teenagers deal with depression, they're my heroes. Anxiety, and addiction. They do their best to hold it together, and they do because they're strong. These moms, they're my heroes. They're the moms trying to make a normal life for their children. They're my heroes in a world that has gone crazy. As a mother myself who knows the firsthand challenges of raising a child with special needs, they're my heroes. They're the moms trying to make a normal life for their children in this world, in a world that has gone crazy. I will work with Bobby Kennedy to make America once again challenges a country of peace, a child with special needs, a country of compassion, a country that is prosperous and free, a little less crazy. And this, I will work with Bobby Kennedy to make America once again miracles, a country of peace that the human spirit can accomplish. I have seen its resilience, prosperous and free. And this, And most importantly, that I have seen miracles. I have seen its capacity to heal. I have seen its resilience. And what is possible for the human being is also possible. And most importantly, I have seen capacity to heal. Join me and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the healing of America. We've got this. We're going to do this. So please, join me and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the healing of America. We've got this. We're going to do this.
So there you have it. Now we know who it is. The secret revealed.
Wow.
I'll throw it to you for your initial reaction. So there you have it. Now we know who is.
Did you?
The secret revealed. I did this morning when the New York Times and all these other media outlets started reporting it. Initial reaction.
Didn't see that one
coming.
You know, I'm so used to fake news.
I did this morning when the New York Times and all these other media
nothing that I read,
started reporting it.
Until I heard it from Kennedy's mouth.
I'm
so I just couldn't used to fake news
that I believe.
Now that I've heard it, I still can't believe it. Nothing that I heard. Until I heard it from Kennedy's mouth. You know, I'm like, what? I just
it makes sense. It does make sense though.
Now that I've heard it, I still can't believe it.
He needs her money.
Yeah, I'm like, at first, money. I'm like, what?
And it makes sense. It does make sense. So he needs her just open her wallet and her money.
Yeah,
Tulsi could not need
money. Always helps.
I don't know if any of those other people could. It would take massive fundraising, coupled with open her wallet, huge organizational challenges. She takes care of the money. Could not the organizational challenges. I don't know if any of those other people could. Not themselves. It would take massive fundraising coupled with. That's why huge organizational challenges. She takes care of the money. The organizational idealistic, care of themselves, but very inspirational. Well, not themselves. Now you have the means to get that done.
I didn't know anything about her life.
I have to say,
until
very inspirational, idealistic,
and I
but
was
very
moved by it.
Yeah,
especially how she grew up. I didn't know anything
But
about her.
huge
life
challenges in front of
until
her and
she told
him.
us her story.
If
And
they
I
were
was
to get
very
elected,
moved by it.
let's say
Yes,
they
especially
get
how
to
she
the
grew
House,
up.
they're going to need political huge allies. challenges They in need front to of get her game. and him. If Idealism is they one were to thing, get, then you have to let's deal say with they the do reality get to the White House of the they're deep going state, to need political all the allies. things they need to play the the game. So entrenched. So idealism.
Well,
it's one thing
I
to
hope
say it, but
she's
then you
prepared.
have to deal with the
I hope
reality.
she's prepared
of
because she seems
the
like a
deep
real
state,
sweet,
all of the things that have
tender-hearted
been so
lady.
entrenched. So
And
yes,
well, I
it's one
hate
thing
to
to
see her
say
get
it, but
thrown
another
into the
thing to
Shark
fix it.
Tank.
Oh my
I hope
goodness.
she's prepared
Yes.
because she knows
seems
what
like
she's
a
getting
really
into.
sweet,
Probably not.
Tender-hearted
and
But-
lady. They're going to fight.
And
hell,
politics
I hate
and
to see her get
legislation.
thrown into the Shark Tank.
Oh my goodness.
Up and
yes,
I hope
big
she knows what
ag,
she's getting into.
Big pharma, the Probably military not. industrial
And
complex,
they're gonna fight
the
like
deep
hell
state, the
against Kennedy and
the
Shannon.
lettered agencies, up the against Democrat big machine, ag, the big RNC, pharma, the military MAGA industrial Trumpers. complex. Is there anybody that the isn't deep going to get a state, knife out and come after them? The No. lettered In agencies. fact, I don't think that there will the be knives. They're Democrat gonna get out the machine, nukes. The
RNC,
RNC, the MAGA Trumpers.
I said
Is there anybody that isn't going to get a knife out and come after them? No. I don't think that there will be knives. They're going to get out the nukes. They're
I
going to,
forgot the CIA.
they're in a heap of trouble now. The lettered
and the
agencies.
Republicans and the Democrats.
There wasn't. I don't think there's anyone they left out that they could get upset with them today. So they're in a heap of trouble now.
All the boxes,
And the
yes, I would say
Republicans
so. And the Democrats.
They'll get the support of the people. I don't think there was anyone they left out that they could get upset with them today. So
they pretty much ticked off
everything
all
else.
the boxes. Yes, I would say so.
So they'll get the support of the people, but they get the wrath.
You probably
of
saw the comments that were in our chat room on the
of everything
screen.
else.
Of course, at
It's
first,
strong out there.
nobody wanted to like. Well, I think because all they knew
you
was that
probably
she
saw
was a
the
big
comments
time that Democratic
were
donor
in our chat
heavily
room
involved with Silicon
the
Valley,
screen. And
big
of course,
tech.
at first,
Nobody
longtime
wanted to like
Democrat
this. She
woman,
described
because
herself.
all they
as a
knew was that she was
progressive
big-time through
Democratic
and through,
donor,
which
heavily involved with
immediately
Silicon Valley, big
alienated
tech,
so many
conservative and
longtime
Republican
Democrats.
voters.
She described
who
herself
really
as
like
Kennedy.
progressive.
We have
through
on
and
our
through
campaign,
which
we see so
immediately
many former
alienated
DeSantis voters,
so many
Ramaswamy
conservative
voters,
and Republican voters,
Trump
who
voters,
really like
Kennedy.
Just
We have
loved
on our
Bobby
campaign
today.
We see so many former DeSantis voters.
I don't know if she's going to
Ramaswamy
scare
voters,
them off.
Trump voters.
But I was
who
watching the
just
View
loved
of Bobby until today, and it just instead of going down,
I
I
don't
thought
know if she's going to scare
watched it as soon as Bobby said her name. But
I was like, okay, are people going to start leaving
the
now?
viewer count, Rick, but didn't, and it just
numbers went
instead
up.
of going
Oh, yeah, they
down.
were falling.
Wanted to,
People
I thought I
falling in love
watched
with
it
her.
as soon as Bobby said her name. Yeah, by the
I
end
was
of
like,
her
okay, are
speech,
people
all
gonna
that
start
I
leaving
don't
now?
like her was. Oh, I think
didn't.
I love
Numbers
her.
went up,
So,
Oh yeah, they were falling.
I think she won a lot of people
falling in
over
love with her. Oh yeah.
with that speech.
Yeah, by the end of her speech,
and
all
yet
that
we
we
don't
don't like
until
her
today.
was,
we knew
I think I
nothing about
love
her
her.
politics.
So
She's never
I
spoken
think
about
she won a lot of
politics
people
with
over
issues or
Oh yeah.
that's written articles on the issues,
and yet we know
she's had
until
her
today
pet
we knew
causes
nothing about
that
her
she's
politics.
devoted
She's
to.
never spoken
We
about
don't know how she feels
politics
about
with
things
things
like
like
issues,
Second Amendment,
abortion,
written articles
the
on the
wars
issues.
overseas.
She's had
the
her
meat
pet
and potatoes
causes
kitchen table
that she's
issues.
been devoted to.
That
we don't
but
know.
we don't know how she feels about things like
And
the
we need to
Second
learn a
Amendment,
lot more about the
abortion,
economics,
the wars overseas,
economic plan. You can't do
the meat and
anything if you don't get
potatoes,
the economy
kitchen
right.
table
And the
issues.
U.S., the West
That
in
we don't
general, and we huge do issues. learn In a lot fact, more about I'm sitting up here in Canada today. The economic plan. You can't do anything if you don't get the economy right. We are now facing the U.S., the West in general, economic emergency, huge issues. In fact, I'm sitting up here in Canada today, and that is
they finally
Canada,
admit it.
Yeah, and actually, as I sit here and I look at this,
Wow.
an economic a senior Bank of Canada official because of inflation. Carolyn Rogers, and that is
they
not
finally
saying
admit it.
today. I've been trying to tell everybody here, and I look at this.
Wow.
This is a senior Bank of Canada. We need productivity Carolyn Rogers, and now she's the first time I've heard anybody what I've been trying to tell everybody for the past 4 years. The Bank of Canada or any sitting over here, any area, any of those quarters over there, coming out now, and saying this is the first time I've heard anybody. Oh, we're going to increase the interest rates over here. The Bank of Canada or any. Said no, you need growth. Any area, any of those emergency now, they're coming out and saying that. It's the same thing in the state. We're going to increase the interest rates. You guys have drop them over there. The U.S. side, you need such a huge debt because of all the military spending now and the corruption. And it's the same thing in the states. It's only worse because you guys have on the U.S. side such a huge debt because of all the military spending and the waste and the corruption
in Baltimore,
and it's just,
which again makes us realize we're spending our money in the wrong places.
The country.
We should be talking about, and we all saw the bridge collapse today, right here at home in Baltimore. Instead of wars, which again makes us realize.
Well, you don't want to be running ships and bridges either, but.
We should be talking about exactly. I mean, is there a way to build a bridge right here at home instead of wars overseas hit by a ship?
Well, you don't want to be running ships and
I don't think so.
either. It's like,
not that I know of. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's no way. Is there a way to build a bridge that's? Oh, it's Jay. It gets hit by a ship. Scott. Unmute your mic, I don't think so.
It's like
not that you in here. Oops, ran into that bridge. Oh, it's Jay. Unmute the thing. My buddy Jay Scott. I don't think unmute your mic, brother. Though. Jay, can you hear us? Your mic is muted. Trying to unmute the thing.
Your microphone.
He's like doing sign language here. We can't hear you. Jay, can you hear us?
Turn on your microphone.
Turn on your mic. We can't hear you.
Your microphone.
He's like doing sign language here. We can't hear you.
Turn on your microphone.
Turn on your mic. We can't hear you.
Guys, I scared him away.
Figure it out.
He was like, this guy's crazy. I'm out of here. Your microphone.
He's actually been on the show before. I think he's having technical difficulties.
Guys, I scared him away.
Figure it out.
He was like, this is crazy. I'm out of here.
He left. Look at that. He's actually been on the show before. Device is not. I think he's having technical. I'm out of here. He's been on stage. I'm out of here. How about Sherry over there? She's still hanging out. He left. Look at that. Sherry in, but I think she's not connected. Okay, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. How about Sherry over there? It's up to us. Still hanging out.
Well, the
other to bring Sherry.
The other thing about her being 36, I think it is
38.
38. I mean, they're trying to appeal to younger voters. I will say this:
it's up to us.
Every time I've seen the campaign. The other thing about her try to appeal to younger voters, they tend to I think it is 38. Because young people, while being they're trying to appeal to younger voters and bring in energy, they tend every time I've seen a campaign out and vote anywhere try to appeal to younger voters, they tend to lose because young people, while being
disagree with you there
idealistic and bringing a lot of energy, they tend to not actually turn out and vote. For whatever reason, they tend not
went
to
on
do that.
MTV.
I've never
seen. Have to. When Arsenio played the saxophone, I remember won the election in 1992. My generation, Gen X, he went on MTV once.
Yeah,
went on and Arsenio played the saxophone, won the election. I apologize. Yeah, my generation, Gen X, I voted for him, and I shouldn't have. It's the only political we're sorry. Of my life. We're sorry. I apologize. I voted for Ross Perot. I voted for him, and I shouldn't have. Regret. It's the only political regret of my life. I'm still kicking myself. I should have voted for Ross Perot. What was wrong with me? I so regret.
I don't know.
Voting for Bill Clinton.
You changed
in 1992.
Well, you change your mind from time to time. I've noticed that.
Yeah. What was wrong with? We were just talking about that actually.
I don't know. Isn't that interesting? I'm trying to look up some stats. You change your mind from time to time. I've noticed that.
Yeah.
Like what percent?
We were just talking about that actually.
No, for Clinton.
Clinton.
Isn't that interesting?
I'm
trying to look up some stats. Yeah, I'm talking about the demographic breakdown was back then for him. I'm just like what percent?
Perot?
No,
hey,
for
can
Clinton.
You guys hear me now?
Clinton.
Yes.
There we are. He won by margin.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm talking about demographics, though.
So sorry about those.
I'm just interested.
before I'm at work right
can
now.
you guys
so
hear me now?
Multitasking.
Yes. There we are.
Definitely wanted
Hi
to
there,
just
Jay.
drop by really quick.
What's up?
Share
Hey.
a few thoughts. So sorry,
you guys.
Yeah, I'm so curious. What did you think of Nicole Shanahan?
I'm trying not to be negative,
I definitely
wanted
to
just drop by really quick.
share
About the pick because someone who
Yeah, I'm so curious. What did you think of Nicole Shanahan?
I'm trying not to be negative, but to be honest, I am a little bit worried.
Connections she may have to Event 201. So I didn't get to hear,
about
the
her
entirety
recording
of her
Whitney
speech
Webb,
because
again,
posting
I'm at work,
a
so
few connections she may have to
not
Event
deserting,
201. So
Kennedy
I
campaign
didn't
or
get
ruling
to
out
hear,
voting for him,
but
the
I would
entirety
like
of
to
her
hear her
speech
speak a little bit
again,
more
I'm at work,
about
so
the pandemic, her thoughts
she
behind,
can win me
where it
over.
came
I'm
from.
not deserting.
And I would also like to
campaign
hear a little bit more from her intelligence
I would like to
agencies,
hear her
deep
speak
state,
a little bit more
to see
about
how she feels about those
thoughts
issues
behind,
because
where
I
it
do
came from,
definitely agree, and I would also
to know
like
who
to
we're speaking
hear
to.
a little bit
So
more
she
from
told a
her
lot about her
intelligence
background
agencies,
story
deep
today,
state,
but
like
Rick
see
mentioned
how she feels
a
about
few
those
moments
issues
ago,
because she didn't
I
really
do
dive
definitely agree
too
it's
deep
important to
into
know who's
the
speaking
policies.
to,
So
and
she
really
told a
share
lot
too
about
many
her
of her
background
opinions.
story
But
today. It is great.
like
She
Rick
recognizes
mentioned,
the importance
a few
of
moments ago,
she didn't really dive too deep
cleaning up our
into
food
supply
policies.
So that's a
really
positive.
share too many of
However,
her
in my
opinions.
opinion, the biggest
it is
issue
great
facing
she
this country is
recognizes
reigning
the
in the deep
importance of,
state, and if we have a VP who is not
fearless
food supply, so that's a positive.
However,
I think it can
in
be
my opinion,
a
the
little
biggest
bit
issue
tough
facing this country
to
is
get
reigning
that,
in the
which
deep
is
state.
why,
And
like you, Lori,
if we
I
have
was
a
rooting for
VP
Jesse
who
Ventura
is not
fearless
I know
on that
he's a
specific
champion
issue.
I think
So
it can be
I'm not done
a
with
little
the
bit
campaign.
tough
I'm not saying
to
get
ditching
that done,
Kennedy,
which is
but
why,
like
like
Lori,
Lori,
I was rooting for
Jesse
Jesse
Ventura,
Ventura because I
but
know he's a champion for
I
that
have a few
specific
questions.
issue.
So
that I would like
I'm not done
answered,
with
I
the
would say.
campaign. I'm not saying I'm ditching
Me too.
Kennedy, but
Me too.
I have the shirt on.
I noticed
so
that, she didn't go anywhere near the deep state.
Yeah, I have
or
a
the
few
CIA
questions
much in
that I
that
would like
speech, but
answered, I would say.
that's okay. She's going to have a
Me
lot
too.
more opportunities to do.
I noticed
the
that,
podcast. She didn't go anywhere near the deep state by the press or the CIA, and she should be. Speech, but I mean, once you throw your hat in the ring, she's going to have a lot more opportunities for public office. The podcast circuit, you got to be ready to take a lot of tough questions by the press and the public, and she should press everyone. I mean, once you throw your hat in the ring. And you're running for public office, have a lot of questions. You got to be ready to take a lot of questions. Politics really aren't known. The press, everyone. In many ways, politically, volunteers, political unknown have a lot of questions too. Especially if it's somebody because heard politics really aren't known. Someone commented in many ways. A star is born. A political unknown can be a good, and she is impressive, especially if it's really somebody new and somebody young.
She's inspiring.
Someone commented tonight, "A star is born."
Conservative media,
and she is impressive. Really
the
impressive.
Pandemic and the origins
in so many
of it.
ways.
And I want to see how she responds to those questions. I think that'll give us a much better idea about who she is. And grill her a little bit more. I think it was the pandemic and the origins of it. And I she's going to be facing a lot of tough grilling. Response to that, who she is, handle it. She was in front of a friendly crowd today, you guys mentioned earlier, novice, and she's going to be facing a lot of tough grill. Or we have to see, that she responds to that. Maybe a little bit overwhelming. I would assume in front of a friendly crowd today. So, and if you're a political she seems very nice. Never really been, can she be that Serena before that? The VP to be sometimes. Maybe a little bit. Those are a few things I'm looking for to some people. So
sadly, my
we'll
friend,
see. She seems very
politics
nice,
is not a game for nice people.
That you need the VP.
Jimmy Carter found out there's a nice guy.
Those are a few things I'm looking
terrible
for.
President. Really nice guy. My friend, politics is not a game for nice people.
Yep.
The deep state will. Jimmy Carter found out there's a nice guy. Tough as nails. Terrible president, but a really nice guy.
I really want to see, good point. What she has
what
to
I
say, about some of those issues.
The deep state will eat you alive unless you're tough as
him
nails.
speak before about how the deep state ties into I really want to see policy. What she has I'd love to hear some of those issues because we know how Kennedy feels. That was one of the things that excited me most about the campaign because if you look at our foreign policy. That's directly linked to our foreign policy, right? Like those issues even if, in fact, if we that was continue overthrowing these governments, about the campaign, because if you look at what's going on in the border countries, that's directly linked to our foreign policy. It's just going to be finding more ways to block people. Like if we continue overthrowing these governments, we already know they dig tunnels in South America. Even if we stabilize build the countries, I mean, starting to dig tunnels because it's just going to be finding more ways to block people. That's a tough situation to be in, especially. You have states like California now right here. So, even if giving out free health care too, they've removed starting to dig tunnels because they're still trying to get in, squatting in people's houses. That's a tough situation. There's a lot of, especially when you have states like California now right here to try giving out free health care too. I'd love to hear thoughts on laws to against squatting in people's houses.
Well, I think Spin Dragon here makes a great point. How much worse could we do? She's already better than Pence, Harris, Biden, and Dick Cheney. Well, I think Spin Dragon here makes a great point. Spin Dragon is how much worse could we do? She's already better than Pence, Harris, Biden, and Dick Cheney. True, obviously incredibly smart. Spin Dragon is spitting facts. As Lucian says, I mean, she's like seriously, what have we got to lose here? She's a wind of change. I can really, now that I've heard her speak a little bit, and I caught as some of her other speeches, she's like I started researching her this week. She's a wind of change. Incredible. I can really, now that I've heard her speak a little bit, smarter than Bob in a lot of ways. Some of her other speeches, and I started researching really smart. And this girl paid attention in class. Like she smarter than Bobby in a lot of ways. Oh yeah,
some multi-syllable words that she used, so that was a good sign.
Like this girl paid attention. Now I understand what Amaryllis Fox
has
meant.
the vocabulary.
The campaign manager.
I've noticed
about a week
some multi-syllable words.
She tweeted, someone asked, will you be the VP? Now I understand what Amaryllis Fox meant. She can the campaign manager, his family, and lives in the same about a week ago. But she said, no, it's not me. Asked, it's someone who's way smarter and way more qualified than me. Which I don't think she can technically because I get it. Family and Amaryllis in the same state. Whip smart. She said, no, it's not me. I knew this had to be someone who was way smarter and way more qualified. Nicole Shanahan's a big brain. I get it.
The one thing that I
get it. And Amaryllis is
was
smart.
Her
really
background.
So I knew this had to be somebody who was a big brain.
Artificial intelligence.
Nicole Shanahan's a big brain.
Needs that. I've said that I many times that the legislators we have now, politicians, bureaucrats, tech, most of them are so old. Artificial intelligence. They can barely country definitely sending and receiving email many times. It coming up with legislators we have now, politicians, the bureaucrats. Artificial intelligence. Most of them are so old. They can barely handle sending and receiving email, let alone
because she obviously
coming up
wants
with new policies to deal with and not artificial intelligence, and not just find the proper balance for regulation, but also
and
harness
that was
it
so good to hear
to
because
find
she obviously wants to make that a top priority,
and
we need to,
and maybe even economic. Just find proper balance for regulation, but also environmental and harness it to. She said she can solve it in weeks using AI.
Okay,
maybe even economics.
Show me.
Prove it.
You got go ahead. Curious.
Yeah. She
said
she can solve it using AI. We'll give you 4 whole years. Okay. How about that?
Yeah. Show me.
Yeah. Prove it.
You got Jay just messaged me to say his lunch break is over and he has to get back to work.
We'll give you 4 whole years.
I don't know why. The Kennedy campaign always does these big announcements during daytime business Jay just messaged me to say his lunch break is over and he has to get back to work. Not a lot of kids get to watch. I don't know why. If Kennedy campaign always does these big announcements during daytime business here on this channel. This video will be up unless YouTube takes it down. Not a lot of folks did get to watch some of those. If you missed some, you can always catch the replay later. Minute there, YouTube on this channel. Take us down in the middle of the live stream. Unless YouTube takes it down. They did, broach some of those sort of forbidden topics.
On the edge of my seat too.
I thought for a minute there YouTube was going to take us down in the middle of the live stream. Yeah, they didn't take it down. Not yet. Jay was talking about something, and I wanted to address that. Whitney Webb, she's been looking into Nicole Shanahan, not yet. And Jay was talking about something, and I wanted to address that. Whitney Webb, the director, journalist of Nicole Shanahan's foundation, looking into is simultaneously part of, and she tweeted back on March 17th, who financed that the director of Nicole Shanahan's foundation simulation is simultaneously part of just open before COVID seemed to hit. Who financed Event 201 in 2020. The pandemic simulation. How Bobby Kennedy feels about that. Remember that? If you've read his new book, before COVID cover-up seemed to hit, he exposes what was going on there. I better not say more than that. Of course, we all know how Bobby Kennedy feels about so I'll just say, if you've read his new book, The Wuhan Cover-Up, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He exposes
as much as it may be encouraging to have someone who has a background in tech coming on, joining the team to come up with solutions.
The Wuhan Cover-Up by Robert
F. Kennedy
created by this new technology,
as
social media.
It may be encouraging to have someone who has a background in tech coming on, concerning because she's connected to big tech.
Right.
That are created by this new
and she runs with all the big
media,
boys and
all of the issues that come with that.
For
it's
example,
also concerning because
that foundation
she's connected
was
to big
mainly
tech.
funded by Dustin Moskovitz. And she runs with all the big boys in big tech. And of course, we know she was married. For example, that foundation was mainly funded by Dustin Moskovitz. Now that she's on, he was the co-founder of Facebook. Google will stop censoring. And of course, she was married to every time we cover Kennedy, co-founder of Google. You think maybe they can work out that lawsuit? Now that she's Bobby is literally in litigation, Google will stop against her ex-husband right now and us every time we cover Kennedy.
It's hard to know who
maybe
so
work out that lawsuit. Bobby is literally in litigation, right? Against her ex-husband right now.
Until you right down to eating. It's hard to know who the it is so hard to know who the guys and the bad guys are. As we say so often on this channel, right? Politics. You don't know what you're going to get until you get right down to eating the open box of chocolates, I guess.
So speaking of big tech, let's talk about this supposed affair that she had with Elon Musk.
It does.
An affair that they both deny. Speaking of big tech, here's what Elon Musk tweeted about supposed back on July 25th. She had with Elon Musk. He an affair that they both deny is total Here's BS. What Elon Musk tweeted about it. Sergey and I are July 25th, and we were at a party together last night. Exclamation He said, this rumor I've only seen Nicole twice in 3 years. BS. Never seen her before in my life. Sergey, I've only seen her twice. We were at a party both times with many other people around. I've only seen Nicole twice in 3 years. Never seen her before in my life. I've only seen her twice in 3 years, both times with many other people around.
Well, I think it was People Magazine. Was it People Magazine that broke the story about the alleged affair?
Do you believe them?
And they said that they stand by their sources. Yeah. Well, I think it was People Magazine. Was it People Magazine that broke the story about the Truspiracy alleged affair?
We'll have to pick up the National Enquirer next week. Then we'll get the real scoop.
It'll be on the front page now. It's a Truspiracy.
You can trust the Enquirer. We'll have to pick up the National Enquirer next week. Then we'll get the they'll just make it up if they,
be on the
if
front page now. Well,
you can trust
they'll fall in with her because she'll sell lots of tabloids for them. It's kind
or they'll just make it up.
Cash registers will be ringing at the checkouts at the supermarket. Well,
everyone's
they'll fall in love with her because she'll sell lots of tabloids
super hot
for them.
And she has
cash registers will be ringing at the checkouts
first
at the
gentleman.
supermarket.
Well, everyone's not exactly married, and she is beautiful. They're super hot.
I noticed him.
She has I don't know what to call him.
I looked at the way he was dressed.
Gentleman.
I'm not going to.
But they.
Yeah. How shall I put this? I don't think he's going to be popular with the MAGA crowd. I looked at the way he was dressed.
Are you saying
I'm not sure he's going to. I'm saying he's on the metro section. I don't think he's going to be popular with the MAGA crowd.
Most men in that Silicon Valley
saying
he's a soy boy.
Yeah, well, if you're on the metro section progressive, as she describes herself, then that's the kind of
most
dude you're
men
looking for.
in that Silicon Valley crowd. That's right. Kind of are. I don't mean to
well,
laugh,
if you're
sorry.
a full-on progressive, as she
You got
describes
me.
herself, then that's the
You know,
kind
one
of
thing
dude you're
that's
looking
interesting
for.
to me, which I didn't know until today,
That's right.
was that they
I don't mean
she
to
has
laugh,
a 6-year-old
sorry.
daughter.
That was kind of funny.
With autism. You got me. And I'm
You know what?
terribly
Something
sorry
that's
to hear
interesting to
that,
me,
which I didn't know
and
until
it makes
today,
me wonder,
was that they she has
how
a
that's gonna
6-year-old
work
daughter with the rigors
autism.
of the campaign trail, and the
terribly
potential
sorry to
stresses
hear
of
that,
being
president.
And it makes me wonder
That's
how
gonna
that's
take a
going
lot
to
of
work
mommy's time
with the rigors of the
away
campaign
from home
trail
and away from her kid
and the potential stresses
children
of
who
being
have
I
vice
don't know how
president.
bad the autism is with her daughter, but
That's going to take a lot of
very
mommy's
difficult
time
to travel
away from home
for
and away
them.
from her kid, and
and children who have I don't know how bad the autism is
question I
with
have.
her daughter, but it's very
Well,
difficult
it's
to
the campaign
travel
will be a tough part if she
for
actually
them.
becomes vice president. It
That's
might
a
be a
question
little
I
more
have.
structured.
Right.
Well, it's the Maybe some campaign will support be in the place tough part if during she actually those becomes times of vice structure. president. But the campaign, I don't know.
They'll have
But
to
it
relocate
might
to
be a little more
DC, which is
structured.
difficult for a child with
Right.
autism. Is change.
And maybe some support in But place. it's not like she during doesn't have the those times of resources structure to pay for the campaign. I don't know.
They'll have
But
to
hey,
relocate
Yeah.
to DC, which is difficult for a child
Well,
with
yeah,
autism.
one thing
is
that she said
change.
in her speech that really jumped
but it's
out
not
at
like
me,
she doesn't have the resources
and I
to
felt
pay
her
for
passion for it.
some
I
help.
felt how
So,
sincere she was when she
Well,
said
yeah,
the
one thing
reason
that
she
she
got
said in
so
her
involved
speech that really
with this
jumped out at
campaign
me,
and stayed
and I
involved,
felt her
even though she
passion
got
for it.
I felt
She
how
left for a while
after
after
Bobby
sincere she was.
split with the
And
Democrats.
she said
She
the
wanted him to
reason
stay
she
a
got
Democrat.
so
When
involved
he left
with this campaign,
she wasn't happy about
and
it.
stayed
then she
involved,
came back, even though she got
kind of won her back.
she left
And I
for
think
a while.
the thing
after
that
Bobby
really
split
motivates
with
her
the Democrats, she
the
wanted him
most,
to
she
be a
says,
Democrat. When he
this
left,
campaign is
she wasn't
about
happy
what
about
is
it. And then she
sacred,
back.
our
Kind of won her
health.
back. And I think if there was
The
one
thing that
thing
really
she kept
motivates
coming back
her
to the
it was
most,
our
she
mental
says,
health,
this
our
campaign
physical health,
is about
the environmental
sacred triggers
our
that are
health.
making us all sick. If there was
The
one
medications
thing
that we
kept
take
coming back to cure the sickness,
it was our
that
mental
the environmental
health,
triggers,
our physical
gave
health,
us, the environmental triggers
she gets it.
that are making us
Really
sick,
does.
the medications
On
that
that
we
front.
take to cure the sickness that the environmental triggers
That's something I liked
gave us about her. There's a lot to
She
like,
gets it.
really. Once
She
you get
really
over the
does.
shock,
on that
She
front,
gets that.
and let me tell you, I'm not gonna lie.
That's something I liked
Today
about her.
in the back channel,
lot to like,
really.
groups that
Once you get over the
Kennedy
shock,
campaign people and volunteers use to talk
and let
to
me
one
tell
another.
you, I'm not gonna
Before
lie.
the speech,
Today,
all the rumors were out that it
in
was
the
Nicole.
back channel,
We about
groups
had a
that
mutiny.
Kennedy campaign people and
on our
volunteers
hands.
use.
to
There were
talk to one
so
another.
many people saying,
Before the
if
speech,
it's Nicole, I'm out.
that all the
I quit.
rumors were out.
I
that it
can't
was
do this.
Nicole.
She's a lefty communist
We about
nut
had a
job in
mutiny.
California. I mean, on our
Just-
hands. There were
I
so many
quit.
people saying,
But you know
if it's
what?
Nicole,
I don't
I'm
think
out.
they
I
did.
quit. I can't
And if
do
they got
this.
steamed,
She's a lefty communist
they'll be
nut job
back.
from California. I mean,
I think that
a lot of
just-
them will come back
I quit.
once they learn more from her.
But you know what?
I
don't
do
think they
I
did.
know Bobby,
And if they got
and I
steamed,
trust his judgment.
they'll be
And I also
back.
know that he can be full of
I
surprises.
think a lot of them will come
sometimes
back
not good ones. Once they
at
learn more
first.
from her, and to
Do
hear
him
him
out.
know Bobby,
You just have to
and I trust his
hear him out
judgment.
on this.
And I also
There's
know that he
almost
can be
always
full
a
of
method to his
surprises.
madness, I think.
Sometimes not good ones at first.
Today
Until you
was easy,
hear
though.
him out. You just have to hear him out
Now,
on this.
the attacks
There's almost
start.
always a method to his
They have to go
madness,
on the
I think.
road.
They already have.
The campaign has to happen. Today was easy, though. But today was easy. Now, just the attack, make the announcement, give an inspirational speech.
They already
you don't have to get the campaign has details to happen. But today was people like you easy, and they did. Just so
They
it was
did.
a big announcement. It was a give an inspirational speech. Tomorrow, you don't have to the get real work too begins. deep into the Well, details. Even tonight, hope that Even people tonight. like you, and they did.
Yeah, I noticed
So
that.
it was a big
Did you,
success.
that
It was
the
a hit
mainstream
today.
media
Tomorrow,
actually
the
carrying
real work begins.
some of this
well,
speech
even tonight.
live.
Even tonight.
Wow. Like CNN.
Yeah, I noticed
MSNBC, I don't
did you
so.
that the mainstream
PBS,
media
we're actually
Fox,
carrying
ABC,
some
CBS.
of this speech.
I think she's
live.
palatable to them.
Wow. Like
Because
CNN,
she is from the progressive
MSNBC,
side.
I don't think so.
So she will broaden his appeal that way. She
Fox,
will
ABC, CBS.
I think she's some of that support from the Biden side. I don't think she's going from to the progressive score side. many points. So on she the will broaden his Trump appeal side, that way, but he she has a lot will of that covered anyway. So it's not in that pull some of that respect support a from the bad Biden choice. side. I don't think she's
As long
going
as she
to
doesn't run
score
them
many
off.
points on the
I mean, if she's
Trump
just
side,
too
but he has a lot of that
progressive,
covered
too
anyway.
liberal,
So
or
it's not
too
in that
Democratic.
respect bad choice.
They're going to
And
turn
she-
tail.
as
As
long
long
as
as she doesn't
she
run them
is
off.
for them.
I mean, if
But
she's
as the
just
vice presidential
too progressive,
running
too
mate,
liberal, or too
she doesn't get that much profile
Democratish.
anyway, so they can sort of
they're going to
and
turn tail and run.
target where she goes for them, but as more the vice effectively presidential keep her away running from mate, the MAGA. She doesn't get that crowd much profile and anyway, get so they focused can on the sort of
What we do
target
need
where she
to pull votes
goes
from Biden.
more effectively.
Because right,
keep
we're already
her away
performing
from
very well
the
with
MAGA
Republicans,
crowd and
people who
get her
tend to
focused
be
on the
more
Democrats.
conservative or
What we do
libertarian,
need
but to pull votes from
the
Biden.
problem with this campaign,
Because you're right, we're
as
already
I see it from
performing
the
very
beginning,
well with
was that
Republicans.
we didn't have enough
People who
Democrats
tend to be
or
more
former
conservative
Democrats
or
in our ranks, even
libertarian,
though
but
Kennedy's a lifelong Democrat.
The problem with this campaign,
I kept wondering where
as
are
I
all
see
the
it from the
Democrats?
beginning, there are
How much
that we
not-
didn't have
not
enough
very many
Democrats.
How
or
much
former
is she-
Democrats
how much
in
is
our
she
ranks,
worth?
even though Kennedy's a
Ooh, I don't-
lifelong
I don't know
Democrat.
exactly.
I kept
But I
wondering
can tell
where
you
are all
she's
the
given a
Democrats?
hell of a lot
There
of
are
money
much
to
not,
this campaign.
Not very
I mean,
many.
she
paid for.
How much
she
is
might
she-
help. You know,
how much is she worth?
She put $4 million into the Super
I
Bowl
don't- I
ad.
don't know exactly.
I think, but I can tell you, she's
all
given a
told
hell
since
of
the
a lot of
beginning,
money
about 15
to this campaign.
billion
I mean, she
that
paid
she's given
for-
to the campaign.
You know,
Why is
she
it?
put, I think she put $4 million
The
into the
people
Super Bowl
who
ad.
always promise
I think
to
just
help
all
the poor
told since the
and the middle
beginning, about
class
15
are
million
multi-billionaires.
that's given to the campaign.
Why is it?
Why
that
how
the
does that
people
work?
who always
Always
promise
why does that work?
to help the poor and the middle class
I think
are
many of them
multi-billionaires.
give truly from their heart.
We're gonna
somehow it
drain
seems
the
like to help
swamp and
It always-
combat the
how does that
elites. Oh,
With
sorry,
the
I have
elites.
to miss
I
about
think
as much.
many of them give
We're
truly
going
from their
to
heart.
we're gonna stick to the elites.
We're gonna
somehow it
drain
seems
the
like to
swamp.
help.
Elon, combat the elites. Go for a ride on your spaceship.
Elon,
Sorry, I have
darling.
I must about as much.
What can we do to help the
We're
little
going to-
people?
We're gonna
Well,
stick
it's like
it to the
Trump
elites.
too, right? The guy's his own plane.
Elon,
His own,
Elon,
you know,
go for a ride on your spaceship.
Elon,
and he's
right.
like,
darling.
I'm from blue collar.
What can we do to
college."
help the little people?
Don't
Well,
look
it's
too
like
blue
Trump
collar.
too, right?
The guy's his own plane. His own,
So true.
you know,
and
jet.
Kennedy gets
And
a
he's
lot
like,
of critique.
I'm
of course,
from
because
blue
he's a
collar
Kennedy.
politician.
People think he's a lot
Don't look
richer
too
than
blue
he
collar
actually
to me.
is. I think his income that was reported
true.
last
And,
year
you know,
was about
Kennedy
7 million
gets a lot of that
annual,
critique,
of course, because
now
he's a
you
Kennedy.
compare that to what
People
Donald
think
Trump
he's a
makes
lot
in a year,
richer than he
or
actually
what
is.
Joe Biden
I think
makes
his
in a year.
income that was
Or
reported last year was about
Pelosi.
7 million.
At least Trump, I
Um,
can understand
Now
how
that's
he makes
real
it.
that to
money.
what Donald
Yeah,
Trump makes
I
in a
can
year.
understand how he makes it
Or
with
what
his real
Joe
estate
Biden makes in a
and other
year.
investments. But
Or
Biden,
Nancy
where did all
Pelosi.
of that money come At least from? Trump, I
Um,
can understand how
Nobody
he
That's
wants
makes
to
real
talk
money.
about that. And
Yeah,
if we talk
I
about
can
that on
understand how he
YouTube, we'll
makes it
probably
with his
get
real
banned.
estate and other investments. But
It's all
Biden,
there on the
where did all
laptop.
that money come from? Mm-hmm.
Nobody
Laptop.
wants to talk about
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
And if we talk
they-
about that on YouTube,
They'll get
we'll
around
probably
to
get banned.
looking at all that
we
stuff.
wouldn't.
Yeah, they'll get around.
It's all there on the
They've been
laptop.
looking into it,
Mhm.
kind of
Sort of not
laptop,
since
yeah,
2018 when
they'll get
Rudy
around to
Giuliani brought
looking
them
at
the
all that
evidence
stuff
and they put it on a shelf.
They'll
and
get around to it.
forgot it was there
They've
for 3
been
years.
looking into it.
That kind of
evidence.
sort of not
They're
since
still looking
2018
into
when Rudy Giuliani
when they
brought
get
them the evidence and they put it
when
on
they
the shelf
finish
and
looking into Rudy,
forgot it was there
then
for 2 years.
then they'll get around it.
That evidence.
They'll get back to that over
They're
there.
still looking.
The laptop he gave us, yeah, but first we have to Yeah, investigate when they get him.
Exactly.
When they finish looking into Rudy, then they'll get around it.
Right.
So they'll get back to that over system there. works, isn't it? The laptop he gave us, yeah, but
That
first we
is
have to
American
investigate
politics.
him.
Exactly. it's hard for me to find myself in a position where I defend.
It's funny how that
bringing
system works, isn't it?
Someone so wealthy. That is American politics. Because to me, and I know it's hard for me to find myself in a position where vice presidency for sale. But someone so wealthy. If we're honest, we all know. To me, and I know the criticism that serious presidential campaign is the vice presidency for sale, especially independent. Really, it's going to cost a bloody fortune to get on the ballot. We all know that you cannot, and then there's going to be legal challenges without serious. He's already being challenged in several states. Independent. It's going to cost a bloody fortune to get on high-priced lawyers to fight that. Plus, and then there's going to be legal challenges, not Secret Service protection. He's already being challenged in several states. Kennedy. He's already spending almost $1 million lawyers to fight that just on security. Plus, and cost of secret, those costs, not Secret Service protection, have just doubled. Private security, bringing on a vice president, Kennedy, he's already spending almost $1 million a month just on security and her family. Those costs, unless she's able, I don't know if it's legal or not, bringing on a vice president, but maybe she can pay for her own security. Means that she can certainly afford it for her security. Maybe the campaign won't have to pick up that expense. Unless she's able, I don't know if it's legal or not.
I don't know how much she's worth she can exactly herself, but if they go after her with lawfare the way they've gone after Trump,
maybe the campaign
she might see her bank accounts a lot smaller before she ever gets to the White House. I don't know how much she's worth exactly herself, but if they go after her with lawfare the way they've gone after Trump,
in your whole
she might see her bank accounts a lot smaller. So then so if she ever gets to the White House, I can guarantee you we're going to find out the truth about that affair.
And they'll find everything wrong you've ever done in your whole life. The Inquirer is on it, man. They've got reporters on planes right now.
You can all over the place. We're going to find out the truth about that affair.
What is the truth? It'll be the headline on the Inquirer on it, man. They've got reporters on planes right now, going all over the place. Track that story
I think at this point,
what is really the truth? It'll be the headline on the They're both newsworthy people.
Yeah, not people.
Inquiring minds want to know.
It should really matter. I think at this point, I don't really care, to be honest.
But they're both newsworthy.
But as I say, I did notice this.
People inquiring
she got choked up a couple
know.
of times just in her speech, right?
Did they?
Okay, well, that's nice. But this is your. But as I say, I did notice this. She got choked up a couple of times. And as I said in the interview, right? she gave People magazine. She said she was debilitated. This is your the flood of media attention that she had to endure because of the accusations. And as I said in the interview, she gave People magazine. She said she was debilitated and you're debilitated because they accused you of to endure having an affair with a billionaire, the affair with rocket ships. Elon Musk. Well, if you're getting choked up on the stage, right? It's like you're debilitated. What's she going to do? Accused you of she has to decide having an affair with a billionaire pushes the big red with rocket ships. She has to push the red button on this side. What's she going to do? If there's a giant terrorist, what's she going to do? If she has to decide some way to retaliate, if Putin pushes the big red button, but she has to push the big red button on this side. What's she going to do when you're dealing with the law of the jungle? There's a giant terrorist, as has been saying, she has to figure out some way to retaliate. And vice presidents who might be presidents need immunity. You know why they need immunity? Because sometimes, and honestly, when you're dealing with the law of the jungle, who lives and who dies, as Trump has been saying, they kill presidents. And vice presidents who might be presidents need immunity. You know why they need immunity? Because sometimes. Honestly, folks, they have to decide who lives
literally one of the only jobs they kill people. You can, being president of the United States, which I think is why this job attracts a lot of psychopaths. The commander in chief literally orders airstrikes, jobs you can have, and assassination, where you can mass murder people, and it's totally that's kind of a. Can you imagine the job interview? The commander in chief literally orders. Are you comfortable killing people and assassination? Yes or no? So. Because you're that's kind literally going. Can you imagine the job interview for vice president if you're president or president? Are you comfortable with killing people? Bring yourself to yes or no?
And it's very likely that you will have to do it
going to
because there are people out there who want to kill us.
Are you
that's
able
the law of the jungle?
Bring
and
do that.
That's true. And it's very likely that you will have to do it because there are people out there who want to kill us. Yeah, like possible kinetic, the law of the jungle.
Unless
That's
Bobby can
international
stop
law.
it.
That's true.
It certainly looks like
international
we're
law.
headed
And
right
we're going
into
into
it,
World War
so
III.
it's quite
Already
possible
there.
that whoever the
But
next
yeah,
president
possible
is will
kinetic.
have some very
Unless
difficult
Bobby can stop
military decisions to make. Certainly looks like we're
And the
headed
only thing I heard from her
right
or
into
him
it,
today
so
it's
it's
on
quite
the foreign
possible
policy
that
front
whoever
was
the
that
next
they
president
want to stop
is
the
will have some
wars.
very difficult
Well, okay.
military
But what if
decisions
the
to
other
make.
side doesn't want to stop? And
you
the
know what
only
I
thing
mean.
I heard from her or him today,
Well, you know, his grandfather,
on the
Joseph
foreign
Kennedy,
policy front was
who was
that they want to
FDR's
stop the
ambassador
wars.
to England.
Well, okay.
Back in the
But what if the
late
other side
30s,
doesn't want to
just
stop?
as World War II was kicking off.
That's what he
But you know,
wanted
his
to do.
grandfather,
He wanted to
Joseph
stop
Kennedy,
World War
FDR's ambassador
Well,
to
good luck with
England,
that.
because
Back
by
in
that
the
time
30s,
Hitler was already
just as World
marching
War II
across
was kicking
Europe.
off. That's what he wanted
was
to do.
bombing.
He wanted to
London.
stop
By the
World
time
War
Joe Kennedy
II.
left his post,
Well, good luck
in
with
October
that.
of
Because by
1940,
that
time
the
Hitler
Blitz
was already
was on.
marching across Europe.
England was under
He was
airstrikes.
bombing Germans
London
every day. By the time Joe Kennedy left his post, no matter what
October
he
of
did,
1940,
even to try and keep the United
Blitz
States
was
just
on.
out, you know, England
of World
was
War
under
II, he knew
airstrikes.
he
by the
couldn't
Germans
stop
every
the
day.
momentum
So
of World War II.
no matter
You and
what
I were
he
talking
did,
about this a
even to
couple
try and
mornings
keep
ago.
the United States just
How
out
the
time
of
that
World
we're
War
in
II,
right
he
now,
knew he couldn't
feels like
stop the
1938
momentum
to me.
of
Me, as
World
a
War
student
II.
of history,
You
it
and I were
feels
talking
like
about
that
this
couple of mornings
momentum
ago.
is forward,
How
forward
the time that
towards
we're in right
a
now,
full-scale
feels
World
like
War.
1938.
If you're
If
paying
you're paying
attention,
attention, you can see it.
Me
As
too.
a student of history, it feels
And
like
now I
that
understand
momentum is
how Joe
forward,
Kennedy must have felt.
forward towards,
Because he was one of those
a
lone
full-scale
voices
World War in the government.
If you're paying attention, you
trying
can
to
see it
stop it,
coming.
and it was futile.
And now I
Because the
understand
powers of Europe
how
were
Joe
already
Kennedy
geared up
must have
for
felt.
war. It was
Because
clear
he was one of
what
those
was
lone
coming.
voices.
The writing was on the
in the
wall.
government,
And
trying
he was powerless
to
to
stop it.
and it was futile.
And in fact, it cost him his
Because the
job as
powers of
ambassador,
Europe were already geared
trying
up
to
for
make
war.
peace.
It was clear what was
Trying to make a
coming.
deal with
The
Hitler.
writing was on the wall.
Neville Chamberlain.
And he was powerless to stop.
Well, all I
And
see
in
right
fact,
now
it
is
cost him
people
his
on.
job as
I
ambassador.
just see a lot of people who want
Trying
to
to
fight.
make peace.
Nobody seems to
Trying to
want
make
to
a
stop,
deal
even
with
with this
Hitler.
ceasefire
Neville
resolution at the
Chamberlain.
UN yesterday. I don't think it's going to. I don't think it's going to work because I just see a lot of people did they pass that resolution because the U.S. abstains, and I'm on Twitter. And what am I seeing resolution from at the UN yesterday? Hamas and Hamas supporters? It's like, yeah, we have to have a ceasefire, but then no sooner did they pass that resolution because the U.S. abstains, and I'm on Twitter. One side. What am I seeing from firing Hamas and Hamas supporters? It's like, yeah, we have to have a ceasefire, but then either side the posts were pretty aggressive. It looked like they wanted to keep on fighting, but they don't seem. They want one side to stop.
But you know what?
Firing.
It's their fight.
But
it's
I'm not so
our
sure
fight.
that they're going
That's
to.
why we can't
I don't think
force
their side
a
really wants
two-state
to at this
solution on
point.
them.
We want
any
them
more
to,
than we can
but
force
they
a
don't seem to want
ceasefire
to.
on them. But you know
If
what?
both sides
it's their fight.
don't
It's
stop
not our fight.
shooting, they won't.
That's why we can't
And if you
force
look at what the
a
Palestinian
two-state solution
delegation
on
at
them
the UN said
any
yesterday
more
in
than
their
we
news
can
conference
force a
afterward,
ceasefire.
they were like,
on
"Well,
them.
this is a binding resolution," and
Both
this isn't that
sides
they're
don't want to
citing
stop
the
shooting. They won't.
and if you look at what the Palestinian delegation at the UN said yesterday, and basically what they were saying, they were like, "Well, this is a binding resolution," and this essentially they're citing the to make sure that Israel doesn't agreement and doesn't carry on with this operation. And basically, but I don't see that happening. It is binding, but it's now up to the UN to essentially send in troops to make sure that
I was
Israel
saying from
doesn't
day one of this war, why don't we send
carry
in
on with this
UN
operation.
peacekeepers
But I don't see
to
that happening
keep the
either.
peace?
Because
Give that a very
an
low likelihood of
shot.
happening.
Right.
I was saying from
And then we've
day
got an
one
even
of
bigger
this
problem
war,
in our
why don't we
hands,
send in
as much as
UN
I would like to think that we
peacekeepers
can
to
have trying to work
Israel because they're going to get
blown
shot.
up. So,
Right.
and then we've got an even bigger problem again, on our hands. Idealism. I hope that the shooting stops. I hope that we get peace just intervene. It's not going to work, but they're going to get blown up. Doesn't feel like it to me. Again,
Those aren't
idealism.
UN peacekeepers
I
over
hope
there
the
building
shooting
the pier
stops. I hope that
right
we get
now.
peace there.
That's our
I
guys.
hope that's what happened.
We got
But
sent into that dangerous
doesn't feel like it to
situation,
me.
and it wouldn't
Those aren't
UN peacekeepers over there building the pier target right now because they want to kill some Americans. We got some Hamas with that dangerous to kill some American soldiers, and it wouldn't surprise me if they're that crazy. Constant target. They are. They started a war with Israel when Israel
Hamas
had
would love to kill some
remarkable
American
firepower,
soldiers and superior firepower.
Very true.
They
They're
start
that
a war
crazy.
like that with an
They
enemy
are.
that can crush you.
They started a
And then you
war
cry
with
about
Israel
when Israel
You're the
had
victim.
remarkable firepower.
Why'd you
superior
start the war?
firepower. When you start a war like that,
Israel
with
is
an enemy
determined to
that
get the
can crush
hostages
you,
back.
and then you
Of
cry
course, Hamas
You're the
is not
victim?
prepared to give them up. Even with this
Why'd you
resolution
start the
yesterday,
war?
Admiral Kirby made reference hostages referenced of course the Hamas is not prepared to give them up. The resolution saying even that with there this is resolution yesterday calls for the Admiral release Kirby of hostages. reference. But if you listen again to the Palestinian side, it's like the ceasefire has to happen the right resolution away, saying that and the there hostage is issue a part of it that's in there calls that's for separate. the And release of they're hostages. talking about, But yeah, we'll release hostages here, but we want other hostages. Oh no, the ceasefire has to released on the happen Israeli side right too. away, and so the hostage no issue resolution that's this in there, is not but that's going to separate. solve anything. And they're talking about because we'll they're not release going to hostages release here, those but we want other hostages. From what I was hearing yesterday, Israeli side too. I don't think that this is a resolution here. This is not going to solve anything.
Hostages first.
Because they're not going to release those hostages.
Yeah,
that's what I was hearing yesterday. It has to be that way. I don't think that this is a solution. Then I don't think that's what we got yesterday. Then
Hostages first.
Then you can
Then
sit down at the
about a
table
ceasefire.
and have a
that's
further
how I feel about it.
negotiation for a long-term solution.
Right.
Let the people go. The order of things. Then that's the psychology that has done. Then you don't release this. Then you can sit down at the table and have the shooting's not going to further negotiation
Something
for
that
a
really
longer-term
bothers me,
solution.
and I bet
That's
it does
the
you
order
too,
of
because
things.
we're old enough to
That's the
remember
chronology that has
the
to unfold.
1979
You don't
hostage
release those
crisis
hostages
in Tehran.
The shooting not going to stop.
During that whole
something that really
election
bothers
year,
me, Rick, and I bet it does you too,
and there were
because
big
we're old enough
issues
to remember
that voters were
the
worried
1979
about.
hostage
was in
crisis
the tank
in Tehran. You know, we had an energy crisis. We
During
had
that
all
whole
kinds of crises
election
that Carter
year,
was
it was-
juggling, but
and there were
he also
big
issues
Iran hostage crisis
that voters were worried
which lasted
about.
for
Our economy was in the
444
days.
And every
You
night
know,
on the
we had an
news, they
energy
had
crisis.
the number of
We had
days
all
up on the
kinds of
screen on a
crises
slide
that Carter
right
was
beside the news.
juggling,
It was a
but
daily
he also had the
test.
Iran hostage crisis.
How many
That's
days?
literally
Which lasted
how
for
Nightline was
444
born. Days.
Yes. And every night on the
Remember
news,
Frank
they had
Reynolds
the number of
started,
days up on the screen on a
the
slide
Nightline
right
time
beside
slot
the news.
was
It was
originally
a daily
just a show
test.
about the hostage
How
crisis.
many
That's
days?
literally how
minutes every night
Nightline was
after the
born.
nightly news.
Yes.
And then
Remember Frank
once the hostage
Reynolds
crisis
started
was solved,
they kept the show going, and they
time
just called it
slot was
Nightline.
originally
Just a show about
it
the
was
hostage
born
crisis
because
for
of the
30
hostage crisis.
minutes every
That
night.
tells you the
After
kind
the
of
nightly
media
news,
coverage
and then
that was
once the
devoted
hostage crisis was
to the
solved,
return
they kept
of
the
our
show
hostages.
going,
Now,
and they
granted,
just called it
in
Nightline.
1979,
But
Iran
had
had
it
more
was born because of the hostage
Americans
crisis.
being held
That tells you
hostage.
the kind of
We
media
don't really
coverage
know the
that was
true number
devoted
of
to the return of
Americans
our
that
hostages.
Now,
Hamas
granted,
is still
in
holding.
1979,
And the bizarre
Iran
thing is,
had
it's
a lot
like
more
people
Americans being
even
held
Americans.
hostage. We don't
It's
really
like
know the
nobody seems to
number
care.
of Americans.
No one's talking about it.
No,
The
it's not on the
media
news.
Joe Biden barely
And the
even
bizarre
mentions
thing
it.
is,
They won't
it's
tell
like
us.
there's
Barely mentions
There's
it.
no slide with number of days
Americans,
beside the news anchor
it's
every
like-
night.
it's
How
like
many
nobody
days
seems to
have our
care.
American
No
hostages
one's
been
talking
held
about
now?
it.
No, it's
The
not on the
media,
news.
Joe
With
Biden
when they've
barely
been released.
mentions it.
There's no
Kirby
pressure
barely
from the
mentions it.
media. No slide with a focus number on of days. I I don't the news anchor every understand night. it. How many
Me neither.
days have our American
just thinking
hostages
last
held
night
now?
that
But before with it,
this
we need them
war is
released.
dragging on a lot
There's no
longer than we
pressure from the
expected.
media.
We're
There's
already
no
up to
focus
about
on
6
it.
months.
I don't understand
If this
it.
goes on, and
neither.
it could drag
I was just
on
thinking
at
last
this
night
pace
that
until
the new president.
this war is
sworn
dragging
in.
on a lot longer than
And you
we
remember
expected.
how the hostage
We're already up
crisis
to
ended,
about
don't
6
you,
months.
Mhm.
If this
On
goes on,
Inauguration
it could
Day.
drag on at this pace
Day that
until
Ronald Reagan took
the
off
new
president.
moments
And
after
when
he
he
was
was
sworn in.
And you
That's
remember
right.
how
And
the
they
hostages were
released
released, ended, don't you?
That's
Ray?
right. Mm-hmm. Yep.
On
And
Inauguration
so that's what I'd
Day.
like to know.
Mhm.
I'd like to hear
Day that Ronald
a
Reagan took
reporter
office
ask Mr.
moments
Kennedy
after
he was
I haven't
sworn
heard anybody
in.
ask
That's
yet.
right.
The
And they
hostages were
released
Your
released
president
That's right.
on January
Yep.
21st.
And so that's what I'd like to
2025.
know. I'd like they've still got our hostages. A reporter asked, "What's the first thing you're going to do?" I haven't heard anybody ask yet. If you're president,
in 79,
January 21st,
that was
2025.
The media was essentially putting pressure on the White House.
What's the first thing you're going to do
get those hostages freed? That's what the media was doing. They were really doing their job. They were helping to protect the media. American was essentially lives, putting save American lives, bring them home to get those hostages. But today, free. You have Americans being held. What the media was doing. They also were really doing their job. They were helping protect the media's lives, silence, save American lives. What the heck bring them home? What does it mean to be American anymore? If you have Americans being held, media at home also doesn't care about you. If your president doesn't care about you. What the heck is that? Barely what does it mean an afterthought at the end of the day? If the media at home, what kind of faith can we have in our government? It's if the president doesn't seem to care about us. If that's what those fighter jets are for, that's what those tanks are for. The ships, all of the arms. Can we have in our government? What it's for is responsibility to protect us. If you're not going to protect your people, that's what those. What the hell good fighter jets are for? That's what those tanks are for. The ships, how we felt about all of the arms. That's really what it's for, is for protection. And if you're not going to protect your people, what the good are you?
Loss in 1980. So that's how we felt about Jimmy Carter, and that's why we lost the 1980 election.
You know why those hostages are still right?
They had a big role to play in Carter's loss in 1980. Of course, so Joe Biden had better pay attention. I know he remembers Jimmy Carter.
You know why those hostages are still.
He had that one effort that he made.
Because they know Biden ain't going to do
sort of a commando-style raid.
That's why.
I forget what it was called. I mean, but he was Jimmy Carter didn't get the hostages. Many people say he had that one. Everything that could go wrong with that operation did. The helicopter crash. The crew was killed. It was aborted. They had to abort it. It was such a disaster. So everything that could go wrong with that operation did. The helicopter crashed.
Do not negotiate.
It was aborted. They had to abort it. It's such a disaster. So
it's it's actually the proper course. And Reagan had a rule: you do not negotiate. Do not negotiate with terrorists. And when they take, if you take innocent civilians captive, it's actually the proper course. That is a war crime.
It is.
You do not negotiate. They're not combatants. They're just. And when they take civilians, you take innocent civilians. On any side, any country doing anybody doing that, it's a war crime. It's basically wrong. That is a war crime. You've just got innocent grandmothers, they're just babies, whatever.
Holocaust survivors.
It's wrong. On any side, any country doing anybody doing that,
some of them
are basically wrong. Survivors. If you've just got innocent grandmothers, babies, whatever it is,
Holocaust survivors. Now, why isn't Hamas on trial? Holocaust survivors. Why aren't they being charged with anything at the ICJ? Why is it just Israel? Now, why isn't Hamas anybody explain that on trial at the Hague? It just doesn't make any sense to me. They being charged?
I don't want to see Palestinians killed. I don't want to see anybody die.
Israel,
but
anybody explain that one?
The reality of the situation
just doesn't make any sense to me.
Not just. I don't want to see. Or narrative spin. I don't want to see anybody die. All right. But there's how the heck you going to deal with it? And in the reality of a situation, in a not just fear of war, propaganda, or narrative spin. When you have the law of the jungle for you, there's how the heck you going to deal with it. And I would say that if I was in the White House, I'd be giving them an ultimatum. When you have the law of the jungle, one that would be for you, pretty darn clear. You do what you got to do. And it would be just that simple. I would say that here's the time. If I was in the White House, I'd deliver them now. Or one that would be pretty darn clear. Oh, you'll find out. And it would be just that simple. Right? It's got to be here's that the way. Time. Otherwise, here's the place. They just deliver them now, people hostage. And then they'll do it again and again and again because they got away with it. You'll find out. And
I still don't know exactly
it's got to be that way. Otherwise, they just hold
Reagan
the innocent people hostage,
made that
and then they'll do it again and again and again because they got away with it.
To release our hostages. I don't know exactly what was said. When it was used. With the carrot, Casey made that back channel that they would have released our hostages with the Iranians. They were to release our hostages. Death. I don't know what Reagan was going to do. Was used. I don't know if he told them, "Look, I'm going to blow." I'm going to launch a nuke that they wouldn't release our hostages. If you don't give me back my hostages. Right. But he must have said something.
And you know what?
You know what?
Look,
I'm into the
blow. You take a hard line like that, and you mean it. If you don't, and you know what you'll do? You'll save lives.
But you'll get your hostages back.
You get your hostages back.
Really,
You know, and you'll end the
God
war.
into them.
You take a hard line like that, and you mean it. Actually, and you know what you'll do? You'll save lives.
How did we
You'll get
end
your
World War
hostages
II?
back. You get your hostages back, and you'll end the war.
As horrible as that is, many people may argue
and then you
to this
actually
day,
save the lives.
listen, it actually saved more lives. How did we end World War II? The war ended it with nuclear for several more years. As horrible as that is, and probably cost many people make the argument to this day.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I would have handled that
more
differently. I would have
the war
demonstrated it in a very public way, and then say, look, if you don't,
sign the deal with Tojo and be done with it.
Yeah, I would have handled that differently. So I would have demonstrated it in a very public way. The people had to die. Said, look, if you don't.
Sign the deal with Tojo and be done with it.
The display of power alone should have been enough. So, but you know, I think that
exactly.
People had to die.
I always thought, why did they drop the bomb on these cities? Where so many civilians were, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, these populated areas. You know, why couldn't they have just dropped? Maybe I always thought, why did they drop bombs on these out in the ocean or so many civilians? You know, a deserted area just to say, look at our new toy and what we can do. Why couldn't they have just dropped? Maybe I would think Japan would have somewhere out in the ocean or something. I don't think it was a deserted area just to say, look at our new toy and what we can do to you. There's some fool in the chat room I would think Japan would have that means Lori is suggesting that Israel should leave Gaza to, you know, to do not suggesting that, bro. Oh, for goodness sake. Some fool in the chat room saying 2 cities. So that means Lori is suggesting that Israel should nuke Gaza. Listen to me. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not suggesting that, bro. People in chat. I'm saying we didn't need to nuke.
And what I'm saying is I want peace. I want peace. Right?
Goodness,
but you have to
listen to me.
If you're dealing with someone or an organization or a country,
this is what I said.
And what I'm saying is, I want peace. Then you have to push back with everything you've got to say. No, you don't. If you're dealing with someone, do that. Or an organization, if you do, or a country that is aggressive and wants it for defense, then you have to push back with everything you've got to say. No, you don't. You don't do that because if you do, you'll pay. Again, you use it for defense, not for offense. You got to use these
why do you think they called him Give Him Hell Harry?
But you have to have
Harry
peace.
Truman who dropped those bombs.
I say you get strength through peace, not just through strength. You got to use these tools for peace, but you have to have peace.
And the leader sets the tone. You know,
I say you get strength through peace.
Really, the main reason that I support Kennedy's foreign policy. I may not agree with all of it, but I support it because, like Uncle Jack, like his dad, he's much more open to talk, to have real talks with other world leaders who might be our enemies. You know, Trump, I don't think is going to do that. He'll do a photo op. He'll go all the way to North Korea for a photo op. But did the talks with Kim Jong, did they go anywhere? Not really. Because John Bolton made sure they didn't. Right?
Yeah. Well, Bolton
and he'll talk a lot of tough talk. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing we were saying, like Reagan did. Scare those out of him. And sometimes that works. And that was Trump's gift, if it's a gift. It was a special kind of diplomacy. Let's put it that way. You know, where he'd called Kim Little Rocket Man and talk trash about G on Twitter.
Sometimes Jesse Ventura, VP running. I'm telling you, it's a match made in heaven.
Sorry, Tulsi. I don't think Trump's going to pick you. He's going to pick Jesse now. He's going to pick Jesse Ventura.
Trump's probably watching us right now. He's
some friends of Mr.
Rick
Trump
is right.
watch.
Rick is right. It'll be huge. It'll be huge.
Billy.
Yes.
That'd be pretty awesome, I must say. A Trump Ventura ticket. Damn, that might just sway me. I might have to go vote for that. Wouldn't vote for Trump. I'd be voting for Jesse, of course.
Oh my, the check outs are ringing at the cash at the supermarket again as people buy those tabloids.
Oh, but Rick, what happens now? Now that it's not Tulsi, with Kennedy, that means she's free to go with Trump. So now what happens? Trump does pick Tulsi, which I don't think he will. But if he did, a lot of RFK voters, including me, would have a hard time making that decision. A lot of them might just follow Tulsi and vote for Trump.
She would have been still the best choice from the political side. Probably, I still think she would have been at her choice, period, because she is so strong that if she had to fill those shoes in the president's office one day, she could get the job done. And I think she's got
absolute confidence in that. Absolute confidence. And she does know how to kill people.
Mm-hmm.
Even though she prefers peace, she's done her time in the military. She's done 2 tours of duty in the Middle East. I'm sure she's killed a few people. And I doubt that Nicole Shanahan's ever even gone hunting in her life.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's ever even operated a gun.
Do you think
she doesn't strike me as the type who has?
Well, do you think her husband's a carnivore? Do you think they do they do the drive-through and get burgers at least?
He strikes me as the gluten-free vegan type.
Yeah, see, and while Trump has sports teams to the White House and puts on a buffet of burgers from McD's.
That's right.
Mickey D's.
We're having Mickey D's tonight at Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, yeah.
Bring everybody. Bring the whole football team. Bring the basketball team, too.
Do you remember
and
he
the
did
baseball
that?
team.
Do you remember he did that?
I do.
Yeah, that was great.
Made my mouth water, man. I was craving a Big Mac. I had to go to McDonald's after that and go get a Big Mac.
Yeah, it's so me. I'm like, I fit right in. It's perfect.
Well, that's why you don't see Trump out there doing push-ups like Kennedy or jumping out of helicopters into the water, or, rock climbing. You don't see Trump doing any of that.
No, but
he never will.
He could jump out of a helicopter right into the choppy ocean water, and he'd just float. He'd just be floating. He's buoyant, right? With all the, he's got burger buoyancy. Right? Just boing, 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 boing. Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I'm sorry, guys. We can't help it. On a Trump a little bit. I mean, But I'm also wondering who's Trump going to pick now.
And with his blue suit, he's already camouflaged in the water. It's beautiful.
And all you see is his tie that floats on the top. The red tie.
One big blue whale surrounded by a bunch of seals.
Bunch of sharks is more like it. Bunch of sharks.
Navy SEALs.
Navy SEALs. I got you.
They got their inflatable dinghies. He's just floating along, right? If he gets into trouble, he just holds up his red tie. Beautiful stuff, man. Beautiful stuff.
Oh my gosh, you have to do Maverick News here in about 20 minutes, don't you?
Well, technically, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
want to just keep rolling? Or
we
you
can just keep rolling. Well, this can be Maverick News.
Well, long show. We've been on the air for 4 hours.
Yeah, well, we'll pick up our regular viewers here in a few minutes. They'll be hopping into the chat and coming.
What's your top story today?
Well, I was going to talk about this Bank of Canada official saying that we have an economic emergency, like literally saying that now because of the high rate of inflation. So that's
sobering.
So the speech given today is that we need growth. It's an emergency situation where I think the phrase was we need to break the glass. In case of emergency, break glass. Whoa. It's like that. That's what was said today.
So this is it.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
So they know They know. This is because of the money printing, the debasing, devaluing the dollar. We're facing inflation up here of probably in real terms 15 to 20% a year. Been like that for the past 4 years because of the pandemic. So we're sitting right now probably the value of the dollar diminished by probably 40 to 60% in real terms. And that's why you're seeing the auto workers, and this is just me talking now, not the Bank of Canada official today, but this is why you're seeing auto workers on both sides of the border in the last round of contract talks go to the automakers demanding like 20, 30, 40% wage hikes and coming away with the bulk of that. I don't remember, depends where they were at, but it was at least 20 or 30% wage hikes over the life of the contract that they came away with, which is unprecedented. But that's a reflection of the increasing cost of living. That's the truth.
Yeah. And I think it's worse in Canada than it is here. We're catching up to you quickly, but I think you've got it much worse.
Definitely, because there's an old saying, when it comes to the economy, if the United States catches a cold, we get the flu.
Canada gets the flu.
And
yes, I've heard that. And it's so true.
And we always, have slightly lower wages, slightly lower standard of living, technically, just in terms of numbers, because we keep our dollar artificially just a little bit lower so that our resources and the products we produce are more attractive for exports to the U.S. market, because you guys have such a much larger economy. So that's mainly the reason why. And we're a resource-based economy largely with less manufacturing. Traditionally, although maybe not so much these days, but that's why. So we're already smaller. We, not quite as affluent. We're okay. Don't get me wrong. It's not Povertyville up here, but we're in a crisis. And I think honestly, economically, we're actually in better shape than you guys. It's just that because if you look at the debt,
shape.
Yeah, I mean, but if you look at the debt on a per capita basis, and I'd have to dig into the numbers to analyze this currently right now, I think we're actually in better shape in terms of debt per person incurred by all levels of government. What do I actually owe as an individual? If they were to come to me and say, Rick, everybody has to pay, we're going to pay everything off today, what do you owe? It could probably be like $40,000, $50,000 or something. But you guys, no, I think it's much higher than that. I'd have to look at the numbers, but I'm pretty sure that it's much, much higher. The reality is, on the U.S. side, there is so much debt now that you realistically will never be able to pay it off.
That's right.
In Canada, I think that we can. The difference between the two countries, though, is that the U.S. economy is based on foundation that is global in scope. But as a result of that, the wealth, the productivity generated flows back into the U.S. economy. But because we're sort of a sister economy to the United States, the dynamics are somewhat different. We're more dependent directly on the U.S. That being said, you can have a much higher debt to person ratio than we can. Nevertheless, with now the emergence of this new multipolar geopolitical reality, the emergence of these BRICS nations, competing currency about to come online to challenge the U.S. dollar as the world reserve currency, putting the entire U.S. economy in jeopardy, because that can effectively right there cut the U.S. economic influence globally by 50%. And if that happens, you're going to see poverty on the U.S. side like you've never seen it before, because you will not be able to pay off that debt. And everything that the U.S. is doing is really predicated on the military-industrial complex today, which makes me also wonder, what the heck is the deal with this bridge? Do you know what industries are sitting there in Baltimore that are very prominent? Have you looked into it? Have you thought about it?
No. I haven't even had time today. I was so busy with this BP announcement.
General Dynamics. You have military plants there. A lot of them very high-tech radar manufacturing facilities. I mean, it makes me wonder what the heck happened really with that ship taking out that bridge. Not that I want to set up any conspiracy theories, but
they're already out there.
But as soon as that hit, I was like, wait a minute, don't they manufacture a lot of, don't they have like, isn't Northrop Grumman there? Yeah. Is General Dynamics there? Yeah. What else is there? There's another big military facility. It slips on my mind. What's the other one?
You stumped me.
There are actually there are a couple of other big ones. Oh my goodness!
Hate it when that happens.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's on the tip of my tongue. Just naming them. But yeah, Northrop Grumman for sure is there. General Dynamics has a factory there. They're not the biggest, I don't think. And I'm not an expert on the Baltimore economy, okay? But it's a real thing. Like, so it's a major employer, and it's very high tech stuff.
Oh, wow.
I'm just Googling the
Lockheed Martin. Biden
Lockheed Martin.
Lockheed.
Raytheon, GE Aviation. There's a whole bunch right there.
Interesting.
Now, I can't say it absolutely has anything to do with this ship hitting the bridge last night, but it was the first thing that popped into my mind, because when you see a bridge taken out like that, the other thing that I'm thinking immediately is, what does this mean for infrastructure? What does it mean for, transportation, supply chains in that area? And you have all these different contractors there, right? And what does that mean for the logistics in getting arms out to even Ukraine? What's the impact of this? What's the impact on the economy, the military industrial complex infrastructure? And I don't know. These are just questions I'm asking. I'm not saying this is a major, these are just questions that popped in my head.
I had so many questions when I saw that footage early this morning. You know me, I'm up early. Sometimes I don't even get to bed. And when I saw that in the middle of the night, I've never seen a bridge go down like that. Never in my life. I mean, the way those pillars collapsed, I don't want to sound like Jesse Ventura or anything, but I'm just saying, the way those pillars collapsed, it almost looked like they had a little help down at the base of the pillars.
Well, the thing about a bridge, though, did you ever learn how to build a bridge in school?
Yeah,
Did you ever
high
build
school science class.
Yeah, you had to build a bridge, and they taught you how and the way the supports work. But you look at that. That's one of the longest bridges of its type in the world, and if it's just those cross beams, and all the weight really is transferred from across the bridge down onto those pillars. So you take out even one like that, and it's going to collapse.
Mm-hmm.
It's just going to. That's the way it works, because all that pressure comes down onto those pressure points in those sections. And then I was looking at other images overnight of ships as they have to pass underneath that bridge, and there isn't really a lot of space for some of the really big ships. I'm amazed at how they do it, or how they were doing it. But this thing, and I don't know, is there any talk about the power going out on that ship just before it collided?
Well, let's take a look. See, all the lights went out.
Right.
Did you see that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really weird, eh?
It is.
What the heck happened? Now it's just out of control.
And then they came back.
Yeah.
Now
and what's he doing? He's
what?
going to run right into it.
Oopsie.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh,
wow. Just incredible.
yeah.
What
And
news
all
to
that
wake
weight, and
up
it hits
to.
it. It's right there at the pressure point. I mean,
Then-
you want
then
to take it out.
gets it
That's
again.
that's how you do it.
Yeah.
And so there's nothing there to support the bridge anymore, right? So it comes down. That's
It's
all
like
it takes.
the one in the center or close to the center is where he hit. But it makes you wonder. I mean, how do you do that by accident? I mean,
It's like,
how do you not see that coming?
well, the first thing you do is you
You
hire
know?
the old captain from the Exxon LDs, and you put him behind the wheel, or his buddy,
Right.
or you buy him the same drinks or whatever. I don't know.
I mean, how drunk do you have to be to not see the bridge coming at you? Or you're coming at the bridge. How do you not see that coming? And yeah, why do the lights go out and then come back on and then go off again?
I don't know. Strange, isn't it?
A very strange incident. I've been just puzzling over it really all day because my first thought was how in the world? How does that even happen?
Amazing.
And I've watched this probably, 20 times by now from different angles and whatnot. Any conspiracy theories in the chat room? I bet there are. I wonder what do our viewers think of it?
SW says a bridge hit my battleship. A bridge hit my battleship.
Right.
And Ragin says he turned right into it.
Sure did.
I don't know what redundancy means. Says the post didn't do shh.
It didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing wrong.
Yeah, I'm getting echo on my
business.
I'm getting echo on my microphone. Do you notice that?
I don't
Isn't
hear
that
it.
weird?
No.
No, I do. And somebody just commented on it as well. I don't know. Do that. Does that take care of the echo? Not at
Seems
all.
a little better.
I can
There,
still hear
that's fair.
Still hear the echo. Weird. I don't know. I'll try and fix it as we go along. Not to worry.
I don't understand this. The mayor of Baltimore, Brandon Scott, he's asking the media to stop showing footage of the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse, what we'd showed you. He literally was on CNN a little while ago saying, I'll be the first to ask that CNN and everyone else stop showing the video. Why should we stop showing the video? It's very newsworthy. It's not like you can see anything graphic in it. Why don't they want us to show it?
I don't know. Weird.
That's the mayor of Baltimore. Very strange.
It is, isn't it? I think it's strange.
About those souls and people that we're trying to
Here, I've got the interview
find
with
and
him
get
here.
out of this water.
Let me recue that. This is the mayor of Baltimore on CNN.
I wanted us to Mayor Brandon Scott, the mayor of Baltimore, who is with us right now on the phone. Mayor Scott, first of all, I just want to say that I am sorry that your community is going through this right now and that there are families wondering and worrying about their loved ones at this hour. Can you tell me so far what you know about exactly what happened here to the Francis Scott Key Bridge?
Well, listen, we have an unspeakable tragedy. We know that this vessel struck the bridge and the bridge collapsed. There were individuals working on the bridge at that time. There are cars in the water. Our fire department has confirmed that as they lead this ongoing search and rescue mission through sonar. That is where our focus is about those souls and people that we're trying to find and get out of this water. We know that there are going to be questions about the bridge and traffic and the port, but right now, everyone in this world's focus be about these souls and those families who are wondering if these people are going to walk back in the door after they walked out to work last night.
Yeah, that's a really good point. The anxiety of all this, and then plus just watching the video of what happened and how quickly the bridge failed. Can you give me some sense of what you thought at first light this morning when you saw the pictures of actually what that bridge looks like with the barge slammed into it there? What were your initial thoughts?
It was something out of an action movie. It's something you never think you would see. And being here right now, looking at it, is even more surreal. And it just makes you think about, again, those families, those individuals that were on that bridge, those folks that even on that vessel, even more, because no one should have to endure. And I'm going to be the first to ask that CNN and everyone else stop showing the video. No one needs to see a possibility of their family being severely injured
while they're showing the video
over and over and over again, because it's just
over and over and over.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Okay.
While they're showing the video, and he's on television while they're showing the video, said don't show the video. Show the video.
That's absurd, really. And it's dark. It's middle of the night. You can't see anybody going off the bridge, do you? I didn't see any actual cars flying off the bridge. I didn't see any bodies. I mean, what we saw
was
on
a wide
9/11
shot,
was
and
far worse.
Yeah. Oh yes, yeah,
yeah.
It's not.
We've seen that 9/11 stuff a million times.
Tragic. It is tragic, but it's a wide shot. Nothing that I would say is disturbing in a graphic sense, other than that something bad has happened.
Right. Man. Well, I noticed it's Maverick news time, and I actually have to jump because I've got some other stuff I got to get done. But I was just looking before I go. I'll give you a quick update. And you can just keep broadcast rolling if you want, Rick, and start Maverick News here at the top of the hour. So I've got 2 minutes, and I'll tell you that the Democrats are having a meltdown, as you might expect, at RFK's VP announcement. Representative Robert Garcia of California. Get this, the DNC hosted a national call during Kennedy's address so that they could have a powwow and figure out what they're going to say and do to come after him. This guy said, I am personally offended and I'm just disgusted by his campaign. That's Robert Garcia, California. Says he should be ashamed of himself. He should stop running for president. Woo, man, those Democrats are mad. They're really mad now. He just took one of their best donors away.
What is he just? I don't understand. Like that, disgusted by what?
Oh, I don't know. He doesn't say what. Probably, the vaccines, and he thinks that Kennedy wants everyone to get measles and die, get COVID and die. Like a lot of these people are just Looney Tunes. Like during that call, the lieutenant governor of Pennsylvania, Austin Davis, said on the call, he's a spoiler. He was drafted into this race by Donald Trump's top supporters. It's their favorite conspiracy theory is that Trump is actually funding Bobby, to take votes away from Trump? Trump shoot himself in the foot like that. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, he's going to hurt Trump more.
So there's also, that super PAC for Joe Biden. They're coming after Kennedy too. And they just launched a website called RFK JR Facts, FACTS.com. And it's like there's all these images of Kennedy and Trump kind of merged together. They use AI and kind of make them into one guy, along with, Steve Bannon, Giuliani. If you want to pull up the site and take a look at it, it's rfkjrfacts.com.
Is that JR or JUNIOR?
JR. rfkjrfacts.com. It's like total hit piece website backed by a Biden super PAC called Clear Choice. And basically the ad, they're also doing a TV ad that ties Bobby Kennedy to Trumpism, including, footage of Kennedy saying in the past that he's proud that Trump likes him. Matt Bennett, who's the executive vice president for public affairs of the Democratic Party group Third Way, said in a statement this afternoon, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Nicole Shanahan have only one chance of seeing the inside of the Oval Office if Trump wins and invites them in to say thank you. And on that website, when you land on the main page, it says RFK Jr. is a MAGA-backed candidate who is bankrolled by billionaires to help re-elect Donald Trump. RFK Jr.'s platform is extremely dangerous. He pushes conspiracy theories that divide our country. He's made millions of dollars opposing vaccines and has a history of anti-Black, anti-LGBTQ, and anti-Semitic remarks. Wait, what? Wait a minute. I don't understand. Why do they get this whole anti-Semitic thing? He's like the most pro-Israel guy, and he's taken hell for that. He can't win on that. I mean, he's either anti-Semitic or he's so pro-Israel it makes people sick. But you can't be both. What the hell does that even mean? These people are just not well.
Says these bankrolled by MAGA Republicans.
Well,
powered and bankrolled by the MAGA Republicans who see him as a means to an end, electing Donald Trump or re-electing.
Meanwhile, there is a pro-Trump super PAC, Make America Great Again, Inc. They also put out a statement just a short while ago, and they're attacking him too, of course. Here's what the Trump super PAC says. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a far left radical that supports reparations. Actually, no, he doesn't. Backs the Green New Deal? No, he doesn't. And wants to ban fracking, which is also inaccurate. He does not. He's reversed on that. It's no surprise he would pick a Biden donor leftist as his running mate. That's from Alex Pfeiffer, spokesman for that pro-Trump super PAC, Make America Great Again. That's a statement they just put out a short time ago. So yeah, he's taking fire from both sides now. Both Biden and the Trump campaigns are coming for him. Her, Miss Shanahan, boy, she's got a fireproof suit.
I don't think she does. She seems kind of soft to me.
She has that mom thing going, like a really sweet mom.
Yeah.
I hate to see her deal with what she's going to have to deal with. So I just thought you might like that update before I go, and I'll let you get into Maverick News, Rick. I'm going to head on out. It was a pleasure co-hosting with you today. It always is, my friend. Great to see you. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in, and I'll see you again soon. Stick around for Maverick News. Woo! What a day for news. This wasn't the only news going on. I know you've got updates on the Moscow terror attack. More information on that, on the Baltimore Bridge collapse and the aftermath of that. So, yes, do stay with us. Stay with Rick Walker here for Maverick News. And I'm out. I'll see you soon, Rick. Bye now.
Thank you, Lori. See ya. Okay, folks, let's crank this thing up. I'm going to do my best. I haven't had a lot of time to prepare, obviously, for the new broadcast today here on Maverick News, but it's straight ahead. We'll be back on the other side of this.
Maverick News presents The Rick Walker Show. Defrag your mind.
And I am back. It's a whole new show. Let's dig into the news of the day. As you know, RFK Jr. has now selected his running mate. If you're just joining us here on the Maverick News channel, Nicole Shanahan is his pick. Also tonight, we'll take a look at that Baltimore Bridge collapse, where we have at least 6 people missing, unaccounted for, after that cargo ship destroyed the Baltimore Bridge. We also have the Bank of Canada, an official from the Bank of Canada saying that on the Canadian side, we're facing an economic emergency. And that's all because of inflation, the result of massive money printing. So we have all that and a whole lot more coming right up. So don't go.
Maverick News. The world is watching. Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, free speech. Donate. freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
And we're back. So tonight on the news front, again, Nicole Shanahan, chosen as Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s running mate, could be the next vice president of the United States, seen as a long shot by many. He seems to be gaining some ground, getting some momentum, and as you heard Lori say, the Democrats in a bit of a panic mode tonight, worried about RFK Jr. and his new ally in his quest for the White House, tech lawyer Nicole Shanahan. No government experience to speak of. She's a politician now, leaving the Democrat Party, announcing that today during her first speech as his running mate, as he announced in Oakland today, in the middle of the day. What I would say was a very successful VP running announcement. But as I said earlier during the live coverage of that, it was easy today. She gave a very inspirational speech, focused very much on healthcare, the health of the nation, the state of the food supply, the environment, and need to clean the environment up. In that respect, very much a progressive agenda, an aggressive platform presented today by both RFK Jr. and Nicole Shanahan, who is a billionaire. She has the resources, the financial resources, to make sure that he gets on the ballot in all 50 states, where the other contenders for RFK Jr.'s running mate for that slot really probably didn't. And ballot access is probably the biggest hurdle that he needed to overcome to really have a fighting chance in this race for power. Presenting himself now as a third alternative, an independent choice in the face of two other choices where people are being forced to a traditional choice, which is to choose the lesser of two evils, as he puts it. So Shanahan also chosen because at 38 years of age, she, in his view, and RFK Jr.'s view, will present new appeal to a young demographic and bring younger voters out to the polls. And more than that, give a new generation of Americans hope and maybe even pride in their nation. On to news now about that Moscow concert hall attack, where conspiracy theories and maybe truthful theories abound. Many people coming out with their own views on this. Russians pointing their finger at Ukraine still tonight. The United States and Ukraine saying Ukraine had nothing to do with it still tonight. And the United States saying that indeed it was ISIS that is responsible, a faction of ISIS, ISIS-A. So in that regard, things really haven't changed very much tonight. We've seen the suspect here in court with some media outlets, a handful anyway, drawing attention to the conditions of those suspects. In one case, one of the suspects appeared to be unconscious when wheeled into the courtroom, and media there allowed to record the event and display all of that worldwide. So I don't think tonight we really have much new to report on with regard to the situation with the Moscow terror attack, but we continue to follow that story. And it is, I think, potentially a pivotal moment in this Third World War we already are involved in. That combined with the actual conflict in Ukraine, plus what's going on in the Middle East and Gaza, we have a powder keg that we're sitting on here. New or maybe even reinforced alliances formed now in this new multipolar political reality that we are facing globally. New dividing lines being drawn. The United States abstaining from that vote on the UN ceasefire resolution yesterday that was passed because of the U.S. abstention. We're in a very dicey situation. Hamas, I would say, benefiting from this UN resolution yesterday, and yet it is not clear if it will even take hold. With the Palestinian side and Palestinian delegation at the UN yesterday saying that that resolution is binding, when in fact It really is not. They want it to be, and technically, if you read the statutes, the UN statutes, yeah, I guess you could argue that it is, and that the UN is supposed to enforce it, and member countries, UN member countries, are supposed to abide by it. But in the end, will they? It seems unlikely. We'll come back to more about that story later on in the broadcast. And what is the latest on that Baltimore bridge collapse, which we just showed you prior to commencing with this news broadcast and current affairs broadcast? Well, it did go down like a house of cards, didn't it? This container ship seemed to have the lights go out. I've seen reports suggesting that the power on the ship may have been cut for a moment just before the collision. Jeffrey Pritzker, executive vice president of Bronner Builders, confirmed that 6 were presumed dead and 1 survived. They did have workers on that bridge performing maintenance. There were cars on the bridge as well. We just heard in that clip earlier, just moments ago, as well, that the mayor of Baltimore indicated that there did appear to be some cars in the water. 6 people unaccounted for. And the ship was involved in another collision as well earlier. 2 people were rescued from the water. According to Baltimore Fire Chief James Wallace, 1 was in good condition and refused treatment, according to fire officials. The other was seriously injured and was treated in trauma center. But officials say there might have been drivers in the water. Not for the folks. I'm just looking at these notes here. For the folks who, upon hearing Mayday, blocked off the bridge and kept other cars from crossing. As you saw in the video, that ship, the Dolly, which is operated and managed by a company called Synergy Group, collided with one of the main support pillars, and it just collapsed that whole section of the bridge. The bridge is 1.5 miles long, carries Interstate 695 over the Patapsco River southeast of Baltimore. Officials say it was fully up to code. Now, you run a ship into one of those support pillars and you have a problem. So it's going to take time to continue to assess damage. We'll continue to get updates on this. The Port of Baltimore is the 11th largest in the U.S. and the busiest port for car imports and exports. I guess it handles more than 750,000 vehicles in each year on average. That data comes from the Maryland Port Administration. The Dolly was being chartered by Danish shipping giant Maersk. And a lot of theories surrounding that story as well out there tonight. And in Canada, as I alluded to earlier, there was a speech given today by a Bank of Canada official who says that the Canadian economy, and our American viewers should take note of this, the Canadian economy is facing something of an emergency. This because of inflation. Here in Canada, as I said earlier, I think we're facing inflation in real terms. You go to the supermarket, as I do, real inflation of at least 15 to 20% per year. It's been like that since the pandemic broke and we went into lockdown and the government began handing out tons as relief to people here. Situation very similar on the U.S. side, maybe not quite as bad. Here's one of the mainstream media stories referencing this tonight. In an emergency break glass signs, Bank of Canada officials says it's time to break the glass. Speaking in Halifax, this was Carolyn Rogers from the Bank of Canada. She says Canadian labor productivity eked out a small gain at the end of this year, but that came after 6 straight quarters where productivity fell. That's also the result of money printing and handing out free money to people because there was less incentive, obviously, to work. And in some cases, people were prevented from work because they were locked down. So, of course, you're going to get less productivity. The Canadian economy, we're told, bounced back. It has been bouncing back. We're supposed to be seeing growth, but that really, obviously, from what we're hearing from the Bank of Canada official, that's not really true. So I would say the Trudeau government or regime is cooking the numbers on the economic side. So she noted, Rogers said that the U.S. has seen productivity gains coming out of the pandemic as firms found footing, but Canada has not seen the same. I can tell you, too, that on the U.S. side, from all the data that I've seen in recent months, the productivity gains on the U.S. side are coming largely from the military-industrial complex, and that is because of all the arms that are produced and being shipped overseas. That's where money, the wealth, is being generated. Those numbers are propping up the statistics, not necessarily flowing into more economic prosperity for the average American, however. And also a lot of the jobs that are being created on the U.S. side are part-time or low-paying jobs. And as a result, even though you're seeing job growth, a lot of people are working. It's the additional jobs. They're working more than one job. In some cases, 2 and even 3 jobs in order to maintain the standard of living that they had before. So this is a real warning sign coming from the Canadian government. Rogers says here, this Bank of Canada official says, in fact, the level of productivity in Canada's business sector is more or less unchanged from where it was 7 years ago. That means no productivity growth in 7 years. And yet we've had substantial inflation during that period of time. Over the past 4 years, in real terms, because of inflation, you've seen the value of the dollar debased by as much as 40 to 60% over just the past 3 years alone. And that means that when we're going to the grocery store here, it's compared to where we were just a few years ago, we're paying more than double for a lot of basic staples at the grocery store. Fish that used to cost, say, $9, now costing $15, $16. Like a package of frozen fish. That's something that, just comes to mind. Breakfast cereal. You're paying, in some cases, almost double for a box of cereal here, where compared to, say, 3 or 4 years ago. Substantial price increases across the board. People having a very hard time making ends meet. And even though on the Canadian side here, we've seen government increase the minimum wage, all that really ended up doing in the end was offsetting a bit of the inflation that we have seen. So the minimum wage increase really has not resulted in a higher standard of living for people at the lower end of the socioeconomic scale. So she goes on here today in this speech, and she said, we know that changing demographics and the economic impacts of climate change will tend to put upward pressure on prices. Persistent global trade tensions also raise the risk of future inflation. Rogers said that when you compare Canada's recent productivity record with that of other countries, what sticks out is how much the country lags on investment in machinery, equipment, and intellectual property. She also said Canada needs to focus on making sure the training and education we provide teach the skills we need, while a more competitive business environment would help drive greater innovation and efficiency. And productivity really does mean not just producing more stuff, but producing it efficiently. That's what's needed. That's also what RFK Jr.'s new running mate was focused on in her speech today as well. Artificial intelligence. It's a key to a brighter future. It has to be. It could be the silver bullet, ultimately, that saves us from this declining economy, this inflationary environment that we are in. Artificial intelligence represents a potential path to exponential gains in productivity through the combination of AI with robotics, automation. We can do a lot more stuff, increase the standard of living, potentially for people, at an exponential rate using new technology and grow our way out of the debt. At least that's the theory. And have been listening to a number of economists talk about just that. But you need a leader or leadership in place that can take you down the right path with that. And that means not looking in the rearview mirror. It means harnessing the power of AI while at the same time finding the right balance so that it doesn't end up being so disruptive that it destroys society in any number of ways, which we can't possibly foresee at this point. That's the danger and the promise. And with all that going on, we also mentioned earlier this week that the RCMP in Canada, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the National Police Force, had a secret study done, which we laid out for you in more detail here. I had that about a week and a half ago. Other media just picking it up for the first time, even just yesterday. And then I showed you the secret report, which was obtained using Freedom of Information Act requests. I showed you the document, and it shows that because of the economic stress that we are under here, because of political destabilization that has resulted since the pandemic, the government sees a real existential threat to the country coming from what they say are, increasingly more extreme political movements and dissatisfaction with voters. The country is fracturing. And they see that it's going to be a very rocky road over the next 5, 7, maybe even 10 years. And that's because of most of the declining economy, declining standard of living, disruptive technologies like AI. Now, the other thing that I became aware of, I've been aware of it anyway, honestly, but right now, big auto show in China. And here, I'll show you. I don't think this is behind a paywall. Yeah, here we go. Associated Press. So right now, Chinese electric vehicle makers are challenging market leaders at an auto show in Bangkok. It's on right now, this auto show, one of the biggest auto shows in the world. This is something we really need to be paying attention to here, folks. I'll show you this MSM report from Associated Press on this story. Chinese EV makers challenging market leaders at auto show in Bangkok. BYD, Chinese automaker, they're going head-to-head with companies like Toyota, Honda, Ford, General Motors, and they're winning. They even have a flying car. on display at this auto show in China. It says here, Chinese electric vehicle makers are showcasing their latest models, including a flying car. There it is, as they take on global rivals, the Bangkok International Motor Show, BYD, Xpeng, and Great Wall Motors, quickly growing their sales in Thailand, challenging long-standing market leaders like Toyota, Isuzu, and Ford as they expand exports across the globe. Why is this important? Well, important not so much just because of what's going on there in Thailand. It's important because of all the money our governments are dumping into the electrification of the auto industry here in North America. Unprecedented levels of government investment and corporate investment in the auto industry. The electrification of the industry is not happening simply because of market forces, market demand, consumer demand for the products. It's happening because of the governments here in the West basically mandating it through legislation, through new regulations. They are going to be forcing people to purchase electric vehicles. And they're already forcing the companies to retool and start manufacturing them. Now, the Biden administration last week did back off to some degree as they finalized new rules for emissions, which will have a direct impact on this process of electrification. But they did it because auto dealers were sending a message collectively to the White House in a letter, which I've shown you on the program, saying you have to tap the brakes on this because these electric cars simply aren't selling. The dealers are buying up the inventory. That's the way it works. They buy the inventory. They hold the inventory on their lots. They have to hold that as debt. And then they have to sell product, but it's theirs once they purchase it. And they aren't selling the way that they need to make the industry, the electric vehicle industry, sustainable. So the Biden administration did, and the EPA, they did change some of their rules, adjusted what their goals were going to be, giving the automakers a little bit more time to keep some internal combustion engines in their vehicle lineups and giving them more leeway to produce more hybrids instead of pure electrics as we move toward a future not very far away, say in 2030, 2035, depending on the country, where all the new vehicles sold will only be electric. But they're giving the automakers a little bit more time. Now, that being said, with companies like this in China taking a bigger and bigger piece of pie and displaying their products in a way that shows consumers are becoming more accepting of them and embracing because of lower price points largely. What I'm saying is getting all this increased competition from China, which is not a big surprise. We've seen this coming. Donald Trump on the opposite side of this equation, talking about just that, saying that electric vehicles, for the most part, he says, are going to be produced in China. And if you look at the number of factories, the number of actual battery packs that are being produced, who has the most capacity to produce electric vehicle batteries? It's in China. Who controls the world market, the bulk of the world market for cobalt and lithium and the other raw materials that go into manufacture of car batteries? China. China has positioned themselves exactly for this new reality, for an electric future, for electric vehicles. So the concern here, of course, is will all the factories which are being retooled here on the North American side, will they be competitive? Will they ever pay back on the investment that our politicians are making with our tax dollars, our borrowed tax dollars? If they're wrong, we're in a lot of trouble because that money needs to come back. And it has to come back in a timely fashion because it's like any investment. If they're wrong, it means that you're going to be driving a Chinese car and while the economy collapses It's that serious. It truly is. All this happening while we're seeing now the Bank of Canada sounding the alarm on the economy here on the Canadian side, and as Lord and I were just discussing prior to the starting this particular portion of the broadcast, it's not really good on the U.S. side either. Maybe even worse in terms of the amount of debt each individual American actually owes. Probably never be able to pay all that money back. And when the rest of the world finally figures that out, look out. And in fact, I think that's kind of what's going on a global scale, which is why the world is so unstable right now. So maybe some people just see a car, but I see a whole lot more. I see an economy and a very uncertain future.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
The information war is raging. Truth without integrity is worth nothing. Maverick News. Because those who have power and those who seek it must be held accountable.
The world is watching.
Join our family of truth seekers. Donate today and add your voice to the chorus of Maverick Nights. Donate at maverickdonations.com. Truth. Integrity. It's the Maverick way. Maverick News. The world is watching.
But don't worry, folks, because Joe Biden is firmly in control at the White House, and he's on it, man, because commenting, I guess, today on this bridge collapse in Baltimore, he had this to say. And, yeah, I feel much safer knowing this guy is in charge.
About 1:30, container ship struck the Francis Scott Key Bridge, which I've been over many, many times commuting from the state of Delaware to a train or by car. At about 1:30, container ship struck the Francis
Did you hear that?
Key Bridge, which I've been over many, many times commuting from the state of Delaware to a train or by car.
So I guess he was taking the train over the bridge. Okay. Right. Well, on the other side, Donald Trump, the judge overseeing his criminal case, has imposed a gag order restricting what Trump can say about anyone involved in the upcoming trial. Of course, that revolves around that hush money payment that was made to Stormy Daniels, the adult film star. So Judge Juan Merchan issued the order, which limits Trump's public statements. And the circus in court continues. Again, yesterday I said he has so many lawsuits, so much stuff going on in court. The cases just seem to bleed together at this point. So the judge said that Well, he listed a series of statements that Trump made related to multiple cases and making this request, I guess, from Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. And the judge said that the examples went far beyond defending himself against attacks by public figures. He described Trump's statements as threatening, inflammatory, denigrating, with the targets of his statements either assigned to the cases or performing their civic duty, he said. So basically, because of what he said before and because of the nature of these comments that he's made before, he's put a gag order on Donald Trump. So the order bars Trump from commenting or causing others to comment on potential witnesses in the case, prospective jurors, court staff, lawyers in the district attorney's office, and the relatives of any counsel or court staffer. He is allowed to criticize Bragg himself as well as Merchant. Now, this case is supposed to go to trial next month, April 15th. But that's just one of the trials that Trump has to deal with. On the Canadian side, the carbon tax, that's the big issue right now. There's going to be a committee looking at the Trudeau government's carbon tax increase, which is due to take effect April 1st. For Conservative premiers, those are the provincial equivalents of a prime minister, but at the provincial level, sort of like a governor for the United States. So 4 Conservative premiers will be telling a House of Commons committee this week that Justin Trudeau should ditch the planned increase, this federal carbon tax increase. April 1st is next Monday. So you have Premier Scott Moe of Saskatchewan, Blaine Higgs, Tim Houston, Danielle Smith of Alberta, which is Canada's oil-producing province. They've all written letters to the chair of the House of Commons Finance Committee. They want a chance to testify at the committee hearing about the impact of the upcoming carbon tax increase, to tell them what kind of impact it will have on their provinces, on the people who live there, local economies, the regional economies. And all this happening while I guess supposed to be some fairly large protests set to begin on April 1st, and more protests involving, in some cases, truckers and people in the freedom movement, Canada-wide, at various dates all through the month of April. These protests are supposed to continue until the government backs down on this carbon price increase. How effective they will be, who the heck knows? I guess it depends on the turnout. We'll have more on that in the days ahead as well. Justin Trudeau standing firm on his plan to increase that carbon tax. And take note again, my American friends, because what happens up here with regard to that is very likely to take hold on your side of the border as well, because the Biden administration is pretty much in lockstep with the Trudeau regime up here in Canada when it comes to this particular portfolio. The carbon tax increase, over the life of it, I believe we're looking at a 23% increase in the carbon tax itself. The initial increase that we're going to see on April the 1st will translate into an average across country of about 3 cents per liter, higher price at the pump for gasoline, but there will also be increases in the price of home heating, oil, natural gas, all forms of energy, really. And that will, of course, filter down into more inflation, more price increases on everything, because the fuel that is used to produce and transport all goods to market will increase in price. And that's just one of the inputs into everything that we purchase, everything we consume. That is the key issue right now that is being used by Trudeau's main political opponent, Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, who has a whole Axe the Tax campaign that he's rolling out. He tried to force an election in the House of Commons on that very issue with a vote of what they call a vote of non-confidence. It failed, but did highlight the issue again And Polyev has a bunch of rallies planned for his Axe the Tax campaign across the country. Now, there was a big one that was supposed to happen 4 days from now in Windsor, Ontario. But for logistical reasons, I did receive word on that this morning that the Axe the Tax campaign rally in Windsor, Ontario, auto production company or municipality, community, at one point, Canada's automotive capital, the Axe the Tax campaign down there, the rally for the 30th of this month, canceled now for logistical reasons. Apparently, it will be rescheduled. Not really clear, though, why the rally was canceled. Gonna have to dig into that just a little bit more, and then maybe we'll think there's maybe something more to it than just a logistical issue. But I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. What else do we have for you tonight? Bringing up my other notes here. We already showed you the footage from, I believe it was yesterday. Sean Diddy has properties raided amid sex trafficking allegations. Oh, and here's restaurants in Canada are facing a frugal market as sales dip. Again, another report from the restaurant industry on the economic side showing that inflation is just eating people alive, which means people who want to eat out can't eat out because the inflation is eating up the value of their money. New data from Statistics Canada just released showed that prices for food purchases from restaurants increased 5.1% year over year in January, continuing a trend seen last year. Now, that's just one economic indicator, the price of food at a restaurant, up 5.1%. That alone eats up any gains that anyone made by getting a minimum wage increase. So if you had a minimum wage job at a restaurant, for instance, that price increase alone right there eats up any gain that you made on the wage increase, because the government mandated higher wages for people working at the lowest end of the economic scale. In addition to that, it's not just that prices went up for people, it's that restaurants saw sales decline anywhere from 5, 6, 7, in some cases maybe even 10%, depending on certain areas of the country. Every restaurant experiencing something different, but because prices have gone up, people are eating out less. Again, just another warning sign, not just here in Canada, but I would say it should be a warning sign for other countries as well. Julian Assange, he was told that he can appeal the U.S. extradition order, that ruling coming down today. He can continue his fight against extradition to the United States, with this high court in London making this ruling earlier today. They're saying that he should be allowed to appeal against it unless the U.S. promises he will not face the death penalty. The United States prosecutors working for the U.S. want to put Assange on trial on 18 counts under the Espionage Act over the release of confidential U.S. military records and diplomatic cables. So this will drag on, is the bottom line. But it is actually, I think, in a way, for Assange, a positive development. And I know that the world truly is watching that case. Not a lot more to report on that tonight, I don't think, because it's just it just gets us to a point where it's more delays ultimately is what we're dealing with there. And we'll see if he ever does if they ever I'm bringing him to the United States. Okay, hang on. I'll be right back and we'll continue.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
Feel the vibrations. Our quest continues. The truth is out there. We are Mavericks.
Now, we always do want to be fair and balanced here at Maverick News. So tonight, what I will do, since I did run that very brief clip of Joe Biden saying that he sometimes took the train across the bridge in Baltimore, which seems probably unlikely given that I don't think there are train tracks on that bridge. Maybe a car, but I don't think a train. Nevertheless, we're going to take you to the White House so that we can let Joe Biden deliver his full remarks on the bridge collapse. Here we go.
And I was waiting to talk to the last member of the delegation of the region. Good afternoon. Before I leave for North Carolina, in a few minutes, I want to speak briefly about the terrible incident and accident that happened in Baltimore this morning. At about 1:30, a container ship struck the Francis Scott Key Bridge, which I've been over many times, commuting from the state of Delaware either on a train or by car. Been in Baltimore Harbor many times. And the bridge collapsed, sending several people and vehicles into the water and river. And multiple U.S. Coast Guard units, which are stationed very nearby, thank God, were immediately deployed along with local emergency personnel. And the Coast Guard is leading the response to the port, where representatives from the Federal Highway Administration, the FBI, Department of Transportation, the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as Maryland officials and Baltimore Police and Fire, are all working together to coordinate an emergency response. Officials at the scene estimate 8 people were unaccounted for were unaccounted for. That number might change. 2 have been rescued, 1 without injury, 1 in critical condition. And the search and rescue operation is continuing for all those remaining as we speak. I spoke with Governor Moore this morning, as well as the Mayor of Baltimore, the county executive, both United States senators and the congressman. And my Secretary of Transportation is on the scene. I told them we're going to send all federal resources they need as we respond to this emergency. I mean all federal resources. And and we're going to rebuild that port together. Everything so far indicates that this was a terrible accident. At this time, we have no other indication, no other reason to believe there's any intentional acting. Personnel on board the ship were able to alert the Maryland Department of Transportation that they had lost control of their vessel, as you all know and reported. As a result, local authorities were able to close the bridge to traffic before the bridge was struck, which undoubtedly saved lives. Our prayers are with everyone involved in this terrible accident and all the families, especially those waiting for the news of their loved one right now. I know every minute in that circumstance feels like a lifetime. You just know, it's just terrible. We're incredibly grateful for the rescuers who immediately rushed to the scene, and to the people of Baltimore. I want to say we're with you. We're going to stay with you as long as it takes. And like the governor said, you're Maryland tough, you're Baltimore strong, and we're going to get through this together. And I promise we're not leaving. Here's what's happening now. The search and rescue operation is top priority. Ship traffic in the Port of Baltimore has been suspended until further notice, and we'll need to clear that channel before the ship traffic can resume. The Army Corps of Engineers is on the spot and is going to help lead this effort to clear the channel. The Port of Baltimore is one of the nation's largest shipping hubs, and I've been there a number of times as a senator and as a vice president. It handles a record amount of cargo last year. It's also the top port in America for both imports and exports of automobiles and light trucks. Around 850,000 vehicles go through that port every single year, and we're going to get it up and running again as soon as possible. 15,000 jobs depend on that port, and we're going to do everything we can to protect those jobs and help those workers. The bridge is also critical for travel, not just for Baltimore, but for the Northeast corridor. Over 30,000 vehicles cross the Francis Scott Key Bridge on a daily basis. It's virtually, it's one of the most important elements for the economy in the Northeast and the quality of life. My transportation secretary is there now. As I told Governor Moore, I've directed my team to move heaven and earth to reopen the port and rebuild the bridge as soon as humanly possible. And we're going to work hand in hand with the support of Maryland to support Maryland whatever they ask for. We're going to work with our partners in Congress to make sure the state gets the support it needs. It's my intention that the federal government will pay for the entire cost of reconstructing that bridge, and I expect the Congress to support my effort. This takes some time. The people of Baltimore can count on us, though, to stick with them at every step of the way until the port is reopened and the bridge is rebuilt. You know, we're not leaving until this job is done. Not leaving until then. So I just want to say God bless everybody who everyone harmed this morning and their families, and may God bless the first responders, who many of them risked their lives. And I'm not going to take a lot of questions. There's remaining issues that are open that we got to determine what's going to happen in terms of the commission and the like. But
do you plan to go to Baltimore, sir? And if so, how quickly?
I do, and as quickly as I can.
You said the federal government's going to pay for the repairs. I'm just curious. This was a ship that appears to be at fault. Is there any reason to believe that the company behind the ship should be held responsible? And then also, you mentioned
could be, but we're not going to wait for that to happen. We're going to pay for it to get the bridge rebuilt and open.
What did you make of Israel's decision not to attend the meeting this week?
Oh, I don't want to get into that. We're going plenty of time to talk about problems.
You mentioned the port. Can I ask about cars? About the port.
And that's the end of that. So we also have today Donald Trump, his media company, the parent of Truth Social, began trading on the NASDAQ today. So some are saying that Trump's business association with Truth Social could end up making him a trillionaire. I'm also seeing op-eds from people who I think are very credible say that the truth of the matter is, if you want to talk about Truth Social, they're saying that it will, in real terms, be nowhere near that because the company itself lost money last year, and we're talking about millions, not billions of dollars. So I don't really know where the truth is on Truth Social, other than to say that, yes, it is now trading on the stock market. Trump isn't his relationship with the company has changed, but his shares, the way that the business is set up, it could make him a lot of money. He owns 58% of shares in the company, placing his stake at, again, based on early trading, some are saying $5 billion is what it's worth. And he's saying that Truth Social is doing very well. Now, it doesn't mean that it's not doing very well, even though it may have lost money last year, because it's still a young, emerging company. And in that industry, the social media companies are very competitive. You're up against Google, Facebook, Twitter, X. So I don't know, but we've also seen, in the past that even social media companies can take it on the chin. Here's Trump talking about coming up with the cash for that bond that he owes, which I think it was yesterday, it was cut from 400 and some million to, I think, 175. So he did score a win in, actually, I don't have that clip, so it's okay. But I do have this clip of Trump talking about immigration tonight. This is what it was that I had here for you. Let me just bring this up. But with that trading on the stock exchange now, Trump's in a totally different position. I wondered when he was banned on Facebook after the last election, how he could possibly end up campaigning if he didn't have proper access to social media. But he's been able to work around it, and one of the ways he's worked around it is with Truth Social, by creating his own platform. It's not nearly as widely used as Facebook at this point, but it is growing. There's no doubt about that. I'm on Truth Social, along with a number of other platforms, including CloudHub, MeWe. So there are alternatives out there. They're just, and they're not as popular as Facebook. And I'd say that Facebook is actually in decline because they're banning so many people, censoring so many people. And in Canada, you can't even get news on Facebook anymore because of Trudeau's censorship laws, where he tried to make Facebook and the other social media companies cough up money to pay the mainstream legacy media for the content they put on social media. So now, as a result, you are not allowed to distribute news content on Facebook. Facebook says they don't want it. So now we can't even get news on Facebook. As a result, I was using it a whole lot less, and now I'm banned for life on Facebook. Maverick News, proudly banned on Facebook. Yes, indeed, folks, I think we are Canada's most banned news network. Perhaps second only to InfoWars. Let's listen to what Donald Trump has to say. This just posted within the last hour.
All over the world they came. Angola. Millions of illegal border crossers have entered the country unlawfully.
Cameroon.
They're coming by thousands. Nobody could afford this, and even morally, it's so wrong.
Venezuela.
you're not smart enough to know who I am. But soon you're going to know who I am.
We will secure our borders and we will restore our sovereignty.
They recognize the fact that Joe Biden is more favorable president for immigrants. Trump or Biden?
Biden, of course.
Are you afraid? After watching that, I am. I'm not sure what to be afraid of, but it just left me with a feeling of fear. That's the tone. That's a lot different than what we saw with RFK Jr. earlier today. The whole Trump campaign, the whole MAGA movement right now, I'd say it just overall has that dark, negative feeling to it. Maybe it'll shift. Maybe they'll find other inspirational messages, but really, very scary stuff. People seem to be focused very much on the fear porn. I don't really understand human nature when it comes to that. We've seen that even with the coverage of Princess Kate in the past week. Disappeared, dropped out of sight, laying low. The princess, dealing with a personal matter, and it just led to all kinds of speculation, even from mainstream media, with people coming up with all kinds of theories from she was being involved in some sort of a fling to she was dead. Of course, in the end, what we found out is she has cancer. She's been struggling with that. She did make a public statement. Now, some people feel bad about accusing her of things or saying things that just simply weren't true, as people not only watched the fear porn, but of course, especially mainstream media and independents out there as well, jumped on the bandwagon and started speculating, theorizing about where the princess be, what's going on. And in the end, she's been dealing with a very personal medical issue. And even now, we don't know exactly what kind of cancer she is battling. But it just shows human nature. And indeed, it is, we are in dark times. And I don't know why people seem to gravitate toward the fear porn. I think it gives people some sort of a rush. I really do. And we have Sergei Lavrov from Russia saying that, well, I'll just let him speak for himself, talking about that Moscow terror attack, the Russians investigating on their end. Let's hear what he has to say. Hopefully we have a good translation on this. Or maybe no translation at all. Indeed. Let me just find out what it is he's actually saying here for you folks. So I'll just go in here and get the notations on this. He says, I do not remember that Interpol volunteered to help us investigate the terrorist attack on the Nord Streams, although we appealed to the UN Security Council. Therefore, we will not need such assistance with the manifestation of double standards and with the promotion of a theory convenient for the West. And so again, yes, I mean, Russia taking the position that Ukraine was directly involved, but they want to know who was behind it, who planned it, vowing to hold everyone who was involved accountable. Let me get, I think I've got the response, the Hamas response to the ceasefire resolution. I had a cue here. I'll tell you, let me just take a quick break and then I'll come back on the other side with that for you, because I think it is definitely worth reading if you want a full perspective on this story. Don't go away.
Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
The information war is raging. Truth without integrity is worth nothing. Maverick News. Because those who have power and those who seek it must be held accountable.
The world is watching.
Join our family of truth seekers. Donate today and add your voice to the chorus of Maverick Nights. Donate at maverickdonations.com. Truth. Integrity. It's the Maverick way. Maverick News. The world is watching.
And I do have that statement from Hamas on the UN Security Council ceasefire resolution. It reads as follows. Just make sure you have it up on the screen. You can see it. There it is. The Islamic Resistance Movement, Hamas, welcomes the UN Security Council's call for an immediate ceasefire, and we stress the necessity of reaching a permanent ceasefire that leads to the withdrawal of all Zionist forces from the Gaza Strip and the return of the displaced to the homes from which they left. We all affirm our readiness to engage in an immediate prisoner exchange process that leads to the release of prisoners on both sides. In the context of the text of the resolution, we emphasize the importance of the freedom of movement of Palestinian citizens and the access of all humanitarian needs to all residents in all areas of the Gaza Strip, including heavy equipment to remove rubble so that we can bury our martyrs who have remained under the rubble for months. Hamas calls on the Security Council to pressure the occupation to adhere to the ceasefire and stop the war of genocide and ethnic cleansing against our people. Hamas affirms the right of our Palestinian people to establish their independent, sovereign Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital, and the right of return and self-determination in accordance with international resolutions and international law. The Hamas movement appreciates the effort of the brothers in Algeria and all the countries in the Security Council that supported and support our people and are working to stop the Zionist aggression and war of annihilation. So you can interpret that or analyze it and come up with your own views and interpretations on that. What I'm seeing there is, while they say that they want a fire, they are still standing firm on their plans, their desires, what they want. So they're going to continue to push what they want. The conflict is not over. Even if we get a ceasefire, I don't know that it will be something that will hold or will be lasting. And then, is it binding, not binding? The delegation, as I said yesterday, from Palestine at the UN indicated that they believe the resolution is binding. But is that really the case? Well, I'm hearing most others say that no, it's not the case. See if I've got the clip handy for you here. And I have to go over, sorry, to this other tab. Yeah, I do have it here for you. So here's the delegation saying that the ceasefire has to happen immediately, and that not only does it, they're saying that so they want the ceasefire to happen immediately. And even though there's supposed to be an attachment of a condition for the release of the hostages, they're saying that that's secondary. I think this is going to fly, honestly, with Israel, but it depends on how much pressure they get from the White House, too, on the Israeli side. Here's what we have.
Calls for unconditional, immediate release of hostages. Now, there are many people in the Middle East saying, what guarantees are, once the hostages, all hostages are released, what guarantees do we have that Israel will not go the whole way to Rafah, more destructions? What stops Israel from doing that?
I understand the frustration of our people, and they have the right to be frustrated from the international community that dragged its feet for 5.5 months before they agreed to a ceasefire. But the language of the resolution is crystal clear. Operative paragraph 1 starts from demanding an immediate ceasefire. The second part of sentence, it is not conditional upon the first part. It says, and also it calls for the other part. The other part was in place.
Okay. So it shows that even though you have this ceasefire, which is a resolution passed by the UN, both Israel and the Palestinians, they're still entrenched in position. Israel now not going to send people for this big meeting that was supposed to take place in Washington. I don't know how much that's going to affect things. It's turning into a bit of a standoff. And then how does this play out over the next few weeks? I don't know, but it's volatile for sure. And this is the stuff, honestly, folks, that could lead to a fully kinetic Third World War. It's that destabilizing. You have the terrorist attack in Moscow. You have the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. You have funding tied up, being delayed, additional funding from the U.S., which is tied to the border issue in the United States because of Trump and his influence. So it's actually Trump and the MAGA Republicans that are standing in the way of the funding and the additional arms going to Ukraine. The Ukrainians are on their back heel, apparently, because of lack of ammunition. Very dangerous over there. It seems like they're pivoting maybe more toward guerrilla warfare style tactics because they don't have the firepower to just go toe to toe with the Russian forces now. So they're shifting their strategy. Well, they've been losing some ground. The Ukrainians may be more entrenched, more resilient than some of the online pundits would have us believe. As much as we're being told every turn that this thing is going to be over in a matter of weeks or maybe a month or two, every time we hear a prediction like that from any of the experts out there, it just continues. And it's turned into not just months, but years now. And both sides seem to be entrenched and still determined. Zelensky and his forces seem to have a little bit more depth than some of the experts would suggest. And even though we've seen reports out of Russia that this most recent attack on the Black Sea Fleet was minimal, I'm now seeing a lot of evidence to suggest that, in fact, there was more damage done in this last attack than the reports would have suggested, with some suggesting that, the entire Black Sea Fleet is, only marginally or a large percentage of it is now not operational. So the Russians are suffering some setbacks on that front. I don't think there's any question about it. And yet every time we see any kind of actual damage inflicted, we get all these conflicting reports out of there. It's very difficult to know what is real, what to believe, because there's so much propaganda and mixed in with the truth. The reality is they have suffered some losses, and it is affecting their operational ability. That's why the war continues to drag on. No question that the Ukrainians have lost territory, lost ground, especially lately, and that they are in a desperate situation when it comes to ammunition. That's why these delays on the U.S. side are so significant, and maybe why anything that the Russians do, time seems to be a critical factor here. I would say that if the situation in Ukraine is as the Russians describe it, which is that the Ukrainians are basically done, then I would anticipate a major move by Russia very, very soon in order to finish things off before more aid, more weapons are able to flow in there. But so far, haven't quite seen that, so I'm not really sure what to make of it. A lot of the analysis that we've been seeing, I'm taking it all with a grain of salt. I don't think it's over. Not yet, anyway. I don't know if it's going to drag on for another week, 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years. But it's not over. The U.S. sent some supplemental funding to kind of bridge the gap just in the last couple of weeks. Not sure what that means in terms of actual weapons and ammunition on the battlefield. But it's very clear that this is not over. Maybe Ukraine's in trouble, but haven't quite given up yet. There's still some ground to cover here, and that means, unfortunately, more conflict, more death, more lost lives, more blood and treasure wasted on both sides. We've also seen, and I have studied this as well, in the last few months, munitions factories in the United States have ramped up production. They started doing that some months ago. And so I think there's maybe more in terms of resources and military aid flowing to Ukraine than we are actually being told. In fact, for all I know, all this talk about them running out of ammunition might just be completely inaccurate. There's almost no way to know for sure. It could be like a double fake out. I don't think that that's really the case. I think they do have some issues with munitions, ammo, weapons on the battlefield. They do need the additional aid or they will crumble, I think. But it is clear that they have not given up. And that stuff going on with the Black Sea Fleet, that seems to be a weak point for the Russians. Because the Ukrainians seem to be able to get in there and score some points and inflict some damage. So they keep focusing on that and coming back to it, and that has had some impact there, for sure. So there's all that. And all that being said, we've been on here now since 1:30 this afternoon Eastern Time. We're now coming up on almost 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, because there's so many new viewers here tonight, I am going to run one of our Maverick Nights animated featurettes just for fun when we come back on the other side of this.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
And we're back. And if you like what you are seeing here tonight, if you want to support the channel, you can do that by donating online at maverickdonations.com. Let me get that up on a banner here for you. Maverickdonations.com. That takes you to the Give and Go account. You can also donate where most people donate at freedomreporters.com. Also, if you would consider liking, sharing, subscribing, that would help us a great deal as well. Make sure you take a look at what we're doing over on our that's our YouTube channels, but also on our Rumble channels. That's the most important platform for us. That's where we continue to grow Maverick News over on Rumble. And if you do subscribe to the YouTube channels, make sure you hit the the notification bell. Otherwise, it doesn't send you the notification when we produce new videos. And anybody that sends us a donation of $30 or more, I would be happy to send you a Maverick News t-shirt. No charge. Just make sure you send along in the notation what size you would like. You can have it in any color you like as long as it's black. Any donation of $60 or more, and I can send you one of these. A News shirt with the logo embroidered right on it. Very nice. And or I can do a hoodie. Just again, indicate the size, tell me what you want, a hoodie or a shirt, and I'd be happy to send that to you. Freedomreporters.com is where to do it. Now, if you are new to the channel, we do have ongoing graphic video series that we've been producing, and I think it's kind of fun, and would be great to have a lot of new people join the Maverick family, our community, our community of misfits here on the Maverick News channel. So with that being said, we do have this series. It's called Maverick Nights and it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but entertaining. Here's chapter 1 of Maverick Nights. Share it with you for all of our new viewers to get you started.
The Rise of Maverick Man, Uncovering Klaus Schwab's Diabolical Plot. Subtitle: Journalist Richard Paul exposes the global villain's evil plan to destabilize the world economy. Introduction. In a shocking turn of events, renowned journalist Richard Paul has unearthed a sinister plot orchestrated by Klaus Schwab, a global villain hell-bent on destroying the world economy. Stunning evidence in hand, Paul reveals how Schwab plans to blackmail the leaders of nuclear power nations using sex scandals and threats of terrorist violence. This article delves into the details of Paul's investigation, shedding light on the rise of Maverick Man, Sir Richard Super Knight. Unveiling the mastermind, Klaus Schwab, a shadowy figure with immense power and influence, has long operated under the radar, manipulating world events for his personal gain. However, Richard Paul's relentless pursuit of the truth has finally exposed Schwab's malevolent intentions. As a respected journalist, Paul's credibility and extensive network have allowed him to gather evidence that unravels Schwab's web of deceit. The diabolical plan. Schwab's plan revolves around leveraging the darkest secrets of world leaders to gain control over their decision-making processes. By orchestrating sex scandals and planting seeds of terrorist violence, Schwab aims to create an atmosphere of fear and chaos, forcing these leaders to comply with his demands. The ultimate goal? Systematically dismantle the world economy, leaving nations vulnerable to his manipulations. Uncovering the evidence. Richard Paul's investigation has unearthed a trove of incriminating evidence against Schwab. Through meticulous research, interviews, and anonymous tips, Paul has pieced together a puzzle that reveals the full extent of Schwab's plan. From leaked documents to testimonies from whistleblowers, the evidence paints a chilling picture of a man willing to go to any lengths to achieve his nefarious objectives. The hero emerges. Amidst the chaos, one man stands tall, Sir Richard, also known as Maverick Man Knight in shining armor. Armed with the truth, Paul's alter ego takes on the responsibility of exposing Schwab's plan to the world. Maverick Man's unwavering determination and unwavering commitment to justice become the driving force behind his quest to save the global economy and protect innocent lives. The race against time. With Schwab's plan set in motion, Maverick Man faces a race against time to stop the destruction of the world economy. As he uncovers the true extent of Schwab's influence and connections, Maverick Man must navigate a treacherous landscape filled with danger, deception, and unexpected allies. Can he expose Schwab's evil plot before it's too late? Conclusion. Journalist Richard Paul's groundbreaking investigation into Klaus Schwab's diabolical plan has shed light on a global villain's attempt to destroy the world economy. Through his alter ego, Maverick Man, Paul takes on the daunting task of thwarting Schwab's nefarious scheme. As the world holds its breath, the fate of nations hangs in the balance, waiting for the rise of a hero to save the day.
And the series continues featuring the Maverick family. And if you become a regular viewer and we become aware of you in the chat and you join the community, there's a real good chance you might end up in one of these episodes of Maverick Nights. Now, folks, that gets us to the end of today's broadcast day. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out here. Thanks for to everybody who has been here watching the RFK Jr. VP running mate announcement. Thank you to Lori for co-hosting and kind of taking the lead on all of that today. Again, very, very helpful. And mostly thank you to all you guys for just watching. It's a privilege to have you all here. You could be anywhere. Literally millions of other places you could be online watching just about anything else tonight. So to have you here, an absolute privilege. Thank you so much. I will be back tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the Maverick News Channel, where we have the antivirus programs for your mind. Catch you on the flip side.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.